This guy here is our protagonist. He's an instructor at a prestigious magic academy, and on his very first day in the classroom, he taught his students a spell-casting technique that triples their casting speed. He finished his incantation in less than half a second, shocking the entire school. And that's because he isn't just your average teacher. He's a military veteran, a man who has survived countless life-or-death battles. To top it off, his master is the only immortal vampire in the world. An average person might be considered strong if they can master 5 elements. This guy has mastered over 10, but let's not get ahead of ourselves. Let's start from the beginning. I lost my father when I was young, and by the time my brave little sister and I were almost grown, my mother told me, "My son, you should become a shaman. You have the qualifications to become one. The spirits have always protected you. If you don't follow that path, a cruel wrath will descend upon you before long." Just like that, my mother kept imposing her beliefs on me. She gave me poems, drawings, and even bizarre ritual formations. However, I had already decided my own fate, so I never accepted any of it. As an act of rebellion, I focused on my studies more than ever before. 10 years passed, years where I became a self-reliant man out in the real world. I died in an accident. Simple as that. It's hard to believe, was this the wrath my mother spoke of? But what's even harder to believe is that I was reincarnated. I never believed in the afterlife. Everything my mother said turned out to be true. People can never understand things they haven't experienced for themselves. Unfortunately, I only realized that after I kicked the bucket. So, what am I supposed to do now? Cut to a classroom. The young man stands at the podium and shouts, "Class is in session. I will continue the lecture on methods to activate magic circles. I'm hiding under the identity of a professor at a magic academy. How did things end up like this?" Cut to the capital. Before getting there, you have to hit the train station. A ticket inspector stands politely by the entrance. "Excuse me, sir, may I check your ticket?" "Thank you, sir. I hope you have a pleasant journey." The man slowly boards the train. Carriage 403, so that would be the third compartment of car 4. He arrives at room 403, steps inside, and sees an older-looking man reading a newspaper. Seeing him, the man greets him. "A pleasure to meet you." The young man nods politely in return. Not long after, the train begins to depart. Before long, it has left the city behind. The two men sit in the room quietly without exchanging another word. The young man takes his eyes off his book and looks at the man. Glancing at the newspaper he's reading, he roughly guesses that the civil war in the kingdom of Uta has ended. The victory belongs to the princess's faction. After all, the Uta civil war is finally over. The man's gaze is searching. Indeed, I've always been curious about when it would end. It feels like only yesterday that the prince's side was still struggling to reinforce their troops. It's a relief, it's all over. Ah, forgive my rudeness. My name is Ludger Chelsea Chele Giat. I don't have a family name. You must be a noble, right? Yes, but it's a fallen house, so you don't need to worry about that. I see. Where is your destination? Mr. Gorgiat. I'm on my way to Lindun, the capital of the empire. I hear that area is famous for tourists. The excellent empire is known as an ideal spot for travelers because of its massive advancements in magic devices. My final stop is Le Tver. I was just accepted into the excellent empire's X-Gen Academy. You're so young, you must be quite talented. The young man responds bashfully. It's not like that. I just barely met the requirements. There are plenty of people who don't even meet the requirements. You should be more proud of yourself. Thank you for the compliment. Speaking of the Uda Civil War, have you heard the rumors? That the key to the princess's victory wasn't a brilliant mage or high-level knights, but a rogue mercenary named Maven Ven. Is that so? Come now, your reaction is a bit indifferent. It's because I think it's just a fabricated rumor. But that's not a rumor. Maven Venli is one of the many names I use. While wandering the world, searching for a certain object. After thinking for a moment, he continues. Mr. Ludger, Chelsea, will you be teaching at Rouen immediately? Yes. I've been assigned to the second-year class. Starting with the second years? You must be even more talented than you let on. Ludger Chelsea is confused, not understanding. Gorgiat quickly looks away, shakes his head, and mumbles something. Suddenly, a massive explosion echoes from afar, shaking the earth. Even the peaceful train is heavily impacted by the shockwave. Could the engine have exploded? That's highly unlikely. These magic engine trains are strictly protected. Suddenly, a shrill scream rings out. This makes Gorgiat even more certain that this is an ambush. It's likely the work of a bandit group targeting merchants or nobles. If that's true, there's a mage among them. We should hide or get out of here. Please wait a moment. For safety's sake, I'll lead the way. Ludger Chelsea checks his surroundings carefully before stepping out. I think we're the only ones left in car 4. The other passengers, do you think they're hunkering down in their compartments? Every compartment has its own defensive spell. That's not feasible. The outside of the train is also protected by similar magic. It means the compartment is no longer safe. Then that means the problem is in the third carriage, right? Right next to us. Why do you think they haven't come here yet? If I were a robber, I would target the first car first because the wealthy passengers buy first-class tickets. So, we're quite lucky. We should take this opportunity to run toward the back car and just hold out until the guards from the front arrive. But suddenly, a bandit crashes in through the window. Ludger Chelsea instinctively shields Gorgiat behind him. The brutish bandit stares at the two of them as if they had done him some great wrong. He doesn't look too stable, does he? Then, he pulls out a dagger and lunges. Ludger Chelsea calmly uses magic to cast a skill and attacks the bandit. The guy is electrocuted, paralyzed for a while, and unable to move. Did you finish him off? He shakes his head and replies, not at all. I only paralyzed him temporarily. Seeing him move toward the bandit, Gorgiat steps forward to stop him. He says it's fine, he just wants to interrogate him a little. He steps on the guy, points his baton at his face, and shouts, "What is your objective?" The bandit is silent for a long time, then he starts to giggle. I didn't tell you to laugh. Answer me now. The bandit sneers. Filthy scum like you deserve to die. With that, he ripped open his coat to reveal the explosives strapped to his body. The countdown on the display had just ticked down to 1. In his final moments, all Ludger Chelsea heard was Gorgiat's panicked scream, followed immediately by a massive explosion. While the force wasn't enough to derail the train, the Rocky Mountains shook violently. After what felt like an eternity in the thick smoke, Gorgiat sat up in the wreckage of the carriage, clutching his head in confusion. He anxiously called out to Han Ludger Chelsea. Are you okay? Did you make it? But when he looked ahead, the guy was nowhere to be seen. The train corridor was completely empty. He rushed outside to search, shouting his name in a panic. Suddenly, he realized his own mask had been torn. He frowned, looking at it. He'd spent a fortune on that thing. As he peeled it away, a strong, fit young man was revealed underneath. He scowled and clicked his tongue. Why does everything unlucky always happen around me? I didn't have some noble reason for using the alias Maven Venli. I just wanted to use the name of a famous person from my past life memories. I spent so much time traveling around and got into so many messes that I had to change my identity countless times. Maven Venli was just one of many identities I've held. So much happened back then. It drew unwanted attention to someone who couldn't afford to reveal their true self. But luckily, the princess was so drunk on her own victory that I managed to slip away unnoticed and change my identity. Back then, I was on a magic train heading to Linzhou. He sighed at the memory. Why do accidents follow me wherever I go? The train took such a massive hit, yet it's still speeding along. He tossed the mask aside with a look of regret. Rest in peace, Mr. Ludger Chelsea. Truly, he never expected an accident like this, especially not on a day like today. Who would have thought the guy would trigger a bomb just from being electrocuted? Regular thieves wouldn't do something so extreme. What a twisted way of thinking. If they're looking to take out the boss, maybe their real goal wasn't money, but the train itself. The train guard hurried over, asking around. Seeing him, the guard asked anxiously if he was all right, but hesitated when he looked at what was in front of him. He looked at the guard and said, "An armed thief attacked us. They seem to be targeting the first carriage. We should head down and get away. I'm planning to evacuate the passengers. Sir, you should hurry too." Before he could even finish, he grabbed the guard by the neck and pinned him to the floor. "What are you doing? Why are you?" With a face as dark as a thunderstorm, he replied, "You really think such a clumsy act would work on me? It looks like that thief has been waiting for this for a long time. An express train moving through these rugged mountains is one thing, but the protective magic on this train was broken too. That's pretty difficult and time-consuming to pull off, unless someone on the train did it." The guard looked at him, bewildered and worried, but his expression changed in an instant. He pulled a small knife from his sleeve. But he wasn't someone to be trifled with. He held the guard's neck while keeping the knife pinned at his wrist. "I advise you not to try anything funny. You're pretty quick with your hands, aren't you? Who are you people? What do you want?" He kept his mouth shut. "Start moving." But as they took a few steps, the train jolted violently again. The familiar sound made him shiver. He quickly shoved the guard in front of him. Instantly, from a hidden corner, a sniper filled the guard with holes. They didn't even give him a chance to send a signal. Did he already tip them off? Someone kicked the door open rudely and stepped in. "What? Someone's still alive? We fired so many shots already. How is he still standing? Who the hell do you think you are, talking about life and death so casually?" The group didn't say a word and opened fire. He glanced at them, and just as they pulled the triggers, their joints stiffened, preventing them from firing. What's going on? Why won't the guns fire? Wait, hold on. Could he be? A magic circle appeared in his hand. The terrorists finally realized he was a mage. He must have used some spell to jam their weapons. He looked aside, where a flow of energy was gathering in one spot. Then, the magic in his hand vanished. To think he could neutralize it, just like that. I had no idea there was a mage on this train. Give it up. As he spoke, the terrorists took a few steps closer. If you give up now, I'll make sure your end is quick and painless. He looks pretty strong, but he's probably just a level 4 mage like me, right? It has to be. Otherwise, I would have heard rumors about him by now. His gaze suddenly turned unnervingly calm. The train had been exploding for 10 minutes now. It would be a long time before they passed the Art Mountains. Reinforcements would take a while to arrive, so he couldn't rely on them. If that was the case, he was better off taking care of it himself. He jumped off. Hansen, go check. Hurry. They looked out, but he was already gone. Hansen peered around. Looks like he really jumped. He must be scared. Before the words left his mouth, Hansen was gone forever. The people below were shocked. But how? Did he use flying magic? Can you really keep up with a moving train using flight magic? Shut up and start chasing him. Our opponent is a mage. Carrying too many non-mages will just slow us down. Just leave a few behind. The rest of you surround the first carriage. Under the leader's command, the group began firing. Up on the roof, he had to keep moving constantly to dodge their fire. The group below followed his footsteps, chasing him in a frenzy. He's running to the last carriage. Catch him fast. As the door cracked open just a little, an explosion erupted, taking out a few of the terrorists. A trap? No way. How could he set that up in such a short time? What the hell? Compared to the mages he had encountered in the past, he was different, terrifyingly different. His movements were extremely practical and efficient. He acted more like a hunter than a mage, maybe even a mercenary. Suddenly, the terrorists heard a loud noise outside. The leader immediately realized what was happening. That guy detached the carriage and ran away. I should have realized it sooner. He never intended to fight us head-on, he thought as he scrambled toward the door. He opened it to see the two carriages already separated by a wide gap. Just like that, half went forward and half stayed behind. He stared at the silent train behind him, lost in thought. Damn it, we've lost him. We can't just give up on the whole train because of one guy. I've memorized what he looks like. We'll find him and take him out soon enough. Suddenly, the leader felt an invisible pressure bearing down on his shoulders. What is this intense mana? Where the hell is it coming from? He looked back in confusion, only to see him standing there, surrounded by a blinding golden magic circle. He looked at them coldly, as if giving them a few seconds to say their prayers. How could he be here? Don't tell me this is a trap, too. Light flashed through the terrorists, making them vanish like dust in a strong wind. The leader reacted quickly, pulling his sword to block a few magical attacks. Moments later, his expression shifted to terror as he shouted to his subordinates, "Tell them to run for their lives." But the light grew brighter and brighter, swallowing the terrorists whole, leaving no one behind. After some time, the dust settled. He stood there, looking at his handiwork. Is it over? So, you survived, did you? Why? Why did you wipe us out, huh? Don't you feel even a little guilty toward us? Our comrades who dedicated their strength to this world. Before he could finish, he cut him off. Beyond my imagination. Your insanity is truly beyond my imagination. Weren't you the ones who wanted me dead first? How can you even say that? You dare ask for sympathy after things turned out like this? You're going to run your mouth like that right in front of the people you already put in the grave? And you're the ones who wanted to find and kill me, aren't you? You're blaming me? Of course, you would. I was planning to run away at first, but you've already seen my true face. And I know that if I ran, you'd definitely chase after me, right? Dealing with you now just saves me a lot of trouble later. Suddenly, a slash appeared across the leader's body. He was just as shocked as the leader, unsure who had stepped in to do the job for him. A girl with an aura of authority stepped in, radiating a chilling coldness. She asked him with concern if he was all right. He must have been worried, but he could rest easy now because she, the Vice Knight Commander, had arrived to protect everyone. Gunshots rang out from another carriage. Tiesk, how did they get here so fast? I can't believe they used aerial magic in this weather. The members of the Cold Knights handled the bullets with ease. Then she gathered power in her hand, charged forward, and quickly swept through the terrorists. The helpless ones could only cry, and in one cold streak of light, the leader of the local terrorists was completely taken down. The knight glanced at the remaining ones, and as soon as their eyes met, The whole group was terrified. Then came the frantic screaming of the terrorists. It sounded pitiful, but oh well. Carriage number 2 is cleared. Carriage number 1 as well. We've ensured the passengers' safety. Vice Captain, reporting. We have cleared all carriages. Well done, everyone. Escort the passengers safely to the next stop. Very quickly, the train arrived at Galv. He looked out silently, lost in thought. The night vice captain approached him. Are you all right? Those terrorists didn't hurt you, did they? Thanks to the knight's help, I'm doing just fine. I was just thinking. I'm glad to hear that. Sorry for the delay. I'm Veronica Devon. He was about to say something, but someone interrupted. Turning around, he saw a square-jawed man approach and speak calmly. Are you the commander of the Knight Regiment? Yes, I am Vice Captain Veronica Devon. I am Inspector Zemlu from the City L Police Department. I received word of a train attack in the ART mountain range. Yes, we wiped out all the terrorists there. We are very grateful for the Knight's actions. However, there are a few things not mentioned in the report. Things not mentioned? What do you mean? The train was brought under control very quickly. Even though there were mages among them, they infiltrated the French engine train far too easily. We suspect that someone on this train may have assisted in this attack. What you said makes perfect sense. Of course, this is purely speculation. We will send people immediately after we investigate the suspect's identity. She nodded to show she understood, then turned to speak to the person inside. You heard that, right? As long as you are honest, there will be no problems. He gave a calm smile, but inside, he was incredibly anxious. This is bad. My forged identity has no flaws. The ticket was bought through normal channels, and I boarded legally. The problem is, no matter how you look at it, this is not the face of a man over 40 years old. I'll definitely be hanged, or worse, tortured. There are tons of knights and inspectors outside. Escaping is impossible. The vice captain's personality is typical of someone ruthless with criminals. She might be smiling and nice to me now, but the moment I'm discovered as a suspect. As he was thinking, the inspector's voice cut him off. Are you all right? Pardon the intrusion. It took me a while to get the passenger list. I'm just checking identities, no need to worry. If you still have your ticket, would you mind showing it to me? Compartment 403. Looks like there's no problem. Let's see. There's a young man about 20 named Ludger Chelsea Chell, and a man about 40 named Gazat. Where is the other person? He skillfully replied with ambiguity. He unfortunately got caught in an explosion while the train was being attacked. It happened just as the train crossed the art range, so he sadly fell into the abyss. Oh, is that so? He swallowed hard, feeling tense. Vice Captain Veronica spoke up. Wait a moment. This man cannot be a suspect. He fought the terrorists before the Knight Regiment arrived. Why would he do that if he were an accomplice? He fought them? Ah, I see. So that's what happened. My apologies, Mr. Ludger Chelsea. He was surprised by their actions. What is this? Are you the one recently accepted into X-Gen Academy? Having said that, the two looked at him with sparkling eyes, as if they had made a great discovery. He was running out of options, so when they gave him an escape route, he started playing along. That is correct. As you both said, I am the newly accepted professor, Ludger Chelsea Chell. After finishing the necessary procedures, the vice captain and the inspector walked him out to chat for a moment and apologized once again for the inconvenience. Mr. Ludger Chelsea, he replied politely. Not at all. I was able to get here safely all thanks to you two. Why don't we escort you to X-Gen Academy? You're the one who will be molding the Empire's next generation. How could I possibly let you leave all by yourself? He shouted in his heart. Honestly, having you lot escorting me makes me even more uncomfortable. I need to handle some personal matters, so please, don't go out of your way for me. If you insist, sir, then we shall follow your wishes. I will take my leave now. It was a pleasure meeting you, Lady Vonnegut, even if it was brief. And you as well, Mr. Ludger, Chelsea, I hope we meet again. After saying his goodbyes, he quickly blended into the bustling crowd, walking with a steady, confident stride, though he was incredibly anxious inside. I did it. I actually pulled it off. My apologies, Ludger Chelsea, but you've saved my life. I'm so lucky that photography technology in this world isn't very advanced yet. It's hard to tell Ludger Chelsea and me apart just by looking at a photo. I should be fine once I clear this mess and slip away to start a new life. But that thought vanished the moment he heard someone call out for Ludger Chelsea. So it really is you. I saw you talking to the knight earlier. I'm a staff member from Theorn Academy. Name's Will 4. I came to pick you up after hearing about that terrorist attack. Thank goodness you're safe. Please, hop in the carriage. I'll take you to Susan. Realizing he couldn't sneak away, he helplessly put his escape plan on hold. The carriage clattered down the street, But the peculiar thing was that instead of using real horses, the Academy used magical energy-driven constructs to pull it. He sat silently in the carriage, thinking, "This is bad. I didn't expect them to send someone specifically to pick me up. And that guy, he's no ordinary staff member. Aside from his sturdy build, I couldn't even sense his presence when he approached me. He's at least an ex-knight. If I try to escape now with some stupid trick, he'll definitely get suspicious and start tailing me. I'll play it safe for now. That might be better than running away. Gorgiat is confirmed dead, so I'm basically a ghost right now. So, even if I get dragged somewhere, no one will pay me any mind. Honestly, it'd be better to have a solid cover identity. I should play the role of Ludger Chelsea Chelly while I wait for the right moment." "We've arrived, Mr. Ludger Chelsea. This is Theorn Academy." Looking at the campus, he was completely stunned. "The whole place is the Susan campus? It's even bigger than I imagined. I'll take you to the office. You can leave your luggage with me." He led him through the massive hallway. Entering the office, he spoke first. "I'm Ludger Chelsea Chelly. I've arrived per your summons." The woman sitting at the desk stared at him intently, her lips curling into a smile. "I've been expecting you, Ludger Chelsea. I'm the headmistress of Theorn Academy, Elisa Willow. Are you all right? I heard you were caught in an assassination attempt. Nothing too serious, I hope? I was rescued by a knight just in time. That's a relief. It would be a bad look for the Academy if our newest professor were injured. She's putting the school's reputation first. She must be out of her mind." But more importantly, he felt something strange from the start. Am I just imagining it? Has Ludger Chelsea met this headmistress before? Did she realize I'm not him? As if she had guessed his thoughts, Elisa smiled and said, "This is the first time I've met you in person, but you really are quite handsome." "Thank you for the compliment, ma'am. You don't need to be so formal, it's unnecessary. When the school year starts, the students are going to be quite a buzz. All right, first, take this. I informed you about it earlier, but a little detail doesn't hurt. The contract is for 2 years, your salary is written in there, and we will provide room and board." He looked at the contract and mused. "So, this is the contract, huh? I was planning to leave as soon as possible, so it didn't really matter, but as soon as he saw the number of zeros in the salary, his whole body froze. Converted to the continent's standard currency, that's 30 million dinar, that's like 300,000 US dollars. What do you think? The terms are fair, aren't they?" He forced himself to stay calm. "Not bad at all." "Not bad? My brain is literally exploding. I hit the jackpot." "Stay calm. The expectations for a professor at Susan are also extremely high. Can I actually settle down here? A place filled with geniuses in every hall? But I've already committed to the job. It would be even more suspicious if I backed out after coming all this way. I have no choice but to agree. Deception, manipulation, and reading people, these are my specialties. I've reviewed it. Let's sign the contract. I've got real-world experience, and I don't need to know the dry, theoretical stuff. I think I'll be a decent professor." "Very well. I look forward to working with you, Professor Ludger Chelsea." Likewise. As Headmistress Willow shook his hand, he was already calculating his next 2 years. That night, at a house provided for him, the school year starts in 3 weeks. I need to prepare for so much. It's hard to believe they even rented this whole house for me. So, I'm an academy professor now. I've been in this world for 27 years now. I was reborn with 0 special abilities, just my memories from my past life, and I had to survive after my parents abandoned me. I've survived so many ridiculous situations. It's wild that I'm now a professor at Susan. It's almost like being a spy. No, it's more like I'm being forced to be a spy. I do need a new identity, and this Ludger Chelsea guy is the perfect cover. He's a down-and-out noble from the small kingdom of Quen. He's an only child, and his parents are both deceased. His correspondence was completely empty, so he didn't seem close to anyone. That means no one will be able to tell. It's me. This identity is flawless. Now, all that's left is to prep the curriculum and gather info on Susan. Time to scout the terrain. Come to think of it, I haven't eaten a thing since that train accident. I guess I'll start tomorrow morning. I wonder where the restaurants are around here. Early the next morning, he stopped by a cafe to relax and read the paper. It's been 2 weeks already. Time flies. I've done most of what I needed to do, and the class preparations are going smoothly. School starts in a week now. I just need to focus on practicing my role. Seeing someone approaching, he figured the morning rush was coming, so he quickly finished his coffee and prepared to leave. The person who just arrived sat right behind him and whispered, "I'm glad you're safe, sir. I was worried something terrible had happened to you." He nearly choked on his coffee. The morning cafe was very quiet. When he didn't turn around, she continued, "Why haven't you been in touch with us for the last 2 weeks? The other members are very curious about your situation, sir. He calmly took a sip of tea without answering. Once he was done, he set the cup down. All right, let me double-check a few things first. So they really are here to find someone named Ludger Chelsea Chelly. The girl continued. That assassination attempt was just an accident. We didn't think the rebels would attack at that time. I also need information on Susan. Excuse me? Didn't we already send that to you, sir? I need to verify if the information is accurate. The girl, taking this as an answer, started digging through her documents. She sounded calm, but inside, he was having a mini heart attack, desperately trying to keep his cool. I should probably play along to avoid any suspicion, right? So, have you guys handled everything on your end? Of course. Before coming here, we assassinated all the key figures at the academy and tracked down the traitor in our organization. From what I heard, they tore their limbs off, stuffed them into their own throats, and tossed them to the stray dogs. Well, does that seem appropriate for those traitors, sir? A look of fleeting anxiety flashed in his eyes as he glanced at the girl behind him, constantly telling himself to stay calm. Suddenly, the girl jumped, as if realizing something. I'm sorry, I should have checked before reporting. It's fine. Why did you come to see me all of a sudden? Because it's been nearly half a month since the level 1 arrived here, and there hasn't been any news. So you decided to act on your own during such a critical period? Upon hearing this, the girl looked incredibly flustered and kept apologizing. Her suspicious getup was already annoying enough. Did she really want to look even more suspicious? They were definitely agitated by their own actions, that was for sure. This girl was terrified of someone named Ludger Chelsea. All right then, time for the check-in. How many people have gathered so far? 31 level 2s and 7 level 3s have successfully infiltrated. The other level 1s arrived earlier and have settled in according to the plan. Quite a full house. I see. I'm done checking. You can go. I understand. For the next meeting, you just need to head to the designated location. You want me to show up? Hearing him ask, the girl felt another wave of immense pressure. He didn't let up and added another jab. Are you, someone so lowly, trying to give me orders? Hearing her stammer in fear, he continued. I don't want to hear your excuses. I'll be the one to decide the meeting spot. I only show up when called by someone of equal or higher rank. Higher rank means level 0, sir? That's right. Don't bother me with trivial matters, unless it's coming from him. With that, he strode away. As he walked, he kept his guard up. Damn it, those guys are way more dangerous than I thought. Assassinating key academy figures. And that's what they do to traitors? That's insane. I need to get out of here fast. But then, the girl called him back. Please wait a moment, sir. He stopped, flustered, but didn't turn around. When? When will you call for us? How will you do it? I haven't even thought that far ahead. Do I have to spell it out for you? Oh, no, sir. Safe travels. Back home, he immediately started digging for info. A fallen noble, with no living relatives, the fastest to reach level 4, and a professor at Sojin. Damn it. I should have been suspicious of him way sooner. The reason Ludger Chelsea's background was so perfect was that it was just a cover identity created for this mission, because he couldn't use his real identity to infiltrate the academy. The letters he sent and received under Ludger Chelsea's name were all coded messages. Ha, damn it all. He looked up at the ceiling, lost in thought for a long time. I'm done for. I can't believe the path I chose in a rush led me straight to an atomic bomb like this. He then opened his books and continued researching with the clues he had. He was sending and receiving signals in Black QE language. I was suspicious because he was so sloppy. But the real issue is the level 1, infiltrating the Sojin Academy as a professor and gaining the school's trust. The next steps will be sent based on the situation. Sojin isn't the only thing I need to worry about. The more he thought, the more his head hurt, but it was just so hard to believe. How does a high-ranking member of a secret society get tangled up in an assassination on a ship and end up dead? He was a high-ranking officer in an organization that planted so many spies in Sojin. A guy like that should have survived. What's the point of bad-mouthing a dead man now? Anyway, there's one more thing I must never let them find out about. Sojin Academy and the secret society. Perhaps it would be better if I contacted them today. According to the girl I met today, the secret society has 4 ranks. 0, 1, 2, and 3. I don't know what level 0 is, but at least I know it exists now. The most important thing now is who the other level 1 is. If he was Ludger, Chelsea's friend, he'll figure out I'm a fake soon enough. For now, the priority is not getting caught. The ideal scenario in my head right now is for Sojin to wipe them out for me. Sojin is incredibly powerful. If those guys just act, no matter how strong the secret society is, they can't take them down. Of course, I need to provide just enough information to avoid getting stuck in the middle. Just thinking about the tightrope I have to walk to appease both sides gives me a headache, but I'm sure it'll be fine. No relaxing for the next 2 years, I guess. Blue skies, white clouds, and a peaceful atmosphere at Theorn Academy. Students started their day. In the classrooms, students had already arrived to prepare for the new lectures. Did you hear? The spell theory and elemental decoding class has a new professor. A new professor for the second years? He must be really talented, right? I don't think it was planned, since the previous professor suddenly resigned. I mean, the professor got protested by the students, right in front of everyone. Was it Flora? They're talking about you. Oh my, what did I even do to deserve that? As a student, I just wanted to point out that their magical technique was wrong. But hey, did you know? His background is elite. I heard he wrote a lot while serving as an army officer. So doesn't that mean he's a good guy? He's definitely no ordinary man, but you know, he's a fallen noble. Really? Probably an easy grade, then. The girl named Flora felt a wave of disappointment as she heard the crowd gossiping. The classroom door swung open unexpectedly. Ludger Chelsea stepped up to the podium. Nice to meet you all. I'm your new professor, Ludger Chelsea. His sharp, calm gaze swept across each student. The students felt a sudden, inexplicable sense of pressure and fell silent. He continued, "Since this is just a trial lecture, I won't dive straight into the material, but I have a few notes first. I'll be teaching you spells, but the way I teach will be very different. I'll be focusing on practical applications. I won't just be teaching theory. And this class won't just be for the second years here. First years are welcome to join as well. Quiet. I understand your complaints, but I won't lower the difficulty of this class, so please, no negotiating." A student raised their hand to speak. "Could we know why you're allowing first years to join the class, sir?" Looking back, it was a polite, blonde girl who looked very talented. He found her face vaguely familiar, but felt nothing. He continued, "As an educator, I feel it is my responsibility to provide equal training, regardless of the year. Of course, I understand that my class differs from current standards. Please explain further, sir. I still find it very difficult to understand. If I tell you now, where's the fun in that? If you're curious, come to my next class. However, I must warn you, if you think this class is an easy grade, just because I'm a new professor, I'm going to make you guys regret this." As an educator, he gritted his teeth and glared, inwardly praying that the students wouldn't actually show up to his class. Of course, he'd prepared for all the classes, but he figured fewer students were better. If second years had to share a class with first years, wouldn't they just get their feelings hurt? Besides, who would want to take his class after he'd already told them it was going to be tough? I'm done speaking. Any questions? The students looked at him, nervously swallowing their saliva. Was it because he was ex-military? His presence was absolutely overwhelming. They said he was the youngest person ever to reach rank 4, right? They were curious about so many things, but they couldn't bring themselves to ask a single question. Flora looked at the new professor with a look of intrigue. After a moment of silence, he spoke up. "If there are no questions, then the trial lecture ends here." He walked away, feeling a bit existential. The weight on his shoulders had temporarily been lifted. Who knew nobody would ask anything? He thought there'd be some questions about him. Well, that's fine by him, honestly. But all those answers he'd spent time preparing were useless now. Wait a second. Don't tell me they're ignoring me on purpose? That wouldn't be surprising. I should have been friendlier. Maybe I already bruised their egos. Am I coming off too strong? As he walked, he noticed something. The students leaving the classroom were all looking at him with hesitation, and some were even backing away. Only then did he notice that the students lined up on both sides were looking at him with clear anxiety. I thought it was just my imagination. But it's actually true? Are you the new professor? Ludger Chelsea. A girl with pink hair greeted him politely. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Selena. Am I also a professor like you? Nice to meet you too. Is something the matter? She hesitated before speaking. I was just wondering. Have you eaten yet? Scene changed to somewhere on campus. Great to meet you all. I'm Brino, in charge of the Golem summoning class. I'm Marilda. I teach charms and illusions, part of the curse and shadow dispelling curriculum. A pleasure to meet everyone. I'm in charge of the spellcasting class. I'm Ludger Chelsea. He looked them over, sizing them up. Is this some kind of party for professors to get to know each other? Meanwhile, a young man was observing from a few meters away. Sensing a gaze fixed on him, Ludger Chelsea curiously looked toward the stranger. The guy didn't even care, and just turned away. Marilda leaned in and whispered to him, "That's Professor Jit Ben-Yor. As you can see, he's nobility, unlike us commoners. The new professors consist of one noble, one disgraced noble, and 3 commoners. They might all have different rules, but everyone here possesses incredible skills in their respective fields. In other words, there's a high chance one of these people is another rank 1 wizard. Arriving a bit early hasn't made things easy. I can't even trust my own colleagues. The arrogant professor sneered. I can't stand being here a second longer. I was so curious to see what the newcomers would be like. Who knew it would just be a disgraced noble and a bunch of commoners? Don't tarnish my reputation. You guys can have fun amongst yourselves, especially that one over there. Don't get ahead of yourself just because you're a disgraced noble. After saying that, he turned and left. I know he's a noble, but how can he look down on us like that? Don't pay any mind to that guy. Professor Ludger Chelsea replied, I'm fine. If he doesn't want to eat with us, we might as well go without him, right? The other teachers agreed and headed off to the cafeteria. Right now, I should be satisfied that I don't have to eat alone. Very quickly, the day began to draw to a close. Somewhere, a magic circle appeared. That night, gossip and rumors about Ludger Chelsea began to spread. Have you heard about the new professor, Ludger Chelsea Chelly? He's rumored to be the youngest person to reach rank 4, and he even has military experience. I heard he also contributed to the hunt for a legendary mystery creature. People say he even wrote his name on the magic tower as a free-roaming wizard. Is that true? The short-haired girl thought for a long time to herself. I can't let the rank 1's class be ruined. I need to get as many students to attend his class as possible. Word spread to the other students incredibly fast. Although some were scared, they were also very curious. The next morning, he headed to class according to the schedule. This was the first real lecture. I wonder how many are left. I already gave a clear warning that my class is like hell, so surely no one would want to join, right? If there are any, it must be because they have no other choice, right? Because all the other subjects are already full. At most, there are probably only 30 students. Inside the classroom, the students were buzzing with excited conversation. You saw that post too, right? It seems that thanks to that post, the lecture hall was packed to the brim. Ludger Chelsea was surprised by the result. Why are there so many students here? Every single seat is taken, and there are a lot of first years too? Isn't it uncomfortable for first years to share a class with upperclassmen? Does it feel like someone is pulling the strings behind my back to trick me? No. I must have just underestimated the students, because Soren is where the top students on this continent gather. I should have stimulated the kids' competitive instincts from the start. At this point, there's no other choice, he said sternly. Since there are students attending for the first time, I will introduce myself again. I am Ludger Chelsea Chelly. I teach the general spellcasting process. I will try my best to teach to the best of my ability. I have a question. Does the general part you mentioned include all 4 major specialties? He glanced at the student who asked. The student immediately froze in place. He said, Questions are only allowed when I give permission. I'll let it slide this time since it's the first session. From now on, anyone who interrupts the class or challenges me as a professor will have points deducted. Of course, there will also be opportunities to earn extra points. So, study hard, kids. But since you asked, I will answer. That's right, I will teach all 4 major specialties. The 4 main elements include release, element, ownership, super psychic, and reinforcement. Those are the corresponding terms. Usually, mastering just 2 specialties is already difficult, but is he planning to teach all 4 as a new professor? It feels like he's exaggerating. The girl named Flora pondered skeptically. Ludger Chelsea tapped his wand on the board and said, Since this is the first class, I'll show you something to pique your interest. This is a fire rank elemental spell, Oscillating Flame. It uses release as a base to ignite, oxidize, condense, expand, diffuse, and accelerate. Therefore, these 7 components will synchronize to create the technique. What I am about to show you is a way to cast spells 3 times faster. The students listened and began to question reality. Flora, do you really think he's telling the truth? I'm not sure. I don't think it's possible, unless the fundamental structure of the spells has been changed. There are methods like using tablets to store spells as text, or reflecting memories, but each has its own limitations. If he is thinking of one of those 2 ways, I'd be quite disappointed. Professor. Ludger Chelsea could also sense that skepticism. He said, It seems you all have a lot of questions. I'll only answer a few. Given the chance to ask, the students scrambled to raise their hands. My name is Alex Lan. I'm a second-year student. What do you mean by shortening the casting speed of a spell? Exactly what I said, it will be cast faster. The next question. I'm Dahlia, a first-year student. Does that mean you're going to adjust the technique? No. If you mess with a perfected technique, it becomes a different spell entirely. What I'm going to show you is how to shorten the casting speed while keeping the spell exactly as it is. Professor, that's impossible. Hearing a student retort, he didn't argue back immediately but listened silently. I'm a second-year student, Flora Lumos. Professor, what you're saying is impossible. The other students looked at her and started whispering. She had finally intervened. That professor is done for. I never agreed to anyone speaking without my permission, but this time I'll listen. Why are you so certain it's impossible? According to existing formulas, the only way to shorten casting time is through the ability to regenerate mana. You're talking about an achievement that no genius has ever reached before, so I can't believe it. But instead of saying it's impossible to progress, what if it simply hasn't progressed yet? Magic is stagnating because we focus too much on tradition and history. Meanwhile, science is developing so steadily that it could threaten the position magic has held for so long. I'm not saying science is superior to magic, but that magic still has room to grow, so your judgment is flawed simply because no one has tried to improve it. I will be the first. Being countered for the first time, Flora felt confused. What the hell is going on? Is he so arrogant that he has no shame? It's hard to understand through explanation alone, so I'll demonstrate it for you. Your name is Flora, right? Do you know the average casting time for a firebolt? Depending on the caster, for a third-tier mage, it's 10 seconds, but higher ranks can shorten it to 5. Correct, but I don't rely on the rank-up method. I'm talking about methods tailored to each student's ability in this class, so the fastest case would be 5 seconds. Although you can cast it a bit faster than that, you're certainly confident. Can you come to the podium and demonstrate it live? Flora agreed without hesitation. She stepped onto the podium and began casting. A ring of fire quickly appeared before her wand, followed by a large magic circle. The students watching, though they knew what to expect, were still amazed. Not bad for a girl from the Lumos family. That was really fast. He stood by the side, timing her. 4.78 seconds, a nearly impossible feat for a second year. The process was also perfect. She turned around, saying, "That's nothing," but he still criticized it as being too slow, leaving Flora stunned. The fastest record for a third-tier mage is 4.41 seconds, so it's still too slow. Flora naturally retorted immediately. If I get used to it, I can cast it even faster. Even that 4.41 second record is still too slow. The whole class erupted in shock at his declaration. Class, watch closely. This is how you use Firebolt. He started casting. Flora watched intently, wondering what he was doing. That wasn't the technique for Firebolt, but a magic circle appeared instantly, and seeing it with their own eyes left the entire class speechless. What on earth is going on? The spell was completed in the blink of an eye. It didn't even take a second. That definitely wasn't the standard Firebolt technique. There was no traditional completion process at all. See that? I'll do it one more time for those who missed it. He lowered his wand. A magic circle appeared immediately. This time, both Flora and the other students were left silent. After all, their expressions had completely changed. The firebolt I just cast took 0.24 seconds, a massive difference from existing records. However, you can see it's a bit unusual, because the first time I cast it, the technique I used wasn't firebolt, but the final result was. To be precise, I used one spell command to trigger another spell. The students were left bewildered, unable to digest this groundbreaking knowledge he had just shared. Ludger Chelsea continued to explain. Think of it like this. As soon as I make a request, the product appears instantly. A unique blueprint, you could say. Through the biological hardware that is the mage, consuming data called mana and following a program called technique, it activates software called magic. I call it the source code. Source code? I've never heard of that kind of magic. What exactly is he? Have your questions been answered, Flora Lumos? Flora admitted defeat. You interfered with the lecture without my permission, because you couldn't overcome your own biases. Do you admit your mistake? Flora couldn't argue, so she obediently admitted it. At that moment, he sternly said, "Your actions were an undeniable challenge to authority. So, Flora Lumos, I'm deducting 10 points from you." All the students were in a panic, shocked that even such an excellent student could get points deducted. For Flora, it felt like an insult, but she couldn't deny her fault. She had no choice but to return to her seat in anger, applying a carrot and stick approach. He continued, "However, your firebolt casting technique was perfect, so I will give you 10 bonus points. I don't hate capable students. That was quite commendable." Flora thanked Ludger Chelsea, but her fists were still clenched tight. Her friends breathed a sigh of relief, as if to say the point deduction never happened. Her close friend sitting next to her looked at her worriedly. Flora smiled back. "Thanks for worrying, Charun. I'm fine." Can she really get over this so quickly? Typical Flora. But Charun didn't expect that. Even though Flora said she was fine, she was still extremely frustrated inside. Now, let's officially start the lesson. I will select a few students who can keep up with the class to teach the source code. If you want to learn it, you'd better work hard. The students, catching his gaze, didn't dare to slack off. The classroom was silent, with only the sound of him lecturing. A student sitting in the front looked at him with admiration. Because everyone else was only saying strange things about the professor, I had been wondering if I had chosen a terrible class. To my amazement, I really am at Soren. The lecture ended quickly. He told the class to go home and review before leaving. The students also packed up and left their seats. That student was still excitedly muttering to himself. Source code. I never thought I'd get to see something like that. You guys are admiring it just because you saw that little thing? You're basically admitting you're an idiot. That's why commoners can't get anything done. The bespectacled student looked at the blonde guy who just spoke up. The bespectacled one looked around. Realizing the other person was talking about him, he scratched his head awkwardly and said, are you talking to me? The blonde guy angrily scolded him. Are you mocking me? No? How could I dare? You actually dare to ignore Duvan, the eldest son of Baron Philo? If you're talking about the Baron Philo family, isn't that located at the furthest border of the empire? Oh, does Soren even accept infants now? Better to accept them than that stupid kid, of a bratty Baron family. The one being mocked, Javen, bit back his frustration, but couldn't retort. He decided to get physical. Do you guys dare to look down on a noble? I'll make you pay. Seeing the threat, the other guy's face darkened. He said, then go ahead. Why are you hesitating? Try it, and you'll see what happens if you attack us. Even if you are a noble, it's not as easy as you think to get away with it here at Soren. Didn't you notice you were being watched before you even arrived? Also, try checking your surroundings before you start screaming, would you? Don't you see there are other people here? He glanced around bitterly, forced to drop a few threats before leaving. Watching Javen depart, the bespectacled student finally let out a sigh of relief. Thanks for the help. I'm Aiden. I'm Leo. Don't worry about it. I just hate it when he stirs up trouble in the name of being a noble. You're so kind. Did you hear what I said earlier? Forget it. I'm off. Aiden hurried to follow, but Leo said without even turning back, do you even know where I'm going? The thing you're holding is an alchemy textbook, right? My next class is alchemy, too. Leo didn't answer directly, just sighed and said, suit yourself. But it would be better if you stopped giving off those signals. Aiden asked blankly. Leo replied, so unrefined. Is it true that the signal means you didn't receive proper magic education? I don't know much about that. You should also know about what's happening around Soren. Especially from the second year onwards, there are many students with outstanding achievements. First is Flora Lumos, who was on the podium during class, right? Yeah, I heard she has a terrible personality. So, it's best to stay away. There are rumors that the professor who cast the spell earlier quit because of her. Next is the imperial bloodline of the Exilian Empire, the third princess, Elodin Vunyan. Nothing good comes from commoners like us getting involved with high-ranking nobles. She's in this class too, right? I think I saw her halfway through. Exactly. And finally, the leader of the largest noble faction in the second year, Juden V. Wait, you mean one of the 3 Duke families? Yes, they look down on us commoners like we're dirt, so it's best not to get involved with them. Luckily, it seems he isn't in this class. Come to think of it, that idiot from earlier belongs to that faction, so that means I've been marked by them, right? Well, nothing I can do about it. Anyone else? I don't know if you're brave or just reckless. There are a few more. I'll tell you on the way. That's great. Do you want to grab a meal together? Why would I do that? The 2 boys left, unaware that someone had heard their entire conversation. Ludger Chelsea, on his side, was lost in his own thoughts. The reaction was better than I expected. I hadn't hoped for much. The base timeline of this world is roughly the 19th century of Earth. Even considering magical power, it's still quite lacking compared to the rapid development of 21st century science. That's why I combined science and magic while creating the source code. The truth is, I never thought the reaction would be this intense. Seeing the thing I created for the first time, that deity only said that much, so I didn't expect much. You can use magic quickly and accurately, but the final limit is Tier 3, and the creation process is incredibly complex. I can't keep relying on the source code. If I don't want to be discovered, I have to prepare many more things. Is this my office? As he opened the door, he saw someone was already inside. Elisa smiled and spoke first. Hello, Professor Ludger Chelsea. How is it going? The interior is quite nice, isn't it? Facing this unique person, He didn't know how to react for a moment. Soren provides each professor with a private space. You can do whatever you want here. Is that so? What brings you here? Did I come somewhere I shouldn't have? Oh no, I was just curious, and to be honest, I'm a little pressured. Because Professor Ludger Chelsea is an invaluable lecturer at Soren. As the principal, of course, I have to pay special attention to you. She looked at him intently. Why? Every time their eyes met, his body felt restless. She pouted and said, Your reaction is a bit cold, though. I was expecting a surprised expression like that from you. I'm sorry to have to say this, but I'm surprised enough as it is. Seeing a ghost at midnight wouldn't be as surprising as this situation. I just opened the door. And why are you here? Actually, the other newly hired professors were all surprised. Professor Ludger Chelsea was the last one. Do you appear in the professor's offices too? Why was I the last one? Unless she is keeping an eye on something, even if it's a secret society, a person who can become a principal can fully grasp the smallest changes within Soren. Could it be that she suspects me? No, that's not it. But it's really unfair. I don't belong to the secret society, but it's the society's duty. I heard you accept new students into your class. Yes, I don't intend to distinguish strictly between the years. I don't mean to nitpick. I actually agree with your methods. There are some very talented kids. There is also a student who uses unconventional magic. Is that so? I only look at the students' attendance sheets. Anyway, because the princess is also participating, please be careful to avoid any issues that might arise. You don't need to pay special attention to her, but it would be very difficult if complicated things happened. I have high expectations for you, Professor Ludger Chelsea. Regardless, I'm glad you finished your first lesson smoothly. The student evaluations aren't bad, so my worries have been eased. At this point, he offered, you should have a cup of tea before you leave. And of course, she happily agreed. I appreciate your kindness, but I still have a mountain of work to deal with. Please take good care of me. After saying that, she gently closed the door. How is it? Is Lord Ludger Chelsea trustworthy? To be honest, I'm not entirely sure. I've been keeping an eye on the person who's the biggest suspect, but I still haven't reached a conclusion yet. Is that so? If the headmaster is investigating personally, I trust we'll see progress soon. I suppose so. Honestly, after facing my hypnotic demon eyes twice, I'm surprised he wasn't affected at all. If Ludger Chelsea were at the 4th rank, it would have been impossible to avoid, yet he showed no reaction even after looking into Vanya twice. That means he resisted it through sheer willpower alone. An interesting guy. The train terrorist attack. Because of a group of people hiding inside Soren lately, I can't afford to miss even the smallest detail. What if that attack was just a distraction, and this Ludger Chelsea person swapped places during the chaos? What do you think about this, Mr. Vinfor? I wouldn't dare say for sure, but I don't think he's an ordinary man, even if it's just an old man's intuition. You know, my ability to judge people is reliable. Of course, if I want to trust Professor Ludger Chelsea, I'll have to observe him for a while longer. Meanwhile, Ludger Chelsea had just finished defusing a time bomb and was exhausted. A private meeting. My foot. No matter how you look at it, she's just here to interrogate me. But regardless, I haven't done anything for them to catch me on yet, so I'll just keep doing what I'm doing. Oh, wait, come to think of it. The Lumos family is a ducal house with massive influence. No way. Her family wouldn't pressure me over that previous incident, would they? No way. Why would she even care about that? I even gave her bonus points as a peace offering. By the way, just like the headmaster said, this place is full of talented kids from those backed by the Magic Tower to the Empire's own princess. Flipping through the files, one page caught his eye. So this is the kid with the unusual magic? But why does this child look so familiar? I'll remember later. Regardless, I can't let my guard down yet. From the way she looked at me, I can tell she still doesn't fully trust me. Or would it be better to side with the secret society? That girl called me Lord earlier. There's no way she doesn't know what Ludger Chelsea looked like when he boarded the train, which means she calmly accepted that Ludger Chelsea's appearance changed. If Ludger Chelsea really has a knack for disguises and infiltration. No. Obviously I shouldn't do that. I know very well what my fate will be if I get caught, and there's no guarantee they'll save me, even after I've contributed to the organization. For now, my only choice is to do a good job as a professor. Suddenly, a knock at the door interrupted his thoughts. Excuse me, Professor Ludger Chelsea. I'm here to deliver this. A patrol certification? Yes, today is Professor Ludger Chelsea's shift. Come to think of it, I believe it was mentioned in the contract. Anyway, I've delivered it to you, so I'll be going now. He sat deep in thought, staring at the paper in his hand. Surely, nothing bad will happen, right? At the training grounds. What did you say? Repeat that for me. I said there is no reason for me to leave. This place is for everyone to use freely. If you feel uncomfortable, why don't you leave yourself? Are you talking back to me? A commoner like you? Soren doesn't categorize students based on status or bloodline. Don't you know that? Are you blindly believing that nonsense just because it makes you feel good? Commoners are so stupid, aren't they? Miss Dinema, these lowly scum are just trying to climb their way up. I told you. The whole group started laughing and mocking the girl. What's the point? No matter what I say, these people have no intention of listening. You heard her, commoner. You should kneel and beg for forgiveness. Seeing the short-haired, blue-eyed girl turn away and ignore her, the noble lady became even more annoyed. That commoner is bold. Miss Dinema, she'll have to do it eventually. She walked away meaninglessly. How dare a commoner ignore me? How dare someone like you do that? With that, she cast a magic spell with her wand. A magic circle formed, firing countless lightning bolts. This impulsive action caught her two followers off guard, leaving them unable to stop her. The short-haired girl was attacked suddenly and couldn't retaliate. The lightning struck in front of her, creating a blinding blue-white flash. The lightning faded. Seeing the girl unhurt, the lady shouted angrily, "Who is it? Who dares to interfere?" A deep voice replied, "What are you doing here? I can't believe you dare to fight among yourselves in a training area reserved for honing a witch's skills. No, it's not even a fight. I didn't expect such a big incident to happen right when the semester just started. Soren must mean nothing to you, does it?" The students below didn't dare to talk back. Some were surprised, others looked unconvinced. He floated down gently, but didn't forget to scold them. "I thought I'd overlook it if it were just a simple argument, but no matter how you look at it, this is one-sided violence. Why did you do that? This is clearly a case of defending noble privilege. You mentioned privilege? All Soren students are equal. It doesn't matter how noble your bloodline is, so I cannot overlook this. Follow me to my office immediately." The noble lady, seeing her authority meant nothing, was furious. "You pathetic, low-life noble." Realizing she'd slipped up, she became tense. Her followers also became scared. The short-haired girl he just saved looked at him in confusion. Ludger Chelsea was silent for a long time, his voice filled with fury as he looked at the student behind him. "What did you just say?" With just those short words, a powerful aura erupted from his body, making the noble lady feel like she was suffocating. He stepped forward and told her to repeat what she said. In the face of such terror, even standing was difficult, let alone speaking. He stood in front of the lady and said slowly, "Did you just call me a down-and-out noble?" Other students hurried to call for other teachers to help. Professor Selena saw the tension and intended to intervene, but Ludger Chelsea reached out and patted the lady's shoulder a few times. The oppressive atmosphere instantly eased. Selena froze as she looked at him. "Just as you said." The arrogant lady, Dinema, looked at the professor before her in confusion. He spoke calmly. "Just as you said, I am indeed a fallen noble, but this is Soren, and I am a professor at Soren. What you just said is a blatant provocation of a professor's authority. Am I wrong? However, you are still a student, and adapting to a different environment is very difficult for you. So I will overlook this. Consider it a warning for your slip of the tongue. Of course, you will still have to face appropriate punishment for what you did to your classmate." "All right, Lynn, are you hurt?" Only when the girl named Lynn replied that she was fine did he feel relieved. "I'll leave the rest to you, Professor Selena." With that done, he turned on his heel and left. Student Lynn felt her heart pounding in her chest. Did he actually remember that I was in his class? I'm just one commoner out of 80 students. Back then, she was someone who never got noticed by professors. Thinking of Ludger Chelsea, she subconsciously muttered his words. At Soren, everyone is equal. My first impression of him was just that of a terrifying professor. But now, I feel like I can trust and follow Professor Ludger Chelsea. I'll give it my all. He stepped outside and sat on a bench, letting out a heavy sigh. Suddenly, for some reason, countless voices swarmed into his head, like a beehive buzzing in his brain. He took a vial out from inside his jacket and hurriedly swallowed a few pills. That was close. I would have been in huge trouble if I hadn't brought the medicine. Why the hell is it acting up right now? I almost let my guard down and showed a pathetic look. I've felt these headaches since I entered the training center in my freshman year. I'd managed to hold it together until I ran into that argument earlier. But midway through, the symptoms worsened, and I'd planned to leave quickly. But why on earth did that girl have to speak up at exactly that moment? I couldn't just pretend nothing happened and ignore her. I think I said some pretty applause-worthy lines, but my face probably looked incredibly annoyed. I didn't look that scary, did I? The bottle I just finished was the last one. I'll probably be fine for about 5 days. Situations requiring mana might pop up during those 5 days. If I borrow the infirmary's stock, I'd have to leave a record. That's too risky. I need to contact him as soon as possible. The next morning. A werewolf? What are you talking about? Yes, it's a werewolf. The students visiting the library yesterday saw a shadow wandering on the rooftops in the middle of the night. I see. An urban ghost story. But there are students inside Soren too. Of course, they might have seen something else. But we can't rule out the possibility that it's real. After all, strange phenomena have been happening inside the Theorn Academy. There are even 7 ghost stories of Soren. Do you know about them? Is there such a thing? Really? You've never heard of them? Professor Selena seemed to know a lot about these ghost stories. At his remark, Selena blushed and quickly explained, "It's not like I obsessively research them every time I hear a ghost story at Soren. It's just that when I want to chat comfortably with the students, I usually think of topics that are easy to discuss. That's why I looked into a few of them. It's not because I have a deep interest in them, and I certainly don't like them or feel drawn to them." "Yes, I understand, so please calm down," Mariuta intervened. "By the way, Professor Ludger Chelsea, I heard you showed off a fascinating technique in your very first class, a world-shaking magic that can shorten chant times. What was it called again? The origin code?" The conversation between the three drew in many nearby teachers who were eager to eavesdrop. "Right, that's the one, isn't it? Is it for real?" He nodded in confirmation. "So, it actually exists? I can't believe a spell like that is real." Even the teachers who were eating put down their spoons, turning around to listen in. Seeing everyone so curious, he looked slightly puzzled. Mariuta explained, "It's because everyone is interested in Professor Ludger Chelsea's magic. The rumors have already spread, but is it really okay to just showcase such groundbreaking magic here?" "That's right. If it's that amazing, you could even get a patent from the Magic Tower. I don't really care about things like that. It's better to ignore those patents. Without someone backing you up, you'd just be sitting around waiting to get robbed and beaten. And, of course, he wasn't sure what would happen if the Magic Tower approached him first. The problem was that the professors were staring at him with burning eyes. That guy is Jay Benim, right? That look could send a man to his grave." His thoughts drifted back to the werewolf ghost story. It was a full moon that night. He stood by the roadside as if waiting for someone. Was it wandering around? Ludger Chelsea didn't know that the thing he was looking for was behind him, staring him down. Identifying its prey, the werewolf lunged to attack. As it pounced, Ludger Chelsea gracefully dodged to the side. He casually gifted it a kick that sent it flying into the wall as a greeting. With a relaxed demeanor, his hands still in his pockets. "I was wondering why you were so late. So you were waiting to pull this scary prank? Stop it. Would it kill you to act surprised for once? Long time no see, brother." Ludger Chelsea smiled as he greeted him back. "Long time. No see. Han, you're still causing as much trouble as you did in the past. What is it this time? Stop it. Do you think I enjoy being like this? I never expected a stray dog held by some strange woman would chase me. You were just born with a knack for comedy. Don't laugh just because it's not happening to you. At this point, I feel like I've been cursed." Han possessed a very unique trait. Whenever he was bitten by an animal, he would absorb its genes and, whether he liked it or not, transform into that animal. "Anyway, did you bring that medicine?" Ludger Chelsea took out the syringe and said, "It's right here. Thanks. I can't walk around in this state." Han's large, muscular body began to change. "Without you, I'd be miserable for days, just like the first time we met. I had a mission to wipe out the target, but a giant chihuahua appeared and completely caught me off guard. Thank God, everything got sorted out, or I would have kicked the bucket. By the way, is it Ludger Chelsea? Ludger Chelsea Chelsea? Come to think of it, that was the name written on the letter, wasn't it? A professor at Soren. When did you pull off that identity? And why did we meet at the library when the plan was to meet at the imperial capital? What happened?" That night, Ludger Chelsea told Han everything. The quiet street echoed with Han's loud laughter. "You're unbelievable. If it were me, I'd have been arrested immediately. How the hell did you manage to save yourself in that situation? If I wanted to survive, I didn't have any other choice. Besides, that guy Dewar belongs to a mysterious secret society." "Ah, right. It's called the First Order." "The First Order. Do you know anything about it?" "It's definitely in my memory. Just recently, some strange people appeared in the underworld. They call themselves some kind of order. It's definitely them. So what's the name of that group?" "The Dark Dawn, that's the name. You might have survived through luck, but wouldn't one single mistake be enough to get you caught?" "I know, so I need to prepare. By the way, did you bring the briefcase I asked for?" "Ah, here. You haven't opened it yet, have you? I'd have to be crazy to open your bag. Even if I wanted to, I couldn't." Come to think of it, Saradin must be waiting for me too. Well, no one could have predicted something like this would happen. Regardless, we're both dependent on medication. More importantly, the only reason we could meet right away is because you arrived 2 days ago. Why did you write in the letter that we had to wait? What are you talking about? What do you mean? Rumors about a werewolf started spreading the day before yesterday. What? I just got here. It's been raining for days. Why would I be wandering around for 2 days? After saying that, the two fell silent for a long moment. Just then, they heard a strange noise. Big brother, that thing. Ludger, Chelsea nodded. It's a real werewolf. It's even got a limited edition jaw. I don't think it spotted us. We need to leave, fast. No, if we move, it'll notice us. My guess is it's looking for the nearest prey. You looked up and noticed a silver piece on the werewolf's neck. Han, I have to check that. Check it? You want to catch that werewolf? There's something glowing on its neck. Someone must have left it there on purpose. Who would do something like that? That's exactly why we need to check. It's been a while since I've seen you use this stuff. The last time was when you were an active riptit hunter. Didn't you have a nickname back then? What was it? Van Helsing. The werewolf sensed someone approaching and snapped its head around to see Ludger Chelsea moving in. The werewolf bared its fangs, drooling. It leaped, then landed right in front of Ludger Chelsea, snarling at him. Just as I thought, it's wearing a collar. There are so many things I'm curious about, but I'll get the answers to everything one by one after I get the drop on this monster. The werewolf attacked, and you stepped back nimbly, using magic beneath your feet. The werewolf kept attacking. And you? You were casually casting spells while dodging. Before long, you were backed into a wall. Seeing that, the werewolf lunged excitedly. Ludger Chelsea wasn't worried. He just waited. The corner of his mouth curled up instinctively. The magic circles he'd just set began to activate. The werewolf was suppressed by the formation and could only let out a loud roar. A moment later, it collapsed, unconscious, its head buzzing with agonizing, distorted noise. Han stood peeking from the sidelines, completely bewildered. Why did it suddenly act like that? Did it eat something wrong? I set up a high-frequency resonance field around here. Normal people can't hear it, but its head must be killing it. No need to waste an expensive silver bullet. Now, let's see where this thing came from. Just then, some noise echoed from afar. It sounded like a lot of people were heading this way. Damn cops. Why now of all times? The werewolf on the ground suddenly jumped up and bolted. Looking up, you could already see it jumping onto the roof. Ludger Chelsea fired a grappling hook, attaching it to the wall. He pulled the chain taut and vaulted into the air, tracking the fleeing werewolf. I won't let it get away. The patrol team followed the noise, searching. Over there, there's someone on the roof. Catch every suspicious person in the area. Meanwhile, Ludger Chelsea was still struggling to chase the werewolf down. Even though it was running on all fours, it still couldn't shake the guy on 2 legs chasing from behind. The werewolf stretched out, taking a massive leap. It landed on the roof of a train, thinking it had made it. But no, it turned around to see him jumping right behind it. I was only planning on knocking you out. You know. The two stood on the roof of the train, staring at each other intensely. You grabbed your weapon of choice and said, "But you didn't give me any other choice." The werewolf lunged again, and you nimbly tossed something like a special edition projectile. The werewolf, blinded by bloodlust, didn't think twice. It just dodged to the side and kept running, ignoring the projectile. But special editions usually have special paths. The dart curved back, grazing the werewolf from behind, forcing it to stop attacking and dodge. Good senses. I was actually planning to finish you off with that last move. You said that while chanting, preparing for the next assault. As the magic attack arrived, the werewolf swiped it away. Seeing that the target had high magic resistance, the staff in your hand shifted its grip, whipping a magic attack behind the werewolf. Ludger Chelsea kept surprising him. He threw projectiles to create an opening, charging in at the same time. Done. The werewolf tried to parry the attack while dodging the projectiles. In a split second of distraction, the werewolf had a chunk of fur sliced off by Ludger Chelsea's projectile. Ludger Chelsea seized the chance to leap overhead, putting his weight into it and striking the beast's head with his staff. But the werewolf clamped its jaws shut on the staff. You might think that was the end. But the staff was actually a special blade. You moved as if performing a dance of death, aiming for its weakness and swinging the sword. Everything happened so fast that the werewolf couldn't react, ending with a sharp, clean strike. And just like that, the werewolf was gone forever. Elsewhere on a deserted road at night, Han was hugging Ludger Chelsea's suitcase, running and grumbling, nearly getting caught. He said he was going to catch a werewolf? How long does that take? As he was running, something dropped right in front of him. Looking closely, it was the werewolf's head. At the same time, Chelsea landed in front of Han. Did I scare you? Please give me a heads up before just appearing. I almost dropped the suitcase. Wait, is that the werewolf from earlier? Don't tell me you intend to leave it like this. I already found the info I needed, so I don't need it anymore. Then why did you bring it along? I told you. I just wanted to scare you. You believe that? You're still talking about me lying to you? After checking, it's definitely a supernatural creature, an artificial one. A product of some experiment. I think we should stick to the original plan. Don't tell me. That plan? Ludger Chelsea said seriously. We should settle down here. This place is better than the capital in many ways, and we don't have any other choice but to stay here for a while. In Soren? With an unidentified secret organization? Plus, don't forget the lunatics who let these creatures loose. And since it's a big city, there are definitely going to be gangs around too. That's why it's perfect. Because those incidents will grab everyone's attention, and it'll be safer for us. Gather the important intel first. Huh? You're telling me to do it alone? Yeah, exactly. I'm currently under suspicion, so I can't do anything suspicious. Just gather the info and report it to me, because I'll be stepping out after this blows over. I understand. It's my specialty, though I don't expect everything to go smoothly. Even if I can't move right away, I have to gather allies soon as a precaution. Yeah, it's over. But it's hard to believe you could create a werewolf in this day and age. It has a laboratory mark on its body. I don't think some ordinary force is behind this experiment. Not that it matters now. I've already taken care of the werewolves. And now, I don't want to get involved in any more trouble. The next morning, the media all reported the same thing. The unidentified killer in Le Tver is still alive and well. Last Sunday, 5 more murders occurred in Le Tver, bringing the death toll to over 10. The perpetrator's identity remains a mystery, but witnesses say it's a terrifying, black-furred beast. The police claim it's just a deranged killer and have announced they'll hunt them down soon. Ludger Chelsea is stunned as he reads the article. It specifically mentions Sunday. He wonders, how could that be? He already took care of the werewolf last Saturday. Could there be more than one? Suddenly, the orb on his desk glows and shifts to show a meeting room. The faculty is in a heated discussion. Selena waves him over. As soon as he appears, the other professors start whispering and glancing at him. Some look at him with admiration, some with curiosity, and others with jealousy. Selena whispers, "Did you hear? They say 2 freshmen were attacked last night. Luckily, it wasn't life-threatening, but they were badly injured. The wounds look like animal claw marks. The student said a terrifying monster attacked them. I think the rumors all week were true. They say there are victims in Le Tver too. The headmaster is here. Please be quiet." That's Professor Mary Jose, the pharmacology teacher. She's been at Soren for over 20 years. When Elisa enters, the room falls silent. I called this emergency meeting for an important announcement. Mysterious attackers have appeared at Soren. 2 of our students were seriously injured last night. The perpetrator's identity is unknown, but witnesses claim it's a werewolf, a supernatural creature. Suddenly, a voice interrupts. That's impossible. Did I hear you right? Did you say a supernatural creature? Professor Hugo, do you have something to say? This is Soren, a land protected by the Assylian Empire. Werewolves cannot appear in Soren. How can I believe a ghost story whispered among students? Professor Hugo, didn't I mention there were 2 victims? I heard you clearly. That's why I don't believe it's a werewolf. Both victims are from noble families, aren't they? Elisa immediately understands his implication. Without a second thought, he declares, I think the culprit is a Soren student, and I believe that student is a commoner. Elisa frowns, clearly disapproving. Hugo stands up and continues, I'm asking, is it possible this was caused by a commoner student? Why were only noble students attacked? A werewolf attacking Soren? It's more believable that someone is just pretending to be one. Ludger Chelsea watches and thinks, I thought the Black Dawn Society would be at a disadvantage, but maybe I miscalculated. It's unbelievable that they're still fighting among themselves when they're already weak. Is this the reality of Soren, the most prestigious academy on the continent? Amidst the tension, something appears on his shoulder. He looks closely and realizes it's a small, mechanical spider, a signal. He toys with the tiny thing. It's as small as those cheat sheets students use for exams. When unfolded, the small note is packed with text. When zoomed in, it reads, 3 experiments have escaped. Destroy them immediately if you cannot capture them alive. If these experiments are caught, my true identity could be exposed. He ponders for a moment, then destroys the evidence naturally, without anyone noticing. He bows his head to hide the tears welling up. Oh God, why are you tormenting me like this? Seeing he looks unwell, Selena asks, Professor Ludger, Chelsea, are you okay? I wonder if this situation involves the Black Dawn Society. Looking at their actions, they probably didn't anticipate this accident. I'd be happy if they suffered a loss. But the problem is, my identity might be exposed. I can't just sit here. I have to destroy them before anyone at Soren does. If I'm not fast enough, I'm done for if I get caught. Back to the meeting, Elisa says. Think what you want, Professor Hugo, but please just do your job. So, you're organizing patrols? That's right. Remind the students not to wander late at night. Deduct points if necessary. That is my order as headmaster. With that, the meeting ends, and everyone disperses. On his way back, Ludger Chelsea stops abruptly. Stop hiding. Come out. Selena swallows nervously and timidly steps out from behind a tree. Now he gets a good look at her, a short-haired girl who looks rather timid. This is clearly the same person who approached him earlier. Who would have thought she'd be here as a student? He coldly asks why she's following him. Let's move first. Follow me. By the way, do you like coffee? They arrive at a cafe. As they sit across from each other, he finally asks her name. He learns her name is Selena Rogan. Since she has a surname, she surely didn't enter the school as a commoner. All right, what is your real name? She timidly replies that it is her real name, not a fake identity. Fine. You must have followed me because you have something to say. Go ahead. She looks around anxiously. He adds, I've cast a soundproofing spell. We're safe unless someone walks into this area. First, change how you address me. From now on, don't call me first anymore. You aren't planning on calling me that in front of others, are you? That's an order. Now, back to the main point. What's the current situation? The recent werewolf accident. Our affiliated organization has a top-secret experiment conducted by black mages at Samsud Academy. Samsud is a group of scientists cast out of society for their unethical experiments. I don't know what kind of experiment they did, but several subjects escaped, and one of them accidentally ended up in Soren through the drainage pipes. So, there are victims. Ludger Chelsea finally understands. Seeing his reaction, Selena nervously bows and apologizes profusely. He tells her it's fine and urges her to continue. She takes a breath and explains the details. It's their responsibility, so he can pin the accident on them. But the reason I came to you first was because I heard rumors linked to Professor Ludger Chelsea. He borrowed that name on the orders of another, first. Victor, he rubs his temples and says, I only borrowed the name. I didn't know it would turn out like this. Since the mistake is made, it's best to eliminate them as soon as possible. Since there are 3, he cuts her off. No, there are only 2 left. I took care of one. He shows her the werewolf necklace he recovered. He caught one in Le Taveur 2 days ago. She contacted me without being detected, and even infiltrated the school as a student. Why is someone this talented still a third? Don't tell me she's being ignored. Perhaps because she's a noble. Such an antisocial organization wouldn't exactly welcome a noble. She'll be drained of all her value and tossed aside soon enough. I only just found a rift at Soren. I never expected to find one at the Dawn Guild too. Maybe this incident is my chance to squeeze more info out of Zaina. She said they're hiding in the water pipes, so I'll start my search there. Soren doesn't know about this yet, right? Yes, that's right, but we don't know how many days we have. You nodded in response. I understand. I've heard about you, Selena. If there's a chance, let's meet again. Oh, and you explained things much better this time than when we first met. It was easy to understand. Next time, I'll ask you to do it like that again. With that, he left, leaving Zaina standing there silently. Out of his sight, the girl bit her lip to hold back her emotions. Thank you. Thank you. At that same moment, outside the cafe, some students spotted the 2 of them. That student even knew they were using magic to talk. Why would he need to use magic just to chat? What on earth were those 2 talking about? The next day, in the lecture hall, Flora couldn't get the image from yesterday out of her head. The magic she saw through the window, just by the color of it. She could tell it was a sound-dampening spell. An average person wouldn't be able to perceive the colors or sense of magical power. But why? What did they talk about? Flora, the instructor, closed the book and announced the end of the lesson. The instructor also didn't forget to warn the students not to believe in strange rumors and not to wander out too late. If you get caught, you'll receive penalty points. After that, the classroom buzzed again with talk about the werewolf news. Didn't you hear the announcement at the end of class? If we get caught wandering around, we'll be disciplined. Well, we just need to make sure we don't get caught. The city is even offering a reward to catch that thing. There you go. Leo gossiped to Aiden, asking what he thought about the werewolf incident. Aiden replied, getting caught means discipline, so it's best if we stay away. Right, I knew you'd say that. What about you, Leo? I don't like acting on my own either. There have already been victims. We should leave this to the professors. Tassi marched over and slammed the table. Leo saw her and greeted her with a point of friendliness. Hey, Tassi. Good morning. What do you mean, good morning? Listen here. You already lost that time. Shouldn't you have stopped by now? Flora. Also. Can you stop sticking your nose into my and Aiden's business? Anyway, let's fight one more time, and no holding back on your power. I don't think I can fight. I still have a morning class, and we aren't allowed to move around at night because of that werewolf. Tassi challenged him. What? Are you planning to run away with that excuse? Are you scared? After she said that, both Tassi and Leo stared fixedly at Aiden. Aiden smiled brightly and replied, Sure, let's just say that's the case. Tassi said angrily. If we can't fight, we can decide this another way. Whoever catches the werewolf first wins. How about that? Aiden was planning to refuse, but Leo spoke up quickly and took the bet. Good. Don't go running away out of fear. You too. Don't go crying if you lose. She's gone. Leo, why did you say such nonsense? I was just going along with what she said. Besides, the professors will handle that werewolf anyway. I think Tassi is really serious about this. Unless she's an idiot, why else would she do something so stupid by herself? To be honest, if it's Tassi, it's actually quite possible. After discussing it for a while, both young men suddenly felt a pang of guilt and scrambled to their feet. The two young men hurriedly searched for Tassi through the window. When did she even get all the way over there? Yeah, that's the way to the dormitory, right? Thank God. I knew Tassi had some common sense. But Tassi had changed direction. Her determined gaze confirmed her resolve to catch the werewolf. Aiden and Leo saw this and became even more panicked and fearful. Oh no, the leopard is starting to move. That night, Ludger Chelsea began his hunt. Today, many people came looking for me. Recalling the earlier conversation with Hugo on the condition that he would help restore my family's honor. He wants me to look after the noble students. I just said that we should be a bit flexible. That condition isn't bad at all. Who would have thought he'd become such a corrupt noble? He must be worried. In reality, he wanted to show me that clinging to the Ministry of Justice is a huge advantage. He thought quickly and replied, At Theorn Academy, there are no royals or nobles. I have no intention of going back on that. If you don't mind, I have to go on patrol. If he thinks about that faction, his identity will be exposed. He wondered to himself, why go through all this? He also didn't want to be blacklisted by the Ministry of Justice for no reason. While walking, he suddenly sensed something. Pushing a bush aside, he saw 3 young students lurking and eavesdropping. Weren't you told to return to the dormitory immediately after class ended? All of you. 5 penalty points each. This is the 20th group already. I heard there was a reward, but I didn't expect so many students to come looking for it. Using penalty points as a threat isn't working at all. The situation could even get worse if things continue like this. I have to deal with that thing before something happens. Near the Theon sewage treatment plant, he went down the pipe to observe his surroundings. Selena said that the werewolf moves through the sewer system. This is the only place big enough to hold a werewolf. It seems no one has come yet. Using a light spell, he observed something interesting. Footprints of a werewolf, and there are 2 of them, one large and one small, going in the same direction. Hopefully, the footprints won't disappear halfway. Following the werewolf's tracks, he went through the drainage pipe. By here, they had started to separate. Following the tracks for a while, only the large footprints remained. The large tracks are heading toward the academy. It's definitely going there to hunt. The most dangerous thing right now is on this side. It wouldn't be strange if someone was attacked right this second. Just as he thought of that scenario, it happened. Not far away, a scream rang out. I won't make it in time if I follow these tracks, so I might as well run straight to where that scream came from. Just as he arrived, he saw the werewolf attacking 2 students. As both students were panicked and backed into a corner, he had no other choice but to use magic to intervene. The werewolf, caught by surprise, was unable to react in time. In the nick of time, the 2 girls narrowly escaped, and the werewolf was hit by the blast and sent flying. Ludger Chelsea stood before the 2 students like an absolute fortress, providing a sense of total safety. The 2 students recognized the newcomer as Professor Ludger Chelsea and stared in confusion. Renee Iron von Exilian. Both of them tensed up as soon as they heard him call the name. Ludger Chelsea coldly ordered both of them to take 5 penalty points. Hearing that, both of them couldn't close their mouths in shock. Wait, Professor, you should have asked if we agreed first. What have you done to be screaming like this? I was just trying to get the students back. I think you're lucky to still be alive. Instead of talking so much, worry about yourselves. At least save this kid from losing points. He heard that and was momentarily puzzled. Renee explained that she accidentally fell asleep while studying, which is why she was back so late. Renee, I admire your dedication, but don't you think you should have been more aware of the situation? Seeing his sudden change to a gentler tone, Renee was momentarily confused. What's with this sudden shift in the professor's attitude? Renee, take Renee back to the dorms, and I'll let both of your mistakes slide, okay? Are you serious, sir? I'll go tell everyone. Are you refusing me? Then I'll just have to deduct your points, right? Renee reacted instantly. Renee Hubie, let's go. Seeing that the internal conflict was settled, the werewolf let out a polite howl, preparing to attack. The two students looked anxiously at the clash between him and the werewolf, but he responded calmly, as if it were nothing. The werewolf silently observed its surroundings, and after a moment of thought, decided to make a run for it. You guys need to evacuate to a safe spot immediately. After saying that, he quickly gave chase. The werewolf extended its claws and ran along the wall. Ludger Chelsea fired his chain hook into the wall, clinging onto it to keep up. Renee looked back at Ludger, Chelsea's figure, couldn't help but be amazed. Is that gravity magic? The two ran all the way to the top of the highest tower before stopping. After calculating their moves, both lunged into combat at the same time. Even though the fight was intense, they still moved rhythmically, skillfully trading blows. Reaching the top of the tower, they both landed on a lower roof. The werewolf attacked first. Ludger Chelsea saw it entering his sights and immediately cast a spell. As the magical light blinded the werewolf, he skillfully jumped behind it and launched another magical attack. Renee and Irendia watched in awe. Is that really a mage's battle? Meanwhile, the werewolf somehow flew in front of Ludger Chelsea and took a swipe at him. Ludger Chelsea dodged lightly, gathered a magic orb, and fired a decisive point-blank shot. The werewolf was hit and fell onto the rampart. Seeing it still moving, he fired another blast. Magical projectiles chased their target, embedding into the werewolf's back like porcupine quills. The werewolf slid down the wall and lay motionless. Tiring. Clearly, using that much mana isn't doing me any favors. I can't avoid using magic to fight in front of the students. Must finish this guy quickly and deal with the others. As he approached, the werewolf suddenly jolted back to life. Covered in wounds, the beast's hand trembled as it picked up a stone. Seeing this, he realized its intention. Just as it threw the stone, he used the staff in his hand to swat it away. Looking at this attack, he was suspicious. No way. A werewolf that knows how to use tools? The werewolf leaped up with a punch that shattered the stone floor. Ludger Chelsea quickly dodged the powerful attack. He jumped high to observe the area below. He reasoned that because it was created based on a wolf, it shouldn't possess any intelligence, let alone the ability to estimate an opponent's strength. These things. Are they really just werewolves? Scene shift to the forest, where a voice calling for Tassi echoed. Leo and Aiden searched the entire forest. They called for Tassi until their throats were dry, but still couldn't find her. Aiden, shouldn't we just give up? We can't find her anywhere. Tassi must have gone back on her own. What do you mean? She vanished. If anything happens to her, it's all our fault. Do you really believe Tassi is still out there looking for the werewolf? I don't know about anyone else, but Tassi definitely would. Leo sighed in frustration. Fine. Let's look for her for another 30 minutes. If we still can't find her by then. Before he could finish his sentence, both heard a shrill scream. Did you hear that? That's Tassi's voice. Both quickly ran toward the sound. While running, Aiden felt something rushing toward them. It seemed the other party was also moving at high speed, so they couldn't avoid each other. They collided and fell to the ground. Leo rushed over to check on them, and when he looked closely, they realized it was Tassi. She asked blankly, "What are you two doing here?" "I just heard a scream," Tassi fired back. "What scream? That never happened. But wait, what is that sound?" Tassi signaled everyone to be quiet and follow her. The three of them snuck behind a bush. "Is that a werewolf?" Looking closely, "It's a werewolf cub," Tassi said proudly. "So? I won the bet, didn't I?" "You just found it. The bet was to catch it. Then I'll just catch it right now." Seeing that Aiden was about to say something, Tassi replied coldly. "What's wrong? I can see you don't want to lose either. It's not that. I think the creature is injured and can't move. That's why it's hiding under the leaves in such a hard-to-find spot. You think it could hide like that on its own? Are you saying there's another werewolf around here? I don't know, but if someone helped it..." Speaking of which, he noticed a necklace around the cub's neck. "What's that?" "There's something on its neck." While the three weren't paying attention, the parent werewolf returned from behind them. Sensing a strange breath behind them, Leo quickly detected the werewolf. He shouted to warn Aiden. He managed to save Aiden, but he himself was injured by the werewolf's attack. Leo was knocked back several meters by the force of the blow. Seeing the werewolf at such close range, Tassi was too terrified to stand up. She tried to calm her trembling body. Must be calm. Must deal with the werewolf. She had to do it to restore her family. Her resolve was usually steel-like, but it all shattered as the werewolf stared directly at Tassi when it swung its hand to snap at her. Fortunately, Aiden rushed in and pulled her away. She looked at her friend, momentarily surprised. Leo, injured and leaning against a tree, was also extremely worried. Aiden calmly asked, "Tassi, are you okay?" Tassi asked blankly, "Why did you help me?" "What do you mean? Why? My friend is in danger. How could I just stand there?" Back to the werewolf. Its massive form had already jumped in front of them. Aiden stood up calmly to shield Tassi. "Don't worry. I think it's acting crazy because it thinks its child is in danger." Then he spoke to the werewolf. "I'm right, aren't I? I'm not wrong, right?" Both Tassi and Leo thought Aiden was doing something pointless, because how could a werewolf understand his words? Aiden didn't pay any mind, and continued to reassure the werewolf that they wouldn't harm it. To their surprise, the werewolf actually understood him. It stopped bristling and turned to look for the cub. It went to the edge of the small bush to check on its weak child. "I think it was just crazy because of its kid." "It actually understood what you said? But how do we know it won't go crazy again?" Leo, Tassi, I know what I'm saying sounds a bit hard to believe, but please trust me this once. Saying that, he approached the werewolf, both moving closer and continuously reassuring it. "The baby is very weak, isn't it? Even if it's not very strong, this will help it get a bit better." The werewolf silently held out its hand to receive the medicine. The moment the werewolf was about to touch the vial, two spears of light appeared from out of nowhere, piercing through the werewolf. The peaceful air instantly turned into chaos. The light intensified, splitting from two beams into three. Amid the werewolf's growls, the light curved like a tether behind it, as if to restrain the beast. Ludger Chelsea stepped out and called the three students by name. His voice was stern as he demanded, "What are you kids doing out here?" Leo and Tassi looked at him as if they'd seen a ghost. They stammered for a long time, unable to explain themselves. Ludger Chelsea walked up to the students and told them to back away, but Aiden stepped in front, shielding the werewolf. "Professor, please, wait a moment. I think this werewolf understands human speech, so please reconsider exterminating it." "Are you out of your mind, kid?" "I'm really not, sir." "Perhaps that werewolf." Ludger Chelsea glared at Aiden. Standing under that terrifying, oppressive gaze, Aiden fell silent, completely shocked. Ludger Chelsea decisively pushed Aiden aside. Aiden stood there, bewildered, and when he looked back, Ludger Chelsea had already unleashed a fire spell, preparing to incinerate the werewolf. Watching the flames roar before him, Aiden felt a strange, heavy weight in his chest. "Ludger," Chelsea spoke first, "I'll be punishing you for this misconduct tomorrow. Get back to the academy." The next morning, the three of them were summoned to the office. Leo was so tense he kept groaning. "We're done for. We're totally done for. Of all people, why did it have to be Professor Ludger Chelsea who caught us?" I sat there, overthinking everything. I know I messed up a little, and I didn't mean to get involved, but I shouldn't have done that. While lost in thought, I looked at Aiden. He was deep in his own world, pondering something. A moment later, the principal walked in with a bright smile to greet her beloved students, with Ludger Chelsea escorting her. The group was even more confused to see the principal show up in person. Elisa smiled gently and said, all right, everyone, have a seat and relax. The principal coming here herself means this isn't just a standard punishment. Do you kids know why I called you here? It sounds like you aren't just here to hand out detention, are you? That's right. You need to realize just how reckless your actions were last night. If things had gone even slightly differently, someone could have lost their life. Now, don't look like the world is ending. And Professor Ludger Chelsea, there's no need to scare the students like that. Principal, this isn't a matter that should be easily overlooked. It ended well, didn't it? Besides, you've already explained the situation in detail. Aiden, I heard you saved a werewolf? You surely realize that your actions were dangerous and wrong. So I have decided to give each of you 10 demerit points. However, I cannot criticize your actions during that crisis, so I have decided to give each of you 20 merit points. Professor Ludger, Chelsea, do you have any objections? If that is your wish, then please continue to work hard in the future. As the three troublemakers left, Aiden looked at Ludger Chelsea as if searching for something. Comparing the image from the night before with the one standing before him now, he fell into deep contemplation. Once the students had all left, Elisa said, Are you satisfied now, Professor Ludger Chelsea? I didn't think you'd actually ask me to take care of those kids. Thank you, Principal. I did it because if they knew it was my request, it wouldn't quite fit my reputation. I see. But is there really nothing strange about these werewolves? No. No matter how hard I try to recall, there's nothing out of the ordinary. Then there's nothing more we can do. Regardless, thank you once again. Thanks to you, there were no casualties. Then I shall look forward to your future achievements. After the conversation with the principal, Ludger Chelsea returned to his room and began to sort through his thoughts. At that moment, what bothered him most was the werewolf pup. Its appearance was so hauntingly similar to a child's. It was clearly a body of a human who hadn't fully transformed into a werewolf yet. But they don't create werewolves from wolves. They capture humans and mutate them into werewolves. I don't regret my choice, because I would have been the one in danger if I hadn't neutralized them. Besides, they harm others. That fact remains unchanged. That is the reason they ended up like that. But at that moment, the little werewolf had stepped out and smiled, as if it had been set free. That image remained deeply etched in his mind. He took out the communication device from his robe. He called Han and said, "I have a situation to report. Who would have thought we'd get merit points instead of demerits? Is your arm okay? They said I just need to be careful for a few days." Tassi noticed the gloomy look on Aiden's face. "What are you worried about?" Aiden replied, "It's not worry. But do you remember the werewolf pup from yesterday? There was a strange cord wrapped around its neck." Hearing this, Leo and Tassi were extremely surprised. Aiden continued, "That's also the reason I stopped Professor Ludger Chelsea, just in case someone is creating them artificially." Artificially? Now that you mention it, I heard a strange rumor. They say there are some suspicious people hiding in Soren. Isn't that just a baseless rumor? I'm not sure, but it is strange for a werewolf to have a cord around its neck. Yeah, and there's something else. Tassi continued. You want to talk about Professor Ludger Chelsea? That's right. I don't want to doubt him, but his expression last night was a bit strange. At that moment, Professor Ludger Chelsea seemed to notice something. So, you think Professor Ludger Chelsea is trying to hide something? I'm not sure, but I think the professor must know something. Maybe I'm just imagining it. After all, a professor at Soren has no reason to do something like that. But what if it's true? What if Professor Ludger Chelsea is actually involved in those rumors? Tassi decisively cut through his tangled train of thought. Are you stupid? You're overthinking it. Don't you remember what the principal said? She said Professor Ludger Chelsea explained the situation in detail. If he were like you say, why would he do that? He pretends not to show it, but Professor Ludger Chelsea definitely cares about us. And now you're doubting him? I think you're right, Tassi. We don't need to worry about that. More importantly, I'm hungry. Let's go grab something to eat. You're right, it is lunchtime. Let's go, Tassi. Tassi, being invited by him, suddenly felt flustered. Eating together is what friends do, right? We're friends, aren't we? That statement from Aiden made Tassi's heart skip a beat, and her face turned red. Then, I'll go with you. Watching the two of them flirt back and forth, Leo could only sigh. At Ludger Chelsea's office, did you look over the documents I sent? I did. The people currently missing in Le Taverne, and areas where people gather, there's a group of high-profile people frequenting an abandoned factory nearby. I'm sure that's where it is. Good work. I've also looked into the information you mentioned. I heard some workers went missing outside the city recently. Was there a family of 3 among them? Yes. That was the only case where an entire family disappeared. I see. I understand. I'll head there soon. That very night, as everyone was fast asleep. Damn it, how much longer do we have to stand here? I'm not sure. About 2 days, I think. Why did those bastards escape? But once they've escaped, what will happen to them? That kid doesn't have enough medicine. They were taking him out to increase the dosage of the serum, but he was screaming and crying, making quite a scene. The problem was, nobody realized his parents would go insane if they saw that. His parents have already turned into werewolves. Does he even still care about his own child? Yeah, that's why they tore the place apart and made a run for it. It looks like they've already hired someone reliable to handle this mess. Regardless, that brat is the reason I'm having such a hard time. Right? Exactly. If only I had been there at the time. Right as they were talking, a sound echoed through the room. In the darkness, it grew closer and closer. The two men nodded to each other, signaling readiness as they drew their guns. Before they could even pinpoint where the sound came from, they were struck by 2 precise magical attacks. They collapsed instantly, without so much as a whimper. Ludger Chelsea stepped out slowly. He was wearing his specialized gear, his face completely covered to hide his identity. As he listened to their conversation, his gaze grew colder. Earlier, he had an appointment to meet Han. Had he arrived? Look at his outfit. He seems well prepared, doesn't he? Is he going alone? Ludger Chelsea then asked, So, if I ask if you're coming? Han fell into deep thought. I think I can take down 1 or 2 of them. But, forget it. I'll handle it myself. How many are there? Around 40. They're getting ready to leave, so if you're even 3 days late, it'll all be for nothing. How's their combat strength? Better assume every single one of them is armed. There are 3 guys in power armor and 2 mages. You can get in through the sewer pipe, but please be careful. Has my family been asked about? As for the child, how old is he again? You mean the kid? 7 years old. Just a little boy. Fueled by rage, he stepped inside. Moving through the shadows like a grim reaper, he prepared to take down every single one of them. The darkness swallowed his silhouette, broken only by the sharp, echoing screams of his targets. After a moment of chaotic noise, things became deathly quiet. Guns and weapons lay scattered across the floor in his wake. A few meters away, insects buzzed in the air. A hornet was observing and transmitting images of the scene. At the command center, everyone was busy moving gear. Looks like there's a rat hiding somewhere. Are you from security? Stop what you're doing and send someone to handle it. Doesn't look like he's from security. But if that's the case, even better. That means nobody will miss him if he drops dead here, right? The guards opened fire like madmen, but they soon realized they were just wasting ammo. Because he had a magical shield, those bullets were nothing more than marbles. The bullets are being blocked. He's a mage, guns won't work on him. Get the knives. While they were scrambling for knives to attack, Ludger Chelsea pulled a gun from under his coat. The men didn't even flinch, they just mocked him. You idiot. If your bullets are being blocked, your weapons won't do a thing. Finish talking? Bang. He put a bullet right between the guy's eyes. That's when they realized it wasn't just any gun. No way. That was a magic bullet. Move aside. It's my turn. Even if he is a mage. One hit from this and he's done for. As he spoke, a man in protective gear emerged, carrying a massive battery pack. He opened fire, laughing triumphantly. How's that taste? But Ludger Chelsea stood there, completely unfazed, watching as the electricity was absorbed by his magic. Metal attribute magic combined with alchemy? Damn it, high-voltage electricity shouldn't be affected by metal magic. With a single shot, Ludger Chelsea shattered the battery pack on the man's back. He panicked, struggling as the energy core ruptured, and high-voltage electricity began to leak. The man carrying the pack stood there, convulsing as his facial muscles locked up in agonizing pain. That last move brings the count to 20 down, right? But then, he noticed the thing that had been buzzing around him. Without even turning his head, he aimed and shot the hornet behind him. I knew someone was tracking me. He's using an insect to monitor me. The infamous insect brothers? So they're waiting for me inside, huh? Should I take care of these bugs first? He stomped his foot, releasing a surge of mana. The energy rippled outward like an electromagnetic wave. The buzzing hornets simultaneously lost their Bluetooth connection and dropped to the ground. As the swarm hit the floor, their master lost all access to the information and images they were relaying. All signals from the insects have been lost. Before the connection cut, he felt a vibration, a magical sound originating from a spell. He's using metal attribute with wind? Not bad. Small insects aren't good at resisting wind-type magic. I have to bring out the heavy hitters. Baron, get ready. A massive, muscular man stepped forward, fully equipped and waiting for Ludger Chelsea to open the door. Based on his path, he's definitely coming here. Let's give him a warm welcome when he arrives. The door creaked, and the room fell silent. Suddenly, the lights in the room went out, and the crowd scrambled in the dark, fumbling for the light switch. Brother, I think this is that bastard's doing. When his brother didn't reply, he looked over. His brother was standing there silently only. His head was gone. He looked down to see the severed head rolling toward his feet like a ball. Paralyzed with fear, he jumped back. Damn it, he's already inside? The lights only just went out. I have to act before things get worse. A giant, Rolex-sized centipede was released, only to be sliced in two. He finally spotted Ludger Chelsea behind him. He lunged for a lethal blow, but Ludger Chelsea dodged. A mage engaging in melee combat? What kind of mage is this? This is dangerous, I need to create some distance. Seeing his opponent trying to retreat, Ludger Chelsea immediately cast a spell to intercept him. The man recognized it instantly. It was fire magic. He cast that in just a fraction of a second. The fireballs struck in waves, catching his clothes and quickly consuming him. Even as he rolled on the ground, the flames showed no sign of dying down. Ludger Chelsea stepped closer while the others watched, too terrified to intervene. The bug-controlling man, burned to the bone, gnashed his teeth, and cursed. Looking into the barrel of the gun pointed at him, he screamed, "Who the hell are you?" A cold gunshot silenced his question, and just like that, the insect brothers were dealt with easily. Ludger Chelsea glanced at the people behind him. They swallowed hard, gripping their shields with trembling hands. They stepped back, but his incredible reflexes allowed him to dodge an incoming strike. It looked like a giant insect leg. From that headless body, a massive insect limb had sprouted. The corpse twisted and stood up in a grotesque display, a grinning mouth appearing in the palm of its hand. Damn, That hurts. I'm actually surprised. I never expected a sneak attack like this. So you finished off Brino before I could even show up? And what is that? Insect-like form? Even with your head chopped off, you're still fine? Tisk, tisk. My body has evolved far beyond the limits of humanity. His body began to shift and bubble, looking like a rotting pot of pig feed. Then, he tore through his human skin, evolving into a grotesque, giant monster. Massive, razor-sharp insect legs pinned themselves firmly into the floor. I'm not sad about my little brother's death, but I'm going to tear you to pieces to pay for this. Everyone, get out of here. The monster didn't care about the people nearby. He lunged straight for the attack. Don't you care about your own subordinates at all? If you're so worried about them, then just stay right there. He pulled his gun and fired a few shots. The bullets flew, but the monster's hide was too tough. The rounds felt no different than a mosquito biting steel. He dodged all the monster's attacks, trying to keep his distance, then tried an explosive magic blast. Despite his huge size, the monster was incredibly agile. He leaped to dodge the spell while opening his jaws to snap at him. He dodged that, even with such a massive body? The monster cornered him, his pincers clamping down hard. He kept using explosive magic, trying to break free from the pincers. He thought activating magic point blank like that would do some real damage. But no, the monster's face didn't even have a scratch. Unbelievable. He was perfectly fine after taking a magic blast head on. The monster kept him pinned, excitedly feeding him spoonfuls of trouble. If you want to roast me, you'd at least need tier 4 magic. With that, the monster laughed manically and kept slamming him into the stone wall. Just as the monster was basking in his victory, the smoke cleared and he was gone. Confused, the monster looked around, searching. Just as he looked up, a massive iron pillar came crashing down. He instinctively caught the iron with his thick, powerful pincers, but Ludger Chelsea had already zipped behind him. Well, aren't you pretty fast? Like a winged bug. Both my gun and tier 3 magic are useless, and you won't give me a chance to use tier 4 magic, right? Honestly, I didn't want to use this. Hearing that, the monster was puzzled. Ludger Chelsea began channeling magic and said, I have no other choice. Good luck. Outside in the cold, Hans stood shivering and muttered, I really should have worn something warmer before coming here. It's about time the fight ends. It's taking forever. Is it really that hard to fight 2 dark mages at once? But then again, he's not the type of guy to die here. Suddenly, Han noticed a blinding light coming from behind. The base Ludger Chelsea had infiltrated was glowing with a harsh, blinding light. In an instant, a massive explosion rocked the base. Did he finally use that? His real magic or something? What kind of technique? Magic is just magic. What else could it be? What the hell was I even talking about with that real magic stuff? Oh, you're done already? I've handled everything. Even the test subjects. Are they really beyond saving? Can't they become human again? Yeah, it's best to send them off without any more pain. So, this is it? The drug used to turn humans into werewolves. The world has become a truly terrifying place. I can't believe there was a large-scale human experiment like this. But they couldn't have done this without someone funding them from the shadows. If that's the case, don't worry, I've already found out who's backing them. You found out? How is that even possible? Well, not exactly. Don't worry about it. I couldn't stop you anyway. I'm heading back to the hideout first. Ludger Chelsea stood there in silence for a long while, looking over the scene where many people lay, surrounded by evidence, all of it being swallowed by flames. Elsewhere, Benford Rickon barked, You brought this back and called it food? All you think about is leeching off me. None of you can do your jobs properly. You're all just worthless trash. You pathetic, useless idiots. None of you can handle a simple task. I've poured so much money into this, and you still couldn't manage the test subjects properly. I don't know who did it, but it's a good thing those subjects were dealt with. The results of the experiment will be in my hands soon, and the final goal will be ready for me to use. Not only will I become younger, but I will also become stronger and perfect. As he was daydreaming about using the drug to regain the youth he spent climbing the ladder of power, Ludger Chelsea suddenly appeared right behind him. His voice was deep, cold, and clear. Benford Rickon. He turned his head, bewildered at the sight of the stranger. Ludger Chelsea didn't bother explaining. He simply flew forward, grabbed the old man by the throat, and slammed him to the ground. What the hell is this? Where are the guards? No matter how much you call, they aren't coming. I've soundproofed this entire room. Benford Rickon, I'm going to ask you one question. There was a 7-year-old boy who should have survived. In this cruel reality, he and his parents had to become monsters. The child smiled at the person who was about to finish him off. The child smiled as if he were grateful for it. Imagine the feeling of a person who had no choice but to let the flames consume them. How do you think that person felt? Faced with his questioning, the old man looked strangely calm. So, you're the one who took care of those test subjects? There must be some misunderstanding. Let me go, and let's talk. Are you worried because you destroyed those experiments? Don't worry about it. Killing a few of those runts doesn't matter. We were giving them a chance to add value to their useless lives. That opportunity contributed to the advancement of humanity. Isn't that a noble sacrifice? Right, doesn't matter anymore. That answer is enough. With that, Ludger Chelsea plunged a syringe of blood into his neck. Immediately, the red liquid was pumped into his body. His eyes were cold, watching the man convulsing on the floor. Your answer was so complete that I can't even feel angry anymore. You bastard. What did you do to me? I read the laboratory reports. They were quite interesting. A drug that can turn a human into a werewolf with just a tiny dose. And suddenly, I had a question. What would happen if I used the whole bottle at once? The old man clutched his throat, wheezing. His thin body suddenly swelled and grew. His teeth elongated, claws and fur sprouted, and in just a few seconds, he turned into a hideous freak, no longer just a werewolf. I could feel his emotions, a terror radiating from the very depths of his soul. So, you should also understand the pain of the others you harmed. Because of the loud noise in the house, the soldiers and maids quickly rushed over to see what was happening. What's that noise? It's coming from Lord Benfer's room. The moment they worriedly pushed the door open, what appeared before their eyes was a giant, grotesque, furry monster. It's a monster! Where did this thing come from? Just kill it first. If you can't use magic, find Benford Rickon first. Hurry. The mages focused their fire, incinerating the giant monster. The creature thrashed about as it was engulfed in flames, letting out a distorted, raspy screech. Meanwhile, in a small room, down a quiet alley. What is this thing? Take as much as you need and use it for your work, then hide it well. It took quite a bit of effort to find this hideout. Why don't you have a look around? Let's save that for next time. I'll be coming back anyway. By then, I'll have a different identity. One better suited for this underworld. Alright, you should get some rest. After saying goodbye to Han, Ludger Chelsea returned to the academy alone. He walked slowly, savoring the peaceful night, watching a plume of smoke rising in the distance. His fist clenched as he resolved himself, his purpose growing clearer with each step. The next day, reporters swarmed the building, desperate for a scoop. When security finally arrived, there was no sign of Rickon, only the monster. I guess the rumors about Rickon using forbidden magic were true. Let's keep that story going. What about the monster? I heard the magical security team handled it. They said it took over an hour to put that beast down. A white-haired woman led the security detail to the scene. The crowd parted quickly to clear a path as they approached. The Shadow Knights are here too. That's their leader, Captain Tarina. I didn't think the National Security Bureau would get involved in this. Is it really that serious? This is big news. We should report that the Knights are working with the Bureau to investigate the case. The girl with long, flowing white hair walked up to the guards. She spoke coldly. Open the gate. I have orders not to let anyone in. Kong Jim stared in disbelief and repeated, Open the gate. Terrified, the guard didn't dare to argue and complied. As the gate swung open, she led her subordinates into the mansion to search it. The investigator had been waiting inside. Captain Tarina, it's an honor to meet you. I'm Investigator Taborin. All right, you've done well. From now on, the Security Bureau will handle this investigation. Hand over all documents and evidence you've collected, then pull your team out. The investigator didn't ask questions and immediately followed orders. The security team quickly withdrew, leaving the Bureau to take charge once they were certain the place was clear. The brown-haired girl behind her finally relaxed. Man, that tension was intense. A man wearing glasses chimed in. N, you're losing your composure. Loy, we don't need to keep up appearances when no one is watching, do we? Even when no one is around, we must maintain standards. You should act like a proper member of the Shadow Knights. Oh, drop it, Loy. As long as the media doesn't see us acting out, it's fine. Don't forget why we're here. Is this the monster? It's a mess, isn't it? Rumor has it, Benford Rickon wasn't just into forbidden magic, but heresy as well. So, hearing that he was taken out by a monster makes this more than just a standard case. The monster appeared, and Rickon was eliminated. That's what the witnesses said. The remains of this monster look pretty consistent. Just a glance is enough to see it was burned to the bone. There's no way to identify the body. Let's take a look around the room. Tarina stood in front of a picture on the wall. Wait, there's a spot on the wall that didn't burn? She nudged the frame, and a secret door immediately slid open. Oh, a hidden room? But it's empty. Given the size and location, this This was definitely the perfect spot to hide a safe. Benford Rickon. Rickon was known as a tycoon involved in some shady business, so it's no surprise he had plenty of secrets. Exactly. He usually hid his documents where only he would know. There definitely would have been a safe here. As of last night, you can see the marks where the safe used to be. It was moved recently. The mysterious death of a billionaire, the appearance of a monster, and a missing safe. Yeah, this isn't just a coincidence. We can only conclude that someone interfered with Benford Rickon's death. But what was their goal in keeping everything so well hidden? The only person I know with skills like this is Maven Venley. Loy looked confused. Who's that? She shook her head. It's nothing. Loy, have there been any strange cases in Lothair lately? Actually, there is one. An abandoned factory burned down recently. It happened not long before Benford Rickon's death last night. So, there might be something there. Let's go. Back in his office, Ludger Chelsea felt a pounding in his head. The backlash from that spell is no joke. It drained way too much mana. Good thing I prepared medicine beforehand, or I'd be in real trouble. After taking the medication, the headache subsided. He had incinerated the werewolves to ashes and destroyed all the evidence. At least for now, he didn't need to worry about them. Or rather, there was still one person, Aiden. He had tried to stop him right until the end while he was dealing with the pack. Aiden was the closest to him at the time. Even though he had destroyed the evidence immediately, for just a split second, it felt like the kid had seen something. Damn it, I never expected things to get this messy. Who can guarantee he won't go around saying things he shouldn't? If that's the case, the best way is to handle it carefully, right? Should I just take care of him? His eyes turned cold with murderous intent as he remembered Aiden trying to reason with the werewolves. He shook off the thought, trying to reassure himself that he couldn't lay a hand on his own student. The risk was just too high. Plus, the kid was someone, watched closely by the headmaster himself. If anything were to happen to him, he would immediately be in the headmaster's crosshairs. After thinking it over, he decided to let his brain rest for a moment. But then again, the kid once mentioned learning, a unique type of magic from a wandering mage when he was young. Could that be a coincidence? Elsewhere, Tarina's team had arrived at the burned-out factory to investigate. Everything is destroyed. It's going to be hard to investigate under these conditions. Why would an abandoned factory suddenly catch fire? And it happened at the same time as Benford Rickon's death. Maybe this place was still in use and just posing as an abandoned factory. I think so too. It wouldn't have just caught fire out of nowhere otherwise. Could it be that some dark mages or heretics were discovered while scouting here, and they burned the place down to cover their tracks? That sounds plausible, but we don't know who discovered them. We certainly didn't have plans to investigate this place. Could they really have gone to such lengths just to hide evidence from someone? Or maybe this is just a coincidence, or there are other reasons involved. Loy, aside from this case, has there been anything else of note lately? Nothing. But the werewolf that caused a ruckus a few days ago has now appeared at Theorn Academy. According to the reports, it got in through the sewers. Security there is notoriously lax, so that's not surprising. But are the students there safe? What happened to the werewolf now? 3 students were injured, but it has since been dealt with. One of the professors there took care of it. As expected of a professor at Theon, have they handed over the werewolf's carcass? There's no carcass left. It was burned to ashes. That's awfully convenient, wasn't it? Are you trying to verify something, miss? Do we need to head to Theon? No, we need to focus on gathering evidence first. A factory and a werewolf, both burned to cinders. Even though it feels a bit forced to link these two incidents, I won't rule out the possibility. Any threat to the kingdom must be rooted out completely. That's exactly why the Night Watch exists. So, Professor Ludger Chelsea took down that werewolf? He's ex-military, and he even participated in the mage extermination campaigns. I knew from the start he wasn't just some pushover. Renee looked around for an empty seat, but everywhere was packed. She had no idea where to sit. There was an empty spot in the middle, but it looked like no one wanted to move. Right? After that incident, everyone was avoiding her. She scanned the room once more, and luckily, she found a spare seat. She realized the person sitting next to her was Eledi. The friendly princess smiled and waved to greet her. Hey there, how have you been? Renee timidly sat down next to Eledi. Oh my god, she actually dares to sit next to the princess? And she's acting all chummy too. Since when were they that close? Seeing Elodie next to her reminded her of the night they both encountered the werewolf. Will Professor Ludger Chelsea be okay? Don't worry, he's a professor at Theon. Why are you still out this late? Back then, she told her everything. Hearing it, Elodie was furious. What the hell? No one woke you up? That's crossing the line. I'm going to have to teach that librarian a lesson. It's fine. I was careless and fell asleep. But why is the princess out here at this hour? I'm out here guiding the students back into the dormitory. The princess does this herself? Just call me senior. Isn't everyone equal at Theon? I never expected the princess to be out on patrol and chatting so comfortably with a commoner like me. Still, sitting next to a princess makes me so anxious. One wrong move and I'm a goner. The classroom door swung open, and Ludger Chelsea walked into the lecture hall. His deep voice resonated as class began. Today, I will lecture on manifestation characteristics, the fundamental principles, and the laws of elemental attributes. Elemental attributes are one of the 4 manifestation characteristics. They are the most common and important, the absolute basics that most of you have already learned. Therefore, today, I will teach you a new method. Flora looked at her paper, feeling curious. A new method? What is he planning to do this time? A method to increase your elemental power from 20% to 80%. Is there really such a method? He wouldn't be lying to us, right? Anthony, what elements can you use? The student quickly replied, saying he uses water, ice, and wood. Then summon the element you're most confident in. The student gathered a bit of elemental energy in his palm. He evaluated it as just passable. To avoid any misunderstanding, he added, "What I meant is that it's nothing special. Watch closely. I'll only do this once." Then, he gathered elemental energy with one hand. The energy quickly formed a large sphere, and a large, sparkling snowflake appeared in his hand. What? Is this really the same amount of magical power? The scale is completely different. It seems you're all interested now. I'll explain the theory first. Flora watched with a cold expression, observing what he was about to introduce. Because elemental attributes have such a long history in the field of manifestation, they were once called the foundation of all pure magic. Now, they are just a part of manifestation. They are the 4 primal elements. Compared to the more than 10 elements we have today, that number is quite small, and they are extremely simple. Now, does anyone know why elemental magic developed the way it did? I'll give 5 points to whoever gets it right. Let's use the fire element as an example. The students raised their hands eagerly, saying fire was used to drive away the darkness, to burn and clear forests, and to eliminate humanity's instinctual fear of the dark. Great ideas. I think you'd be good at writing poetry. All right. Flora, Lumos. To burn and liquidate others. Correct. Burned by fire, drowned in water, sliced by wind, and shocked by lightning. War and slaughter are the very reasons behind the development of magic. However, amidst the bone-chilling cold, fire is a symbol of life rather than destruction. Water operates water wheels, wind spins the mills, and electricity lights up the darkness. The purpose of these elements can always change based on human action. Fighting for a better world. That is the mindset you need to have before learning about elemental attributes. Now, let's start the lesson. Everyone, create an elemental sphere. Joseph, focus on your mana flow. You're a sophomore, yet the magical power you're creating is surprisingly amateurish. Irena Karamat, you call that wood attribute magic? It feels like a rotten leaf falling on the ground in late autumn. Think of a young sprout just pushing through the soil. While everyone was casting their spells, Ludger Chelsea noticed Aiden next to them. Aiden looked confused. He had absolutely no clue about any of this. Ludger Chelsea noticed him and walked over. He looked at the student before him, lost in thought for a moment. This kid, why is he like this? Is he trying to rebel against me? Because of the incident with the werewolves? Looking at that expression, how could that possibly be the case? Aiden, you don't have any experience with elemental manifestation, do you? He replied nervously. Yes, sir, I'm very embarrassed. Learning the reason, he let out a sigh of relief. A special case student who lacks even the basic knowledge. Even though he's been recognized as special, it's not my responsibility to worry about someone who can't even perform the basics. Letting him fall behind the rest of the class wouldn't be an issue. But since when did this conscience of mine get so itchy? Tell me what elemental attributes you can use. You know that much, right? Yes, sir. Fire, water, and wind. Then try the fire element first. That means I'll be teaching you. I can't just abandon a student from the very beginning. Focus your magical power. Can you perform the basic manifestation? Now, think about converting that magic into an element. Just like I said, the fire element. Don't just think about it. Try to feel the attributes of the flame using all your senses. Aiden closed his eyes to focus. Ludger Chelsea's voice was deep and soothing as he guided him. Think of the brightest flame in your memories. The shape, the sound, the smell, the sensation, everything. Slowly, a small spark flickered to life. He recalled the elemental fire in the corner of his cozy little kitchen. In the middle of a blizzard, the bitter scent of burning wood and coal, the aroma of a stew bubbling on the stove, the sound of my 2 sisters bickering, my mother's outburst of anger, and the smile of my father, who had just returned home. There was so little food, and the freezing winds pierced right through my old, worn-out clothes. It was a harsh, bitter winter, but that fire in the kitchen soothed everything away. That warmth felt as real as if it were only yesterday. Ludger Chelsea's praise snapped him out of the happy, nostalgic trance. By now, a flickering flame had appeared. He stared at the fire he had created himself, feeling incredibly happy. Ludger Chelsea looked at the flame, his eyes showing a rare gentleness. Not bad. This flame isn't burning hot, but rather warm. It doesn't carry destruction. Instead, it feels soft. I can guess what you were thinking about. However, the other students were stunned. Professor Ludger Chelsea was actually praising someone? He explained. The flame in your hand is the elemental fire you envisioned. Instead of a standard element, it's your own personal fire, your own unique magic. Is this really my own magic? Don't forget that feeling. I'm sure you all know this by now, but this is the method I am teaching. Use your own senses based on your actual experiences. Mandatory basic knowledge is the foundation of using elemental attributes. But thinking that fire is hot and ice is cold? Even a 3-year-old knows that. A true mage must infuse something special into it. Express your elements by thinking of a specific, meaningful moment in your life. Feel the element with your 5 senses. Some students applied the lesson and succeeded. Seeing that, the others were eager to follow suit. Flora, however, was stubborn and didn't seem to care. I already knew all of this. I thought he would show us something I hadn't seen before. This can't be anything interesting. But why is he trying so hard to teach that rookie so carefully? And he even praised him just for manifesting an element? Are you still thinking about how you embarrassed me in front of everyone during the first lesson? I only intended to keep a low profile. Let's see if the professor can still praise your element. Chero, standing nearby, was shocked. Compound magic? You can already use something like that? If I apply wind magic skills to this and create a vortex. Not long after activating the spell, the light in her hand began to spiral out of control. Chero was anxious. Isn't that too dangerous? Flora, stop it already. Flora grew more tense with every thought. If it keeps going like this, it's going to explode. I have to stop it. I need at least a barrier so no one around gets hurt. The students nearby sensed something was wrong and quickly ran away. As everything grew more chaotic, a voice suddenly called out to Flora. Focus on your hands. Ludger Chelsea placed his hands over her spell, helping her calm the energy that was running wild. Flora Lumos, don't give up. Control your magical power. I will help you. The magical orb no longer showed signs of expanding. The orb of energy gathered more power and gradually began to shrink. It stabilized. He reminded her, keep your focus. It's not over yet. If you stop here, your magic will vanish, and you won't achieve anything. Are you okay with that? He looked at Flora with determination, listening to her input. Flora had made up her mind to complete the spell. She had come too far to give up now. There are always 2 kinds of gazes directed at me, admiration and envy. I have never paid attention to those looks, let alone let them affect me. Truth be told, the hardest thing I have to endure is that gaze, the one who looks down on me and treats me like a child. The sharp, icy gaze of my father. Then came the encounter with Professor Ludger Chelsea, a 1-0-point penalty for a first impression, along with the feeling of failure I experienced for the first time that day. Because of that humiliation, I was also reminded of the childhood memories I wanted to forget. I turned my head away, so I couldn't see his expression. But I'm sure he looked at me with the same contempt as my father did. The Lumos family never forgets a grudge. One day, I will defeat you. I swear, I promise, I guarantee it. That was her resolve. But for now, with his help, her spell had returned to a stable state. If I try just a little harder. Finally, both of them completed the high difficulty combination spell for Flora. She looked at the result in her hand, incredibly thrilled. Ludger Chelsea, however, showed no joy at all. He looked straight into her eyes and said, that was a very naive thing to do, Flora Lumos. I wouldn't care if you tried new magic and failed, as everyone fails. But if you put other students in danger, that is a different matter, especially with your lack of experience in blending 2 elements. And you were mixing fire and ice, at that. It is very difficult to get 2 opposing elements to harmonize. That's true, but I succeeded, didn't I? I admit that I intended to try mixing a 3rd element, but when I mixed fire and ice, the result was perfect. Hearing these words, he remained silent for a long time, as if pondering something. A moment later, 2 elemental energies appeared in his hands. He mixed them together with just one hand. The light in his hands flashed with a beautiful, shimmering color. You should know the difference, shouldn't you? Your mixed element is only beautiful on the surface because of the freezing effect. But that's as far as it goes. What did this magic actually achieve? Was it just for decoration? Hearing the criticism, Flora was powerless and couldn't find a single word to argue back. As the surrounding students felt the tense atmosphere, he threw his magic into the air. The magic radiated a gentle light, followed by white snowflakes appearing. They drifted softly down over the whole classroom. The students watched the magic in awe and wonder. Flora watched and realized the lesson. The magic was optimized to restrain the fire, allowing him to combine the expansive power of fire and the cold of ice into one incantation. He transformed the elements he used into something much more useful. I have clearly been completely defeated. His voice softened as he called Flora's name. I am not scolding you for the flaws in your technique. Hearing that it wasn't a harsh reprimand, but rather a gentle voice, she was completely taken aback. This time she looked up at his expression. It was serious, yet his eyes were gentle and respectful. He continued, You have a very unique skill. I have never met a mage with such technique at your age. My question is much more fundamental. In my eyes, your magic is only used for showing off. I don't have the right to interfere with how you use your magic, but at least find another way besides just showing off. It's for your own good. Feeling the rare kindness and warmth in the professor's pat on her shoulder, the girl took his words to heart. Once done, he told everyone to return to their seats and headed back to the podium. As Flora absorbed the new knowledge, her brain immediately kicked into high gear. The professor wasn't scolding or looking down on her, he was genuinely worried. Even her own father had never looked at her with that kind of gaze. While lost in thought, a sudden wave of dizziness hit her. Chero, worried, quickly steadied her. I'm okay. I'm just a bit lightheaded from using too much mana. But I feel like I'm about to faint. Wait, is the professor all right? He seemed to have spent even more mana than she did. Over on Ludger's side, he clicked his tongue with a grimace. Good thing I took my medicine earlier, or that dizziness would be too much. To think that girl, at such a young age, could combine not just one, but 3 extremely difficult elements. I was scolded by my teachers back in the day for showing off like that too. He had pressed on her shoulder a bit firmly, remembering that time. I wonder if that hurt? Still, I hope she gets through it easily. My advice has never been empty words. Continuing the lesson, he walked around the classroom to check on them. As expected of Soren, everyone was doing well. She had said this year's batch of students was full of talent. Is this the golden generation? Suddenly, he noticed one student. What's wrong, Renee? Looking at the situation, he quickly assessed the problem. So, you're unable to summon an element perfectly? Basically, that element doesn't exist. He addressed the class. That's it for today's lesson. I'll replace the homework with a review of what we covered today. And Renee, come with me to my office. Hearing she was being called to the office, both she and the princess beside her were bewildered. At the professor's office, he told the girl to wait a moment while he rummaged around for a book or something. Renee sat on the chair, completely panicking, her mind overthinking everything. Why did he call me here? This can't be. Is this a personal interview? Does he want to kick me out of class? Of course, that must be it. How could a student who can't even summon an element properly keep up with his spellcasting class? But I don't want to miss Professor Ludger's lectures. She nervously looked at him and saw him approaching with a stack of papers. It can't be a transfer request, can it? So he really wants to move me to another professor's class. The moment she saw him, she hurriedly blurted out, Professor Ludger, I will do my absolute best. I will do anything you ask. So please, don't tell me to drop your class. He looked a bit confused, handing her a worn-out book. What the hell are you talking about? Oh, it's not a transfer request? You've been saying nothing but strange things. Take this quickly. My hand is getting tired. He told her to start reading and studying from that book. A path she had never known before was written within it. Non-attribute magic research? Where did you get this book, Professor? He replied indifferently. Just by chance. It's the result of her life's work. I can't believe there's someone else with non-attribute magic besides me. How is she doing now? She is no longer in this world. At that, she was surprised to notice Ludger's expression. His usually stern, fierce face softened with a hint of sadness and contemplation, his eyes becoming deep and complex. So I can't learn magic of other attributes? Is there really no other way? As far as I know, that's correct. Disappointed? Yes. At least I wanted to control one element. Renee, what do you think of those who can only control a single element? The girl hesitated and replied, that they're incompetent. He shook his head, denying it. Not at all. Someone who can control a single element is someone with infinite talent for that specific element alone. Their magic can even interfere with nature. That is how they demonstrate superior skills with their own element. You just heard my explanation, right? Yes. Then what about non-attribute magic? Literally, it has no attributes. He sipped his tea and replied, It's still unclear if non-attribute magic is truly like its name suggests, but there was a time when the 10th element, non-attribute, was grouped under earth magic. That was a long time ago, though. Now that science has advanced, there are different theories, so don't worry. Both the world and magic are constantly changing. Anything is possible. Start reading that book from today. This is a personal assignment I'm giving you. It will help you a lot. After dealing with everything, he leaned back in his chair to relax. It was quite surprising that she possessed non-attribute magic, but those judging eyes he hadn't expected to encounter, those eyes that distinguish good from evil here. It hasn't awakened yet, so she doesn't know it herself. But I didn't expect the book she wrote to return to her hands this way. Is this what people call destiny? After class in the lecture hall, Aiden, after receiving the professor's guidance, diligently practiced his magic. He didn't know how long he had been practicing, but this time, he succeeded. He was overjoyed that Professor Ludger's method had worked so effectively. Back then, when I was casting magic, Professor Ludger's gaze was so gentle and serious. Was I really misunderstanding him? In any case, someone who loves magic that much couldn't be a bad person. However, he noticed a group of people not far away. Who were they? A bunch of noble students gathering. They must be someone very important. Once he was free, another student came over and spoke to Aiden's group in a mocking tone. "Oh, who's this? Isn't it Aiden, the kid who can't even materialize an elemental attribute? So, you're still acting arrogant, huh, brat?" Leo was so angry he was about to lose control of his words, but Aiden calmed him down. "Leo, stay calm. Let me handle this. Javen, I don't know what I did to annoy you, but I'll apologize now. So can you please leave us alone next time?" Javen tossed his head back and said, "Leave you alone? Sure, but on one condition, kneel down." Hearing that condition, he was extremely furious. "Hey, don't be unreasonable. Aren't you ashamed as a noble? How can a washed-up noble like you poke your nose into this? You really weren't raised properly, were you?" Aiden sternly called out his full name. "Javen Filio. You can mock me all you want, but if you try to touch my friends, I won't let it slide. And what are you going to do about it? Want to play?" He took off his glove and threw it at Aiden. "Fine. I challenge you to a magic duel." Hearing Aiden agree, Leo and Tassi were extremely worried. Aiden, unfazed, said, "If I win, you have to apologize to Leo and Tassi. That is, if you can even win. You should prepare yourself to kneel before me." Just then, Ludger appeared. "What are you two doing?" Seeing Javen's sour, twisted expression, Ludger felt just as annoyed inside. "You again? You're not the main character here, you know. Now, explain yourself what's going on." Javen jumped in first. "This is a legitimate duel. I've issued a formal challenge, and my opponent has already accepted. Isn't a magic duel between first years a bit inappropriate? Is there a rule forbidding first years from doing this? What's the big deal? What is wrong with this kid?" Ludger thought, but then he noticed the crowd whispering behind them, and quickly realized the problem. Is he trying to look good for this kid? Why is he staring me down like that? I won't hold anyone responsible for an accident that hasn't happened yet. Get back to the dorms." Professor Chris stepped forward and said, "Just let them be, Professor Ludger. Isn't this a blatant abuse of power? A professor had no authority to stop students who voluntarily wanted to duel." Ludger didn't know what Chris was planning, but now he had stepped right into a mess. "Even so, we can't just leave these inexperienced students to get hurt. If you're so worried about that, why don't we both supervise?" Ludger didn't answer right away, instead asking the students behind him. Both nodded in immediate agreement. "Since they've agreed, I'll take your suggestion, Professor Chris." Chris didn't seem ready to let him off the hook, adding, "One more thing. Do you want to place a bet, Professor Ludger, Professor Chris?" It seemed like Professor Chris had no intention of letting him off the hook, so she said, "One more thing. Would you care to place a wager with me, Professor Ludger? It's not mandatory, but it's a bit laughable to bet on a match where the outcome is already obvious." Ludger snapped back instantly. "Fine, I accept. I didn't expect you to agree so easily. So, which student do you think will win? Professor Ludger, I, Professor Chris, will obviously be betting on Javen. I think he's an incredibly talented mage. Surely you'd want to bet on Javen too? Shall we change the bet to how Javen will win?" "Thanks, but no thanks. Not necessary. I'd already planned on betting on Aiden from the start. Fine by me. I don't know where you get that kind of confidence. The terms are set, then. Professor Chris, how about we bet on the magic we study? After all, we're both assigned to teach spellcasting. Do you really teach spellcasting?" I honestly had no idea. This remark sent Chris's temper through the roof. He gritted his teeth, cursing under his breath. "Do you think you can just walk away after insulting me like that?" Ludger felt a bit sheepish too. "So he teaches spellcasting too, huh? Fine then, the match will be held in 3 days. Sounds reasonable, I'll look forward to it. Once they were done, Chris stomped off in a rage. Aiden sheepishly apologized to Ludger, but the professor replied calmly, "Start thinking about how you're going to win. Javen and you have completely different starting points, but it's way too early to conclude that you'll definitely lose. Because in a fight, variables always exist. So, what variable could help me win this match, sir?" "What kind of question is that, kid? You already possess it, you just need to use it at the crucial moment." Aiden told himself that if he used that, maybe he could seize victory, but, as he remembered the past, that image flashed by. "Professor, I want to win using my own true strength, so please, teach me." Professor Ludger remembered. "Aiden, listen, when I teach you this, you'd better not go showing it off recklessly. Otherwise, you'll end up in a lot of trouble and dangerous situations. Above all, this is my main source of income. You don't want me starving to death on the side of the road, do you, Aiden?" "Yes, sir. I'll keep that in mind. But that doesn't mean you should never use it. When you truly feel it's necessary, use it without hesitation. Life is long, there will surely come a time when you have to make a choice. When that moment comes, Aiden, my boy, just do what your heart tells you." Recalling his mentor's words, the boy's eyes became even more determined. Ludger was briefly surprised by his reaction, but deep down, he was already exhausted. What the heck was that speech he just gave? "I accepted the challenge because I believe in your magic. And now? You say you want to win with your own power? Isn't magic your power? Oh, fine then. This is a good chance to test this kid's mettle. I agree, I'll teach you how to gain the upper hand in a duel between mages. It might be as harsh as torture for you, and there's no guarantee you'll win." Aiden replied firmly that he would give it his all. "Good. Then let's get straight to the training. Starting. Right now, sir? A bit sudden, but I understand. We should probably start preparing the victory party. I'm looking forward to seeing how you kids perform in 3 days." The training lasted until nightfall. He returned to his room exhausted, ready to pass out. "Training is way harder than I imagined. I can't believe I have to keep doing this for 2 more days. Why is the professor so sure I'll win? My special magic isn't known to many people. Could it be he already knows something?" Thinking that, his internal system overloaded from exhaustion, and he shut down without warning. Aiden passed out cold, oblivious to the world. That was the end of the first day of training. Meanwhile, Ludger Chell had personally offered to guide that nobody. Obviously, things were going to turn out like this, right? Even though he tried to look calm, he must be desperate for a win. "You know why I called you here, don't you, Javen?" "Yes, Professor. You said I absolutely must win against that arrogant brat." Chris interrupted. "No, just that isn't enough. You have to show them the massive gap between us nobles and those commoners. I don't think you'll lose, but it's best to do this to be sure." Chris pulled a small blue vial from his drawer and handed it to Javen. "This is a mana booster. Drink this before the match. But if I get caught, won't I be disqualified as a student? This is a specialty of the Benemo family. You won't be caught. Those filthy commoner bastards will definitely use every trick in the book to win. So, we can't let them down." "You're right, Professor. It's a bit of a blow to my pride, but it's better than losing to a commoner scum." "That's right, Javen. You made the right choice." Soon, the day of the match arrived, and the training grounds were packed. The stands were buzzing with gossip from curious students. "Who's going to win? The noble kid has the advantage, right? I mean, the education for nobles is completely different. I heard that first-year kid is pretty formidable too. He was involved in that werewolf incident recently. Did he actually capture them? I thought Professor Ludger was the one who scouted him. Professor Ludger was the one guiding him, right? Really? It looks like the other side is with Professor Chris." "Professor Chris? Who is that? Is he the one in charge of the first-year students?" "Yeah, that sounds right. It seems like those two are compared a lot since they both teach spellcasting." Chris heard every one of those whispers loud and clear. "Ludger Chelly, starting today, I'm putting an end to your arrogance. I'll make you face a humiliating defeat in front of everyone." Then, more people joined in. The headmaster and other professors dropped by to watch the match. "Hello, Professor Chris Benemo. Headmaster, to what do I owe the pleasure? I heard there was an exciting event going on, so I brought him along with me. Professor Ludger Chelsea, it's been a while. How have things been?" He gave a polite bow in response. "I'm doing well, thank you. I heard you made a bet. So, who did you bet on to win?" "I bet on Eden." "So, did Professor Chris bet on Javen? I'm really looking forward to this. But regardless, the student's safety comes first. You don't need to worry about that. Protective magic has already surrounded their bodies like a shield and will block any attacks." Oh, both competitors showed up right on time. The first one to step out was Iden, wearing a very sturdy magic armor. His friends up in the stands cheered him on enthusiastically. Crush that arrogant brat. You can do it, Aiden. Javen stepped out confidently and waved to the crowd. His group of friends was just as energetic. You've got this, Javen. We believe in you. Show them the pride of a noble. I'll check their gear for a moment before we begin. Javen, you better keep your word. Just win first before you start bragging. The professor gave a quick inspection and declared everything was fine, though he noticed the sword at Aiden's side. Aiden lifted the sword and said, "This is a personal item I'll be using in this match. It looks like a sword, doesn't it?" Well, it was modeled after the shape of one. Seeing that the blade was dull and had no sharp edges, the professor approved it. Now, as you know, the side whose protective magic runs out first loses. The match started, and Aiden struck first with a blue flame projectile. Javen opened with a fire spell as well. The two of them had the same casting speed. Of course, they're both taught by Professor Ludger Chelsea. Just as expected, he used a fire element first. If it were Javen, he'd probably use his strongest fire spell right away. That bastard's skills have improved. Plus, looking at the elements, I'm at a disadvantage. However, that only matters if the power behind the spells is equal. Javen's power overwhelmed Aiden's, pushing his attack right back at him. Aiden quickly dodged out of the way. As soon as that attack passed, Aiden was hit with another one. This is the gap between you and me, you low-life commoner. Aiden didn't back down. He quickly summoned a large magic circle. The two elements collided and exploded. Damn it. Aiden is slowly getting overwhelmed. If this keeps up, he's going to lose. In that case, I'll use what I learned from Professor Ludger. Javen laughed loudly. Giving up already? That pathetic commoner is finished. Wait, hold on. Chris, who was laughing, suddenly froze as he looked at Aiden, feeling an instinctive sense of unease. Aiden was using a special kind of spell, no way. That's a teleportation spell. How could he use a technique meant for wartime mages? Did Ludger Chelsea teach him that in just 3 days? No, that's impossible. More importantly, there's no way a lowly commoner could master teleportation in just 3 days. Javen started to panic. What the hell just happened? The foundation of magic requires focus, and it's so hard to concentrate on casting while moving. No, don't get rattled. I've already finished my spell. With this, I can shatter his concentration. Aiden kept running while trying to maintain his focus, dodging Javen's attacks. Slowly, the outer layer of armor began to crack. His technique was starting to weaken. When Aiden's sword reached a certain distance, he launched a direct frontal attack. Javen didn't see that move coming, and took the hit square on the forehead. When he fell, he looked up to see Aiden standing right in front of him, sword pointed at him. My turn now, right? Javen tried to stall in fear, but Aiden didn't give him the chance. The match ended, and the referee declared Aiden the winner. Leo and Tassi cheered excitedly. That was so cool, Aiden. You're the result of all that hard work. While Aiden's supporters were filled with joy, Javen's side looked disappointed. That Javen, he's dragging the noble name through the mud. I never expected much from him anyway. The crowd behind Javen began to mutter, filled with harsh criticism. Javen sat on the ground, trembling, unable to believe the result. He moved from denial to shifting the blame. That's it. That commoner must have cheated. How else could he use magic while moving? In that moment of desperation, he chanted a spell, clearly wanting to send Aiden to an early grave. What is he doing? Javen, that guy has lost his mind. Aiden, move out of the way. Seeing the attack flying toward him, his master's words echoed in his mind. Because life is long, there will surely come a time when you must make a choice. When that moment comes, do what your heart tells you. He lunged forward and used his wooden sword to slice that powerful fire attack in two. He braced himself and managed to split the blast, saving the referee's life. The crowd whispered, "What just happened? Did that kid just cut through magic? He's so stubborn about these things." But there's no doubt now. He used it at the most crucial moment. Chris watched, completely stunned. Anti-magic? A rare technique that can erase magic? How the hell did that brat use it right after using a teleportation spell? Javen stood there with his wand, shaking. Aiden walked toward him, his face full of anger. He didn't hesitate to give Javen a punch. Javen fell limply to the ground in front of the whole hall. Javen, I thought that at the very least, you'd have the decency to admit you lost. I didn't know you were even lower than trash. Father, his defeat was truly pathetic, wasn't it? Do you think so too? Froden, I'm not sure. I wasn't interested in the barons from the start. However, I have to keep an eye on that commoner Aiden, because he might actually be more talented than some of the nobles. I've seen enough. Let's go. Before Henry left, Froden glanced back at Ludger. Ludger watched the match with no emotion, though he left with his mind full of complicated thoughts. Chris, having lost, turned to Ludger and said, "Did you know that your student could use anti-magic? I don't know why you're getting so worked up. You're responsible for the freshman class, aren't you? So, did you even bother checking their personal files? Regardless, don't underestimate the role anti-magic played in her victory. By the way, our stake is the specialized research paper, right? That's right. Want to back out? Not a chance. I have no interest in your research paper. Besides, stealing someone else's hard work to use as a wager isn't really my style." Saying that, he walked away, leaving a fuming Chris sitting there. Did he just say it isn't his style to me? To me? Chris Benamo? That damn Ludger Chell. On his way back to the office, Selena was waiting for him in the hallway. "Congratulations on winning the bet, sir. However, after a performance like that, you're bound to catch the attention of the Theorn Academy. Is that really okay?" "I'm fine with it. Actually, it's a good thing." "What do you mean by that, sir?" "The headmistress is suspicious of me. She's been aware of our existence for a long time. Even though I'm a professor, it's not easy to just slip off her radar." "No way. You came here as a professor specifically to avoid suspicion, didn't you?" "But after this incident, I've managed to build a reputation with her. The situation has shifted. She won't be able to change her opinion of me overnight. However, Selena, you need to cooperate with me as well. It'll look suspicious if I'm constantly seen meeting with a student who has nothing to do with me. However, it's only natural for a professor to meet with an outstanding student. You need to step up and embody the image of a model student." Selena clenched her fists, telling herself, "This is the first task he has directly entrusted to me." "Understood, sir. I will carry this out, even if it costs me my life." He sighed and said, "No, don't die." The more she talked, the more determined she became. "I won't die, even if I have to sacrifice my life." Sigh. Whatever. Somehow, this girl is becoming a real handful. That incident confirmed to them that I belong to the headmistress's faction, and it sent a message to the Black Dawn that I'm not acting recklessly, but I can't keep relying on this forever. I should start building my own organization, too. To do that, first I need. Suddenly, the communication orb on his desk began to glow. "Per your request, I've checked the surrounding areas. What should we do to secure our position? I'm not sure about the situation in the dark alleyway either, but it seems like it's time for us to flex our power. You catch on fast, sir." "You're right. It's time we showed them what we can do." "Perfect timing. I'm heading there now." When Han or he continued, "Don't worry. If that's the case, we'll just end it quickly." At a certain tavern, someone was looking for trouble. When someone else asked him how he was doing, he glared and spat. "Do I look okay to you?" That bastard, the boss, should have made our investment profitable before he croaked. Now, everything we poured into him has gone down the drain. We still have some money left over. We can still find another way, right? That's right. That's why I called you all here. We're going to be expanding our business on a massive scale soon. First, those bastards. He noticed a man with an imposing aura entering the tavern. "What's wrong with that guy?" "We're closed. Beat it." "Hey, are you deaf?" "I said we're closed," Ludger asked bluntly. "You're Duturi, the leader of the Red Association, right?" "I don't know you. Have we met before?" "Of course not. You're just so famous. I know who you are. My apologies. Let me introduce myself. I'm Maven Venley." "Maven Venley, the crime consultant? The one who controls the black alleys of the Delica Kingdom? He's been hiding for years, hasn't he? Why show up here now? Should I test him out?" Then he laughed loudly and said, "Professor Maven Venley, I've heard plenty about you too. I'm very pleased to hear that. But Professor, I have no way of knowing if what you're saying is true. Are you suspicious that I'm an imposter?" "Tch. Why did you have to show up in a place like this anyway? Your reasoning is sound, but I don't think you should be pulling your gun out." "Oh my. Was I right about that?" "Unfortunately, it's not going to do you any good." Duturi signaled his henchman to fire at Ludger's shoulders. The thug understood and aimed his gun, ready to pull the trigger. But the moment they pulled the trigger, every single gun malfunctioned simultaneously. It turned out he had used a formation to lock all of their weapons. "That's why I warned you earlier. A silent formation? When did he even cast that?" The corner of his mouth twitched, and a loud crash echoed from the door. A massive werewolf stepped in, growling. The whole gang was so terrified of the werewolf that their legs turned to jelly. They couldn't even stand. The werewolf approached him and stood behind him like his most powerful guardian. You actually keep a werewolf as a pet? So, were those werewolves from last time his doing too?" Before Ludger entered the tavern, he had planned it out with Han. "It seems like you came here wanting me to explain the situation in more detail, right? First off, the dark alleyway we're scouting seems to be divided among 4 criminal syndicates. The largest one is a group of thugs called the Red Association. All their work is dirty, Basically, they control that entire alley. If that's the case, then our target is the Red Association. That's right. If we deal with them first, everything else will be easier later. However, the Black Alliance has a lot of manpower, so it won't be easy to take them down quickly. Should we start with the easiest group? No need, that's a waste of time. Cutting off the head of the snake is much faster. Once the leader is gone, the rest will surrender on their own. But now isn't the right time yet. They've been closely knit lately. This started happening after that guy, Ben Ricken, kicked the bucket, right? Exactly. Wait a second. It seems there's some link between Ben Ricken and the Red Association. A lot of events and concerns revolve around Ricken. Perhaps the dirty work the Red Association was doing was all for him. Now that the key player is dead, they must be really frustrated. If they've banded together, it's even more convenient, because we can wipe them all out in one go. No, wait, they aren't your average thugs. Their strength is on par with mercenaries, or rather, amateur knights. That doesn't mean they're actual knights. It's not a big deal. Fine, if you say so, then it must be true. They aren't weak, but whatever, no need to mention that. Han, I need your help with something. And so, for this little operation, Han transformed into a werewolf, trying his best to look fierce, and just stood there until the job was done. He couldn't make them afraid all on his own. So, that's why you needed a giant beast to scare them? But for this mission, I'm the best fit. Listen, like I said, if a real fight breaks out, I'm running first. Fine. Just make sure you terrify them. I'm not sure if this guy is an imposter or not, but we can't go easy on him. I knew he had magic, but I didn't expect him to have a shadow wolf by his side. I see. So you really are Maven Venli. My apologies for not recognizing you. I think I've proven my identity now. So, let's get straight to the real reason I came here today. I plan to start a new business in this city. Business? What kind of business? We'd be happy to help you out. Thanks. And there's something I need to tell you all. I don't like dirty tricks or lies. From today on, the Red Guild is history. Hearing that, he went numb for a second. He ordered his underlings to attack immediately. Ludger wasn't about to let him escape. He struck him hard in the ribs with his cane. The thugs drew their knives, ready to rush him. Han, in his werewolf form, whispered in a panic, "These guys aren't running away at all? What are you planning? Get ready to split up." He slammed his cane against the floor. With just that tap, the floor was covered in a bizarre, creeping darkness. The thugs were absolutely terrified. The shadow spread wider and wider, reaching every corner until the room was plunged into total darkness. As the group panicked in confusion, Ludger drew his sword. The blade shone with a blinding, frigid light. Just looking at that sight, you knew exactly what was about to happen. Tier 3 magic. Fool's Dream. Using the power of shadows and illusions to sow fear into the hearts of his enemies. It's a curse-inducing complex spell. Du was confused and couldn't get a grip on the situation. He kept shouting at his men to take Ludger down. Amidst the frantic screaming, a few collected ones stood still, observing. They infused their blades with magic and slashed through the darkness he had cast. Dory sat on the ground, looking around in a daze. Only now did he realize how powerful the man in front of him truly was. The entire room filled with people had been nearly wiped out. Ludger smiled gently at him. The two men from earlier cut through the shadows and lunged in to engage. An aura was manipulated to slice through his magic. They must be allied knights. Even so, he didn't think he'd lose to them. He looked down, smiling as a glass vial fell to the floor. Immediately, a thick fog erupted. It could be poison. Back off. Things like poison won't affect us if we protect our bodies with magic. Amidst the fog, projectiles came flying. The big guy scoffed, calling it meaningless, and swatted them away. But he never suspected that those weren't just simple projectiles. They were laced with poison. When he shattered the glass vial containing the toxin, the liquid and tiny shards of glass sprayed onto his skin. The poison acted like a starving beast, hungrily eating away at his flesh. It was even starting to spread. He had used the daggers as a trap to distract them, while tossing the poison at him. Huh? He knew we couldn't avoid the poison through direct contact? You bastard. Where are you hiding? I'm going to end your pathetic life. No sooner had he finished shouting than Ludger knocked him out cold with one strike of his cane. The purple-haired man and Tuduri were engulfed in chaos. Ludger stared at them, cold and expressionless. He decisively finished off the loud one with a single sword stroke. Blood splattered in a crimson streak right at his feet. Are you really Professor Maven Venli? I had no idea a professor could have such elite combat skills. Why should I explain anything to you? Besides, a year from today will be your memorial service anyway. He made his opponent drop his guard, exposing a weakness. As long as he was careful, he could win. First, I need to close the distance. Seeing him charge, Ludger threw another vial of poison. The young man was confident. Those cheap tricks wouldn't work on him. He just needed to deflect it. Suddenly, while running, something snagged him. His sword was actually stuck, held fast by the strange substance inside the vial. Ludger pulled out his gun and took aim. Forced to choose, the man had to drop his sword. He thought he could handle this difficult fight, but he was wrong. What finished him off wasn't a bullet or some poison, it was his own shadow. That sharp, black mass shot out from his own shadow, piercing him from behind in a flash. Magic is supposed to be deployed near the caster, right? I didn't think this would actually work. Ludger gave him a lead pill, officially sending him off on his journey of reincarnation. Then, he coldly stepped over his corpse. Standing before Tuduri, he saw Ludger approaching and became deathly afraid. The shouting and cursing had stopped. Ludger looked at him with excitement. So, why don't we continue our conversation? After cleaning up, Ludger didn't leave immediately. He stayed to sip some wine. Did you take off your disguise? Ever since my nose became this sensitive, I can't stand the smell of blood. He seems to have screamed quite pitifully, hasn't he? Is he dead yet? Not yet, but I've learned all the information I need. I'm planning to hand him over to other organizations. All right. I trust you'll arrange everything properly. By the way, what are you drinking? 38-year-old Goya wine. What? Damn it. You're drinking alone, and you still managed to find some? Pour me a glass. I thought you said the smell of blood bothered you. Whatever. I want to try it, even if it makes me nauseous. Let's drop it. What are you planning to do with the rest of the Red Guild? I intend to pick a few of them out, find the ones that are useful to me. There are plenty of secret documents and ledgers in the office on the second floor. They'll be useful to you. I guess I've got more work to do now. Don't you think it's too much work for just the two of us to handle? I already anticipated that. You should know that I know plenty of people who can help us. Are you serious? I don't think there's anyone suitable for this kind of job. But come on, do you really think they'll accept your invitation? They said they'd come as soon as they finish their current work. You hate them that much? Of course. None of them are exactly normal. Yeah, I know I'm not in a position to say this. Even if I complain, we're still going to carry out your plans anyway. I remember the principal was suspicious of you. Is it really okay for you to be hanging around like this? Don't worry, they won't tail us. Those mages will never do anything risky unless they're certain of success. Especially with the principal focused on the opposition faction, she won't do anything that puts herself at a disadvantage. That makes sense. So, what are you going to call the organization? A name? If you want to hold power in Leatherback, you at least need a name, right? How many people do we have in total? Counting both of us, probably around 10. I have an idea. Unawen. Unawen? Nameless, you mean? Are you planning to name the group Nameless? Well, it's an idea, isn't it? It's not that bad. I think it's pretty good. Hey, how about one last drink for today? Ludger Chelsea smiled and clinked glasses, toasting to the birth of the organization. One thing after another. Professor Selina asked, Professor Ludger Chelsea, why don't you have any assistants? Hearing that, he froze for a moment, looking blank and confused. I haven't felt the need for one yet, he replied. But you have 80 students. Don't you feel overwhelmed? Not really. It's not that bad. You really are amazing. Little did she know, he had no idea he was even supposed to have assistants. From start to finish, he had been doing all the grueling work himself like a dog. By the way, check with the other professors. Professor Selina, do you have assistants? I do, but I don't need much help, so I only chose 3. Didn't you just say you don't need much help? So, do professors usually have up to 10 assistants? Then he noticed the other professors. Professor Benemo's assistants were quite numerous. 3 assistants did seem a bit low. Other professors kindly advised him, you should really recruit a few people. If you're all alone, it'll be tough. I think you need at least 5 assistants. If you need, I can put together a list of promising students for you. I'll help out a little, too. All right. Thank you, everyone. Back in his office, he thought about recruiting assistants. Assistants get bonus points and exclusive extra classes, no grade limits, and new professors can even have at least 6 assistants. Instead of graduating, some choose to continue researching magic under the professor's guidance. Basically, it's a 21st century school. T-Sec. Having someone to handle small tasks would be nice, but who should I pick? Oh, right. I have the list right here, don't I? It's not that urgent anyway. He flipped through the list, and suddenly, a name caught his attention. Afterward, he went to class. Walking for a bit, he was left speechless. If you have something to say, just come out and say it, Selina. The girl apologized, flustered. I saw the professor passing by, so I just... No, nobody follows a professor around like that. Doesn't she have work to do? Thinking about that, An idea struck him. All right, since you're here, I actually have something to ask you. Do you have classes on Tuesday and Thursday from 10 a.m. to 12 p.m.? Isn't that your teaching block, Professor? I'm free then. Do you have something you need me to do? Hearing that, the corner of his mouth curled up. Perfect. Be my assistant. She agreed immediately. But once her brain processed the information, her whole body stiffened. She ended the conversation with just a shocked, huh. She was so shocked her words were a jumble. Assistant? Professor. What are you saying? If you become my assistant, you'll be able to approach me more naturally. But I have nothing to do with you, Professor. You'll be under suspicion too. Don't worry, your name is on the list I received, so choosing you is only logical. Tisak, if you don't want to, I won't force you. Hearing that, the girl quickly said, Of course not, so you agree, right? Good. Bring me the assistant application form within 2 days. Not bad. The first assistant isn't half bad. If I keep her close, it'll be easier to dig up bits of information about the Black Dawn Guild, right? In the next 2 days, I'll have a loyal errand runner. An hour later, Selena had already finished the application. She handed it to him with sparkling, eager eyes. Seeing that speed made him briefly question reality. She handled it faster than he expected. He didn't expect it to take her only an hour. In the classroom, the students had all arrived, but today the class was unusually buzzing. Ely said, It seems like there's a strange rumor going around. I heard Professor Ludger, Chelsea is looking for assistants. Whoa, that sounds tempting. What's even more interesting is that he hasn't picked anyone yet. Everyone thinks he didn't even know professors were supposed to have assistants. No way, he's Professor Ludger, Chelsea. And that's not all. The hottest rumor is about that. The wish-granting Philosopher's Stone. People say it's hidden here at Theon. Is a rumor like that real? Of course, there are still many mysteries yet to be discovered. And since this is the center of magic, Theon, it might be a bit exaggerated, but a relic like that could actually exist. I see, I get it now. Hearing the two girls' conversation, Flora looked dismissive. How childish. A wish-granting stone. My foot. If something like that existed, the higher-ups would have confirmed it. By the way, that Superman-like guy is looking for assistance? An assistant is someone who receives recognition from a professor, so naturally, one must have the skills to match. A student like me would surely be considered if I applied myself, right? Her confidence instantly vanished when she heard the professor was coming. But the person who walked into the lecture hall wasn't Ludger Chelsea. It was a strange girl carrying a stack of documents, standing at the teacher's desk. Flora felt a flash of disappointment. He already hired an assistant? A moment later, he pushed the door open and walked in. Well done, Selena, you can go now. Then he looked at the students' disbelieving faces and wondered, why are they making faces like that? Pay attention. Class is starting. Time flew by, and the lesson ended. He cautioned them before leaving the room. There will be a quiz on today's material, so remember to review it. A student suddenly spoke up. Professor Ludger, Chelsea, I have a question. What do you want to ask? Julia Blum spoke. Oh my. Do you remember my name? In his files, she was recorded as the top-scoring entrance student. Word was that the Magic Tower was backing her. He nodded, giving her permission to ask, well, it's not super important, but how did you end up choosing an assistant? Hearing that, his gaze turned sharp, mixed with a hint of exhaustion. I knew that question was coming. I chose her personally. Are there any requirements? Like, do they have to possess top-tier magic, or be someone famous enough that everyone remembers their name? Alpha. So it's not just simple curiosity. When choosing an assistant, I only care about one thing, personality. If you have a good personality, you are very welcome, and you'll be interviewed. However, after that question, I don't think you need an interview anymore, because it seems you aren't the right person to be my assistant. If there are no other questions, I'll be going. The midterm exams are coming up, so prepare well. He quickly left the classroom. Stepping out, he noticed, have you been waiting here this whole time? Next time, don't wait in front of the lecture hall. Wait in the assistant's office. Lilia wanted to say something, but she swallowed her words. It's nothing, Professor. Have a great day. He nodded in response. You too. Right. Here is the homework the students turned in today. Please keep it safe until the end of the day. A student called out to him from behind. It turned out to be Flora. He couldn't possibly not know this girl. Is something wrong? Flora Lumos asked. I heard you just hired an assistant, Professor. That's right. Do you want to be an assistant too? She stammered, tongue-tied. Of course not. How could I possibly do that? Then why did you come to see me? She shyly tilted her head from side to side before saying, I just wanted to thank you, Professor. Because you helped me last time, I was able to return safely. Also, I think your advice to me was right. I only did what a professor should do. As long as you take my advice seriously, that's all that matters. Are you heading back now? Ah, the professor must have used more mana than her that day. Ludger thought to himself that he was practically broke after that day, but he kept a straight face and said he was perfectly fine. Professor, how many elements are you proficient in? I only saw you use 5 in class. That's all the elements I can use. In reality, he could use all 10, but that wouldn't necessarily be a good thing. Conversely, a mage who only practices one basic element has a downside that multi-element users don't have any single element that is truly powerful. But if this leaked, he would be backed into a corner, so he just said 5. If you don't have any more questions, I'll be going now. Seeing him about to leave, Flora tried to keep him there. If you still haven't changed your mind, you're welcome to apply to be my assistant anytime. You could definitely be an assistant to me. After saying that, he left, and Flora didn't say anything else. She looked down and muttered, "How annoying." Later, he went to the headmistress's office. "You called for me, headmistress? Greetings, Professor Ludger. Have you heard the recent rumors that the wish stone inside Theon has gone missing?" "I've heard them. I think it's just idle gossip among the students." Elisa denied it. "No, it's not. The wish stone, which can grant people's wishes, actually exists. It's a mysterious object with unique power that has existed for a very long time. A holy relic? Yes, exactly. An ancient holy relic of unknown origin. Its power is estimated to be 100 times greater than a holy relic an archmage can create. A holy relic like that really exists at Theon? Yes, we've had it in custody for quite a while. But that is top secret information. If there are rumors, it means the information has leaked. Someone revealed the secret. We must move quickly, as there may be other possibilities. Because the Wishstone has terrifying power, the area where it's kept has very strict security protocols. The information was likely leaked while the storage room was less secure during transport. But because these rumors are specific, I am considering tasking you with the investigation. Hearing this, he immediately understood the issue. On the surface, it looked like the headmistress was entrusting him with the task, but she wasn't the type to trust him just because he was on her side. It was highly likely she wanted to use this opportunity to investigate his background instead. Just tell me if you have any questions. Also, please help us during the transport of that holy relic. Very well. Are any other professors participating? Elisa nodded, saying there were, but they were all deployed to different areas, so he wouldn't run into them. I see. There's still some time until the stone is transported, so for now, just continue your work as usual. That night, he sat in his office. Information leaked from Theon? Could it be the break order? But if so, why was there no contact from Selena? He wasn't sure if it was another trade, or if there was a different objective, but an incident would happen soon. Besides, it seemed he had also found one holy relic here. He had changed his identity many times while traveling through different lands, sometimes a mercenary, sometimes a professional criminal, and occasionally a merchant. There was only one reason for wandering the world under so many different identities, to find the remaining pieces of this holy relic. He came here because he heard the Empire had a holy relic, but he didn't think Theon would have one too. Of course, it was a different type than the one he was looking for, but what if he could use the wish stone to pinpoint the location of the one he needed? Just as he was deep in thought, his communication device glowed. He picked it up, and Han reported immediately, "Boss, I've cleared the scene. Maybe because you're keeping an eye on the guilds, the other 3 are lying low. But Piranhas, the guy who wants to take over that guild, is going crazy. Boss, I might need your help. Are you free?" He replied. "In about a week, I think I can. Is something going on over there? There's a holy relic in Theon." "Oh man. You get into more trouble than I do. What kind of school has a holy relic? The headmistress must have some secret basement." "Huh, hey, stop talking nonsense. Can't you joke for a bit? Anyway, I'm off on a date. All right, good luck." He had to act as soon as he could. For now, he had to sit tight because of the headmistress's request. A wish stone that can grant wishes? Maybe this would be an opportunity. Holy relics aren't easy to find. Even someone who has traveled everywhere like him has only found 3 pieces. Based on the shape and size, there would be about 4 more pieces. Once all 7 are found, his own complete holy relic would be finished. If he could do it. If he could just do that. Saying this, he slumped over his desk in exhaustion. "Do you need anything else, Your Highness?" "No, just go inside. So tired. Can't they let me be for even an hour? Although, with this position, I guess it can't be helped. I wish I could live a normal life like other students." Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. The person outside said, "Princess, someone has sent a request. Forgive me for coming so late at night, Princess Irendia." But this is an urgent matter. It's fine, but what business do you have with me, Tuduri? I heard about the werewolves in Theorn recently. Is that true? Yes, one of the professors already took care of them. I am investigating a case related to it. I was asked to keep this secret, so please understand. Anyway, I intend to meet that professor. Do you happen to know who it is? After exchanging some information, Tuduri learned that the person was a new professor, Ludger Chelsea. Irendia nodded and said, I hope your investigation yields results soon. Ah, right, Princess. The Grand Princess said she's waiting for a response, and she wanted me to pass on that she's been feeling quite sad since you haven't been in touch lately. All right, I've got it. In that case, I'll take my leave. After talking with Tuduri, she let out a sigh. Right, I could ask how she's doing. After all, talking to me through Tuduri is also her way of showing she cares. How annoying. What's going on over at Tuduri's end? The new professor already handled it. I need to meet that person as soon as possible. Enna, how's the investigation into the factory coming along? I've analyzed a few fragments of paper that didn't burn. It seems like someone was researching or developing something, but I don't have the details yet. It's not like there aren't any leads, but I can't move forward with them. Anything else? There is one more thing. The Crimson Guild, a dark organization, vanished overnight in Letho Ben. The Crimson Guild? What does that have to do with this? Probably nothing, but we should still keep an eye on them. No, it's fine. No need to worry that far ahead. Focus on your investigation. Scout around Letho Ben a bit more, and then we'll head to Theon. Over the past few days, rumors have been spreading like wildfire. The students are acting out because of the werewolf incident. Looks like I'm about to have a headache on my hands. He noticed the mood among the students. No excitement, just exhaustion and boredom. He set his book down on the desk and looked at the class. Seems like you're all bored, huh? Well then, I'll show you something interesting. Hearing the word interesting, the students immediately woke up, craning their necks to watch. Mages always use magic centered on themselves, because magic power comes from the incantations. As he said this, he targeted a student dozing off and flicked a small flame toward them. The young guy looked at the flame, dazed and terrified. If you touch it just a little, you could do the same thing. I said magic manifests externally by using the incantation as the center, but in reality, there's a small gap in the middle. Usually, it's about 11 meters at most. However, if you're willing to burn more magic power, you can extend that reach even further. I call this coordinate-assigned magic. Flora listened, feeling curious. Coordinate-assigned magic? I've never heard of that before. Where on earth did he learn that kind of magic? This might be interesting for you, but this is just a minor adjustment in how magic is used. It was inspired by a certain mage, and I'm not showing you this because I want to teach it to you. So you're not going to teach us? Then why show off and make us curious? He said. Because I want you to realize one thing. All magic develops from a solid foundation, and a perfect technique only comes later. To use truly perfect magic, you have to learn it step by step. So, if you feel bored or think I'm stating the obvious, focus on learning for the sake of your future selves. Class dismissed. If anyone wants to learn more about this magic, come to my office. I'd appreciate your interest. Returning to his office, he found Selena waiting for him. As soon as she saw him, she rushed over to greet him. At that same moment, his communication device lit up. He told her to wait outside for a moment and hurried inside. He didn't forget to carefully put up a soundproof barrier, guessing it was time for his scheduled check-in. The voice on the other end hurried to speak as soon as they heard him. Professor Ludger, Chelsea, it's an emergency. The omnipotent stone has been stolen. I underestimated your enemies. What happened? They knew about the stone's backup room. They attacked before we could do anything. Even if the rumors spread, I thought we could keep things under control if we acted fast. But in the end, a mistake like this happened. We're pursuing them, but if they use the stone, the situation will become critical. How long do you think the golden window will last? I think until midnight tonight. I understand. Elisa asked. Is there anything else you want to ask? He replied, I think it's better for you to get moving than to sit there and ask me more questions. Right. You're right. I'll leave it to you then. With that, they both cut the connection. He removed the soundproof barrier and sighed. I knew this would happen, but who would have thought it would be so soon? Those people. What the hell are they thinking? I haven't cleared the Prime Minister's suspicions yet. I'm going to end up being seen as one of them. Something isn't right. Is this situation really their top priority? Thinking back on it, he called Selena into the room. She pushed the door open timidly. Looks like one of the subordinates is acting on their own, huh? Selena nodded honestly. Explain exactly what happened from the beginning. According to the investigation, the incident started when a Third Order member was digging for information. They found documents related to the omnipotent stone while searching for information about Theon. Somehow, rumors about the stone spread among the students. Because he read that information, he completely believed the rumors and eventually found out about the existence and location of the stone. He quickly reported it to a second-order member, but that person didn't report it and decided to act on his own. His name is Demas. He has close ties to the government and handles matters related to them. If it was information that important, he should have reported it to the First Order. Does he really think I wouldn't know? Why do you think he did that? This is just my speculation, but I think he wants to become a First Order member. The Order doesn't have a fixed 7 positions. The First Order can change at any time. Demas's talent isn't enough to satisfy his greed, so perhaps this time he wanted to hit a home run. I see. So, what's the situation now? Professor, do you intend to take action yourself? I do. They are already pursuing him. If we're not careful, our identities will be exposed. They are currently on the run with dozens of accomplices after stealing the stone. I only know they headed toward the Silent Forest. All right, I should get going too. Then what should I do? You don't need to do anything. That information is more than enough. You did well, Selena. I'll leave the rest to you. Selena received his praise, her eyes shining with happiness, the corners of her eyes brimming with tears. Thank you, sir. As she stepped out of the professor's office, he pondered in confusion. I only said a few words. Why did she react like that? I even thought it might be some kind of extreme loyalty, but that doesn't seem to be it. The most important thing now is, he muttered, as black shadows rose beneath his feet, swirling around him. The frequency increased, and before long, it swallowed him up, teleporting him in a heartbeat. Arriving at a certain coordinate, the spell echoed once more. He had been teleported outside the Theorn Academy. It was a type of summoning spell called the Magic Path. It consumed a large amount of magic power, but could conceal all user presence so that no one can find them. That's the theory, at least, but Flora is a bit of an exception. She seems to be able to sense the presence of magic. She turned around instantly to search. Seeing this, Chero asked, incredibly worried, Flora, what's wrong? It feels like someone just passed by. I don't see anyone, but I definitely smelled magic. Is it invisibility magic? I have to check it out. Seeing Flora run off, Chero hurriedly followed. Somewhere else. Damn it. They actually ran into the Silent Forest. Even if it's dangerous, shouldn't we have called for backup? Why does a forest like this even exist? It's been destroyed so many times, yet no matter what, it grows back at an insane speed and drives everyone who enters it insane, blocking the entrance. It's our best option right now. Venturing deep into the dense forest, the moonlight flickered through the thick canopy. The thieves inside were already showing signs of mental breakdown. Calm down. Do you want to go crazy like that guy? Demas, what should we do? We're surrounded, and we can't stay here long. Shut your mouth. I have a plan. After he spoke, his followers only felt more suspicious and confused. He lifted the stone in his hand, looking at it over and over again, until his eyes almost fell out. Damn it. It really is the omnipotent stone, but it's completely useless. The power radiating from the stone was real. But why? Why wasn't it reacting at all? Suddenly, a noise echoed nearby, and the group immediately went on high alert. Is this all of you? I heard there were at least 10. Were the others caught, or did you abandon them? The moment they saw the owner of that voice, they were trembling so hard they couldn't stop. Lord Ludger, the second-ranked Dem, why did you come here yourself? Does he know everything? Why am I so unlucky to run into this cold-blooded monster? I'm dead today. His hand holding the stone shook violently. He dropped to his knees. Respectfully holding the stone out with both hands, he said, I surrender it to you, my lord. Looking at the stone offered before him, he mused for a moment. Well done. Now, say goodbye. Grabbing the stone, he used his shadow blade to finish them all off without a hint of mercy. Before he completely passed on, the thief trembling asked why, but as he collapsed, he only saw the stone being taken away and received no answer at all. Ludger stared silently at the stone in his hand. Why, you ask? Telling you would just be a waste of my time. So, this is the omnipotent stone? But looking deep into it, I'm even more certain that it's not a holy relic. It has a powerful source of mana inside, but that's all there is to it. But the headmaster did say, at this thought, he suddenly realized something. Lifting his head, he saw some kind of array above, gathering purple light before crashing down from the high sky straight toward Ludger. The light seemed to split the dark night, triggering a massive explosion that shook the entire silent forest. The area that took the hit now had a huge hole in the ground. All that remained was the mana stone, lying there perfectly intact. Then, someone jumped down into the crater. A voice, gentle yet eerie, rang out. "Oh my, I overdid that, didn't I? It's hard to believe there isn't even a single crack. It's over." She picked up the stone and smiled mysteriously. Magic petals swirled around her. The person who arrived was none other than Headmaster Elisa. A fake, omnipotent stone. "Just a little more spice in this bait, and the big fish will take it. Professor Ludger, you'll regret being here." As she spoke, she looked in one direction. There, Ludger was using his magic path, coughing. Not good. Before the magic could descend, he quickly used his spell to move elsewhere. By the time the light struck, he had successfully escaped. My mantra is equivalent to magic. Maybe that's why I survived. This world doesn't have instant teleportation, but with my coordinate tagging magic and the uniqueness of this spell, I can do anything. That's the 6th-ranked professor, Elisa Willow's power. She told me to do this, but why did she come here alone? And the omnipotent stone is fake too. Could she have discovered my identity and lured me into a trap? Just then, his headache flared up violently. Because the teleportation spell had drained his mana, he hurriedly pulled out a bottle, quickly taking the medicine to control the pain. Controlling the pain, his brain went back to work. There's no way she would choose such a troublesome method. So, from the beginning, she acted alone, not even revealing it to her accomplices, to maximize efficiency. A truly extraordinary person. However, he heard a noise, and in a state of extreme vigilance, he held his staff to the throat of the newcomer, only to realize it was Flora. She stared at him, bewildered. He was just as surprised. "Why are you here? Don't you know this forest is off limits?" Fumbling for an excuse, she pushed the question back to him. "Then why is the professor here?" "I'm the one who should be asking you that, sir. And what was that terrifyingly powerful magic earlier? That is none of your business. This forest is dangerous for students. Go back, you. I'm not that weak." It seems she didn't encounter anything suspicious. Did she find a path to avoid the guards and enter the forest? How could I tell the professor that I came here because I smelled something really delicious? I never thought Professor Ludger would be here. And even more surprising was someone's voice, sounding like they were about to cry, calling for Flora. Chero knelt down in fear, trembling and sobbing. "I'm so scared. Where did you go? Follow me. I'll lead you two out." Flora remained silent, as if thinking about something. She had seen him from afar earlier, but what bothered her was that he seemed to be shaking and taking some kind of medication. She wondered, what medicine did he just take? Is something wrong with him? The headmaster stood outside, looking slightly surprised to see him. "Oh, which 2 students are these?" "I'm explaining that these 2 students got lost in the Silent Forest, so I'm leading them out." "The Silent Forest? Why are there students here?" Flora stepped forward to take the blame. "That's my fault, headmaster. I went into the Silent Forest on my own, and Chero followed me. Professor Ludger found us right after." Elisa looked thoughtful and replied, "I see. I understand." She smiled and asked him, "How should I handle them?" "Students are allowed to make mistakes. We can let it slide, right? But what should we do? The current situation is quite urgent, so I have to go handle it first." "So, was that magic from before yours?" "Headmaster, if so, everything must have been handled. It's fine. I will take responsibility for returning these 2 students." Returning to the academy, how is that Ludger Chelsea guy doing? After this event, it's hard for me to suspect him. His reactions haven't been abnormal at all. It's lucky, sure, but there's no one more suspicious than him. Still, why on earth are we the ones spreading these rumors ourselves? We're doing it to lure the rats into the trap first. Ah, I see. I get it now. Walking a bit further, she suddenly stopped and stepped into the room containing the real stone. The real stone is safe in here. It's a relief nothing happened to it. This stone is so dangerous that it once completely destroyed an entire kingdom. We've confirmed it, and I don't want to stay here any longer. As the door clicked shut, a moment later, a shadowy figure emerged. Ludger Chelsea appeared inside as if by magic. I didn't believe it at first, but this is a huge score. Lucky I left a tracker on the fake stone. As expected, the headmaster returned to check the real stone. The magical energy radiating from the real stone is clearly much stronger, so strong it feels like it could pull me in, but it's still not enough to satisfy my true desires. I know that because I can see your limits. However, I know you can show me the location of the remaining sacred artifacts. Thinking this, he began to absorb the stone's power. The magical energy flared, growing more intense by the second. It was trying to claw its way into the very depths of his body. Stay calm. If you go any deeper, even with my will holding you back, you'll shatter into pieces. The stone flared with intense light, but once it heard him speak, it suddenly calmed down as if it understood. Ludger Chelsea held the stone up and asked, "Show me the location of the remaining pieces." After a long while, he concluded that it couldn't clearly state the location of each piece. Even so, there's one piece nearby, isn't there? What's going on? The matter I mentioned the other day is settled, so let's move the appointment to tomorrow night. The deadline is coming up, after all. But why does your voice sound so miserable? Is something wrong? Ludger Chelsea replied tiredly. It's nothing. We found the location of a sacred artifact. There was only one, but I pushed myself a bit too hard. Han teased, "You've had a lot going on lately, but just one? That feels a bit underwhelming." Actually, there were two, but I already knew about the other one. The remaining one is right here in Letha. Based on what I saw through the artifact, it's probably at the auction house. Auction House C. It's the only one in this area. I heard there's a big event coming up there. Maybe it's an auction item. You can check the auction list, right? Yeah, that's simple enough. So, see you tomorrow night then. Yeah, well done. What are you doing the next day? Right in front of my door. Flora backed away, flustered. Are you not inside, Professor? Do you need something? What should I say? Should I ask about the special magic he used last time, or maybe about the potion? For some reason, I just can't bring myself to ask. If you have nothing to say, I'm going in. Hearing that, she quickly stopped him. Ludger Chelsea sighed. What now? If it's not important, a glob of water suddenly flew in front of him, cutting him off. Then came an ice spell. And on the other side, fire. What do you think of my coordinate magic, Professor? That's truly surprising. I never expected a student to be able to perform that spell. That's because I'm a genius, sir. Since I'm the only one, shouldn't I get a reward? How about this? The highest grade? What do you think? A grade doesn't really feel like it matches the effort I put in. I want something equivalent to that top grade. Sensing what she was really after, he opened the door and told her to come in. Flora stepped into her idol's office, looking momentarily bewildered. This is my first time in here, isn't it? The lab is this way. Hearing him, she was taken aback. A laboratory? Then, both of them stepped into his private lab. She looked at the things written on the board with curiosity. What is he researching? I've never seen these characters before, but they don't look like scribbles. To be honest, I didn't expect you to be able to do it, so I was wondering what to reward you with. As you know, coordinate anchoring is a mathematical formula. You have to control mana while executing a formula at the same time. She nodded along, thinking to herself, but I was just imitating what I saw. He continued. Since you understood and were able to perform it, I'll show you this. Saying that, he picked up his wand and drew a magical path in the air. Flora watched, her eyes widening in astonishment. The shape he had just drawn with magic was topological geometry, a shape she had only heard mentioned in passing regarding continuity and surface neighborhood relations. Flora was shell-shocked. Her brain felt like it was about to split in two. What is this feeling? Before she knew it, she had passed out. When she groggily woke up, she found herself lying on the sofa in the office, and he had thoughtfully covered her with his coat. As soon as she woke up, she asked how long she'd been out. He replied while looking at papers that it hadn't even been half an hour. What kind of magic did you use earlier? Tra-Clen. That's what I call it. I saw it once before, so I experimented and figured out how to create it myself. You created it just for an experiment? Are your eyes and nose all right? Hearing that, she was puzzled. Why are you asking that? Only then did he turn to look at her with a sharp gaze. You have the ability to sense every magical fluctuation, don't you? When you saw my formula, your pupils dilated and your fingers trembled. You must have sensed it in a way normal people can't. You were probably shocked because you'd never seen that kind of magic before. Aren't you curious, Professor? About my abilities? Not at all. I have no interest in any special skills, but I'm not sure about other mages. You'd better not get caught. It's late. You should go back now. Leaving the office, she wondered. How could he stay so calm after knowing what I can do? Has he met someone with this ability before? And now that I think about it, I still haven't gotten my proper reward. That night, he arrived at the meeting spot with Han. No matter how many times we meet, I still can't get used to your style. You're finally here? Were you just going to stand there? Yeah, as usual. Where did you even get this car? The flashiest car in town. If you're going to an auction, you've got to go in style, right? Ludger Chelsea didn't object. Fair point. Let's go. They arrived at a very luxurious location. Red carpets flowed from the entrance. It was unnecessarily noisy and flashy. Isn't it better than being in some dirty, remote place? Which floor is the meeting on? The fourth. As the two walked toward the stairs to head up, they were blocked by two guards. They said you needed permission to go to the fourth floor. Han pulled out a business card. But we have permission. After inspecting it, they politely stepped aside for Han and Ludger Chelsea. The atmosphere on the fourth floor was certainly different. I hear underground organizations often meet here. That's how this place's unwritten law was born. Unwritten law? Fighting isn't allowed on the fourth floor. That's why there's no security here. There must be a reason we were invited here. Maybe they want to see if we follow the rules. I'm here. Let's head inside, shall we? Joriati, I'm sure you wouldn't lie in a place like this, would you? Ah, I know you went missing after the failed uprising in the Delica Kingdom. What brings you here? Do you want to try what you already failed at once again? Of course not. Quit talking nonsense. I've never even thought of such a thing. How can I trust you? A person who claims to have no ill intent, so why did you wipe out the Red Guild as soon as you arrived? I only cleared away the trash in front of me. Enough with the small talk. What do you want? Surely you had your own reasons for accepting our invitation. Sharp as a tack. I'm looking to build a foundation here. A foundation? Are you trying to create a second Red Guild or something? The others listened in silence as they waited for his response. He sighed and said, Ah, of course not. I understand why the air is so tense now. Let me explain the misunderstanding first. What misunderstanding? I wanted to talk in private first. Before the man named Tien could object, the young girl sitting next to him spoke up. It's fine, Mr. Tien. You've figured it out, haven't you? Maven Venli. I'm often looked down upon because I'm just a kid. But my life isn't so pathetic that I'd look down on a child. And don't worry, I have no intention of forming a second guild. Of course, I do intend to start a new business venture. I have a proposal. If you come work under me, I will help you make a fortune. Han, standing behind him, was fuming and couldn't even find words. Who negotiates things like that? How is that any different from the Red Guild? You'll just oppress us and make us follow your every order, won't you? Not at all, because this is just an offer. If I wanted to do that, I would have done it already. Besides, even if you refuse, I'm still going to hand over a portion of the Red Guild's assets to you. Even if we refuse? I don't understand what you really want. As you know, my current position isn't suitable for causing chaos, and fighting is pointless anyway. I just need some solid authority. You don't have to believe me. You lose nothing by refusing, but I would really like to hear your answer. When he finished, the room fell into an awkward silence. Bin Yen broke the quiet. At least tell us what that business is. The Black Rose lady scolded. Why are you making decisions on your own? If it's dangerous, I'm not interested. You have to understand that. I promise you won't face any danger. Do you know how much the nobles love to be entertained? You mean opera and music? Don't tell us you want us to do something like that. No, I want you to do something more elegant, telling stories through theater, music, and dance. Looking at this alone, I'm not entirely sure, but you have vision. Let's do it. I look forward to working with you. Guildmaster Pinion, you're quite interesting. Maven Venli, what exactly do you want? I want change. Before the factories and forges appeared here, this was a wasteland with nothing but gray skies and a bleak future. But if people want to live, they need to look up at the sky, don't they? I want to turn this gloomy place into somewhere vibrant. I will also provide suitable business models for other organizations. Why don't you all read through this first? That night, those at the table listened very carefully to Ludger's plan. Everyone showered him with endless praise. Even Han couldn't stop talking about it on the way back. His idea back there was brilliant. He actually got all three organizations to agree. I just took inspiration from other people's ideas. As he spoke, he looked back. Don't you have anyone escorting you? The Black Rose lady said she had something to discuss with him in private, so he signaled Han to go ahead. Once they were alone, the Black Rose lady spoke up. About your proposal, do you really think it will work? Don't you think so? The current garment market is controlled by nobles and wealthy merchants. Do you really think I have a chance? They aren't my target customers. Ready-to-wear clothing is light, convenient, and can be worn every day. If people focus on these clothes, the elites will no longer be the majority, but we won't be able to avoid their sabotage. Then we must defeat them. I can't stay in the shadows forever. You don't need to worry about the others anymore. If you accept my offer, I will protect them, and when the business begins, you'll be able to use your magic on the clothes too. She was incredibly surprised to hear that. How did you know? A mage will recognize another mage, even if it doesn't matter. Since we've agreed to cooperate, I couldn't hide it forever. Speaking, she removed her veil, voluntarily showing her face to demonstrate her trust. A burn from magic, isn't it? Yes, a mage with extreme tastes. The one who taught me magic caused this. Because it was too late, even the apostles of Hiller Lumensi had to give up. I've shown you my ugly face, so I'll be going now. Suddenly, he grabbed her wrist and said, Wait a moment. Since you trusted me and showed me your face, it's only fair that I show you something too, right? Then he applied magic to the burn under her eye. With just one touch, the scar that had been with her for so many years vanished easily. He said gently, "Take a look at your face." Looking at herself in the small mirror, she was stunned, unable to believe it was real. Magic really is something. It's a shame to have to cover your face just because of a scar. Hearing this, she froze for a long time. "I still feel more comfortable with my veil." He shrugged and replied, "That's fine then. I'll follow your lead for now." Today's meeting was very productive. Suddenly, a voice called out, "Violetta." She didn't even have time to turn around, but luckily, Ludger pulled her back just in time to dodge. When she looked back, she saw an arrow embedded deep into the wall with immense force. "Are you okay?" She stumbled to her feet. "Thank you." "An ambush? Who is it?" "I have a few suspects, but I don't think it's just one or two people." The thugs walked up arrogantly. "Maven Venley, a VIP like you, walking around without an escort? What a great opportunity for me. The remnants of the Red Guild? Do you not know why your organization collapsed? I know very well, which is why I've prepared thoroughly." Just then, he noticed a familiar scent in the air. Poison gas. "Violetta, don't use your magic, hold your breath. You're sharp, aren't you?" But wait. This voice. It was worth the wait. To take down two big shots at once. How troublesome. "Violence isn't my style. Are you going to fight them?" "We have no choice but to run or fight. So, my lady, do you know how to dance? Well enough that I don't need to envy anyone else. Then leave your back to me." That night, in a dark alley, Violetta and Ludger worked together to finish off the remnants of the Red Guild. Damn it, are they still too strong for us even without using magic? Even so, they look like they're about to run out of steam. Keep holding them off a little longer. I'm exhausted. Is it because I don't exercise enough? You should probably think about working on your physical fitness once this is over. Your brain is running at 5G speeds, but I still can't find the guy shooting those arrows. Is he hiding himself after that surprise attack? He's using a rare type of aromatic diffuser capable of masking his killing intent. It seems like there's a professional from Violetta among them. Oh, you called out her name like a warning. Before she could react, you hoisted her onto your shoulder and took off. The Red Society members saw this and stretched their long legs to give chase. Violetta looked confused. "What are you doing? They've got a professional assassin hiding in their ranks. We'll be at a disadvantage if we keep fighting like this." "An assassin, you say?" The people behind them were clutching knives and closing in fast. Their movement speed was quite high, the hallmark of someone with experience. "Do you know who those guys are?" "I heard about a group of assassins from the southern desert, the kind who will liquidate anyone for a price." "The southern desert? Just as I thought. It's a Kansepa assassin. Be careful not to bite your tongue." Hearing your comment, the guys tried to tell her that they were about to hit their mark. "You fired your grappling hook, using it to navigate the uneven terrain. Even though you chose a difficult path, those assassins were full of energy, chasing right after you. One of the two assassins threw a hidden weapon, and you both quickly jumped back to dodge. He unleashed another attack, and Violetta opened her umbrella to block it. In just a split second, her umbrella began to corrode rapidly. She wondered to herself, what did they smear on those blades? This special umbrella is just melting away. That's a special poison used by Kansapa assassins. Essentially, nothing can block it. So, what do? Either we wait until they run out of weapons to throw, or we manage to escape from here. The second option sounds better. All right, hang on tight. With that, you carried Violetta and bolted like a bullet. After sprinting across a few rooftops, you dove into an alley. The assassins chasing you stopped, exchanged signals, and then split up to continue the pursuit. While you were fleeing, Violetta's voice suddenly rang out, sounding quite sharp. "Are you just going to leave me here like this? It seems I was wrong about you. You coward." She was all alone. Did that guy really run away? No way. There's no way he'd leave her there and run off. This reeks of a trap. That woman is definitely the bait, and that guy must be hiding somewhere nearby. Is he here? He guessed and threw a hidden weapon in one direction, but where he didn't expect, you suddenly appeared and struck him with your sword. He couldn't accept it and tried to find the answer to Ludger's move. It's just magic. Though it's true, I used a few components of the aromatic diffuser. Finished speaking, you decisively pulled out your sword. It was quite faint, but there was still a bit of diffuser left that didn't affect mana. You had channeled some sound through it. Violetta screamed, "Watch out, above you." You looked in the direction she warned you about, and saw an assassin lunging, throwing an iron hook. You tilted your head to dodge the hook, but it got caught on the sword in your hand. The assassin snatched your sword, raised his knife high, and shouted, "It's over!" Ludger wasn't panicked. On the contrary, he was incredibly calm. In a split second, the guy saw your movements. Was he actually hiding another weapon? In the blink of an eye, you had handled him neatly. He lay face down, gasping and spitting out insults. Your judgment was pretty good, but you were careless at the most critical moment. A moment later, a loud crowd was searching and yelling, "I heard a noise over there. Catch them. They'll be done for if they escape. Looks like the diffuser has all cleared away. Can I leave the rest to you?" "Oh, this is easy." The crowd charged in aggressively, but as soon as they stepped out, they were greeted by a blinding flash of magic, followed by screams that tore through the silent night. Seems like that's everyone. I didn't expect them to gather for a surprise attack after their group had been scattered like that. Maybe someone gave them orders. Who do you think could have ordered them? Most likely the person who paid the assassins. I've already liquidated Ben Foron, so it couldn't be him. Wait, you liquidated Ben Foron? You? Yes. It seems he was up to something shady while providing funds for the association. He even did things that violated human dignity. I don't want to be in the same league as a guy like that. By the way, speaking of the association, I'll give you his recruits. You guys have suffered enough, so do whatever you want with them. In return, you want us to find out who caused this incident, right? I was going to ask it as a separate request, but it seems like things are going to get pretty busy soon. We also have to manage the business you suggested earlier. You can't handle it? You're hurting my pride. I'll do both perfectly. I'll work harder than you ever expected. That's a good answer. Take care then. With that, you walked away, satisfied. Hey, assistant, get over here. Who told you I was your assistant? When someone calls, just come here. Fine, fine. Now get out of the way. You stepped in to cut off the argument. Why are you being so loud? The girl being bullied is Saradin Yanfit. Han is so weak and helpless. Please stop her. You replied indifferently. Looks like fun though. Stop bullying Han. And look at this. The little girl jumped off Han and skipped over to you. Sir, did you collect the wire while dragging someone else along? I told you it only works for one person. The hook clip is all loose. What is this? I have my own reasons. It'll take 10 minutes to fix. Sir, wait a moment. Why is this little rascal so mean to me? Ludger heard this and thought, that's because you're weak. But when he spoke, he pivoted a bit. Because she's older than you. Have a little patience. At first, I thought she was just a child. Did you meet her for the first time at the Delica Kingdom mines? That's right. She was being held as a slave there. Does that count as being captured? Back then, we went into the mine, the meeting of a lifetime, seeing a girl sitting there tinkering with explosives. If that bomb had gone off back then, we would have been done for, right? If that thing had blown up a kilometer underground, even the night captain would have been history. I just remembered. I saw some strangers looking for you earlier. I've already taken care of them. It was the Red Society. He's the one behind it. Can you investigate? Checking the items at the auction already tired me out. Saradin called out. Hey, assistant, come here already. Go over to Sarada, and don't let her take that medicine. In 10 minutes, they will probably. It'll take about 30 minutes, so I'll rest for a bit while I wait. Ludger Chelsea noticed something. They were moving so quickly and quietly that he couldn't even hear their footsteps. A group moving so stealthily at this hour? The person leading them seemed to sense a gaze, their eyes darting around to inspect the surroundings. Loy asked curiously, Is something wrong, Captain? No, it's nothing. With that, they quickly left. Ludger Chelsea breathed a sigh of relief. I don't think she saw me, right? I thought they might be knights. But that silver hair, it's Tudori, the guardian knight of the Night Watch. What is she doing in Lythben? I heard she was in charge of the investigation into the Ben Fixin case. Does she think that incident is connected to what just happened? Good thing I cleared out all the evidence back then. I really don't want to get tangled up with a freak like her. A while later, Saradin walked out, looking excited. All right, sir, I'm done. It took a while because I wanted to make sure every part was working perfectly. Oh, it's smaller and thinner now. Give it a try, sir. He fired a test shot. This time, the support gear was significantly upgraded. It's more powerful too. I made it twice as strong. You can use it for 2 people now. I also added some new features. Try making a fist and flicking your wrist. He followed instructions, and a short blade popped out from his wrist. I added that because I remembered you mentioned it before. Oh, and if you relax, it retracts. See that small hole on the left? You can fire paralyzing needles at your opponent through it. Wow, thanks. I love it. You've got a good eye for this. That coward earlier kept saying it was too dangerous. That's what I'd expect from a professor at Theorn Academy. Well, that's not entirely accurate, but whatever. By the way, you look sharp in that suit. Just looking at you, anyone would think you're a gentleman, like an aristocrat. Is that so? Well, I appreciate the compliment. Regardless, I'll make good use of this. Leaving already? Just a walk? I actually need to ask you for a favor. Scene shift. They arrived because they heard about a brawl. These wounds were caused by magic. Was there some kind of faction conflict here? I recognize one of them. He's from the Red Association. There are 2 more corpses over here. Tudori picked up a hidden weapon to examine it. It smells sour. It's a type of poison the Campasa assassins usually use. You mean the assassin organization from the Fatima dynasty? Could this be a conflict between the Red Association and the Campasa? No, they didn't die from the poison. Perhaps they were on the same side. Either way, he was killed with a single strike. This one looks like he was pinned from behind. An assassin getting into close quarters combat? Did they think their opponent was just a mage who couldn't fight? They miscalculated. The killer who took these assassins out is a mage who's skilled with blades and was the one who wiped out the Red Association. The Red Association? Why would you think that? An organization that had already disbanded, trying to hire the Campasa. It must be a deep-seated grudge. Come to think of it, Benford's funds were transferred to the Red Association. Someone took out Benford and the Red Association members. A factory was burned down, and a professor from Theon burned a werewolf to death. We're done here. Let's go. I've got the key points now. But we haven't reached a conclusion yet. We should keep at it, Loy said, looking confused. It's not over yet. There's still one more place with clues. We could go check that out. All right, let's do that. The next day. Hello, Professor Ludger Chelsea. I heard you weren't working today. Oh, right. I don't have any classes today. What brings you here? Hey, someone's looking for you. I was just passing by, so I stopped in. Who's looking for me? Selena replied. A knight from the National Security Bureau. He nodded and said, all right, I'll go see them. Loy saw him and politely opened the conversation. Are you Ludger Cherish? Yes, that's me. Please, have a seat. Loy nodded and said thank you. Let me introduce myself. I'm Loy, from the National Security Bureau. Would you like some tea? That's all right. I don't eat or drink while on duty. Understood. So, what brings you here? You took care of the werewolf that appeared on campus recently, right? That's correct. Is there a problem? I just want to know the details of what happened. Feel free to tell me, just like you're talking to a friend. Ludger Chelsea nodded in agreement. It's not Tudori. I thought I'd be meeting her. As long as it's not her, it shouldn't be difficult. Then I'll start. After a fairly long conversation, Loy shook Ludger Chelsea's hand and said, thank you for your time. You work for the country. It's my honor. It was a pleasure meeting you. Likewise. As soon as the visitor left, he looked at the hand he had just used to shake Loy's, lost in thought. Guardian, you're here. Did you find any clues? No, nothing at all. We even brought a search warrant, but we didn't find anything useful. What about you? Did you follow my orders? Yes. Just as you instructed. Then, is it possible that person is someone who's been thoroughly trained? Even though he wore gloves, when I shook his hand, I felt. Meanwhile, Ludger Chelsea, deep in thought, took off his gloves and tossed them aside. Loy was currently evaluating him, thinking his hands were like those of a normal mage who had never engaged in violence. Really? Are you sure you're not mistaken? Of course not. Tudori pondered. Hands like a normal mage. Huh. This was unexpected. I thought I had finally found another lead, but this case has hit a dead end. If there are no leads, we have to stop the investigation. Enna, you stay here and report back to me if you see anything suspicious. As for them, I can't meet them. That's the condition. The principal walked over, greeting them in a friendly manner. Tudori, how long has it been? Oh, it's Principal Elisa Willow. Do they know each other? What wind blew you here? You could at least say hello to a friend. After blocking the meeting between me and Professor Ludger, you're acting overly attentive without any real purpose. You don't need to be like that. Don't bully the useful newcomer like that. I've got my eye on this one, Tudori. Why would I ever trust you not to do something to him? I can clearly see you think I'm someone who ruins others. Oh my, aren't you? I'm off. No need to see me out. Elisa, you're leaving? At least stay for a cup of tea before you go. Ludger Chelsea watched from his office, the principal and a guardian officer. I'm not sure how they're related, but thanks to her, I was able to avoid further questioning. I can't let my guard down in front of Loy, but his every move provided me with good clues. First, he checked the bookshelf for dust, and he appeared very neat and clean. I think he's afraid of getting dirty. If someone like that offers a handshake while exposing their bare hands, it means they want to verify something through that handshake. That's why I had Saradin make an artificial skin cover just in case. Good thing it wasn't for nothing. He tried. But I'm still a step ahead. But should I take a break and prep for the exam? A week has flown by, and the others seem to be acting very cautiously lately. It's likely because the Guardian has been visiting the Onan recently. What do you mean by cautious? Everyone is avoiding any contact with him. All the private gathering spots outside the Onan have already been booked. I see. Is there anything else out of the ordinary? Oh, now that you mention it. 2 days ago, 3 of the upper-tier students were caught. It wasn't a major issue, so I didn't report it to you. Besides, even the upper-tier students aren't foolish enough to get caught by the guards. Word is, it involved students from the Theorn Academy, 2 boys and a girl from your class. Huh? My class? I think I know who they are. Aiden, Leo, and Tassi, right? Selena confirmed. Yes, exactly. Did they catch someone outside the city? It sounds like they were on a mission, he asked, slightly puzzled. Selena replied. Yes, but lower-tier students have mission permits. They do them to earn tuition money. None of those 3 students belong to any wealthy families. Even so, I didn't expect those 3 to be able to catch an upper-tier group. I've had my eye on them, but this is completely unexpected. How should I handle those students? He replied coldly. Leave them be. I have no need for those who were defeated by ordinary students. Ah, yes, you're right, Professor. Is there anything else besides that? Nothing, other than the fact that I agree we should keep a low profile for a while. Is that so? Then that's fine. Come, let's go. Scene change. Today marks the beginning of the exam. You all must have studied very hard. As I mentioned before, I will teach primitive magic formulas to the 5 most diligent students. Of course, I won't teach it all at once. I'll divide it into 4 stages, 1 for each exam. If I find anyone cheating or taking unfair advantage, I promise there will be appropriate punishment. Now, if you've all looked at the end time, the exam begins right now. Just like the feeling of students taking their graduation exams, time passed by very quickly. The exam is over, you all did well. A student clutched their head in misery. I knew it would be hard the moment the professor said we could use open books. It was so difficult that even looking at the book was useless. After finishing the exam, Renee mustered up the courage to walk down to the podium. Professor Ludger? Renee, do you have any questions about the exam? Oh, no sir. I've finished reading the book you gave me last time. So I'd like to return it. He replied gently. No need to return it. You'll need it later on, and this copy suits you well. I think returning it would be disrespectful to its former owner. So, don't return it. Keep it, because I trust that you will take good care of this book. Renee walked over and called out to her. What's wrong? You were walking so fast. Renee shook her head. It's nothing. She smiled brightly and changed the subject. It's fine. How did you do on the exam? It wasn't as hard as I thought. Mentioning the exam, Renee's face went pale, looking off to the side with a forced, awkward smile. I guess your mood during the test wasn't great. That happens often. I had too many things on my mind, so I couldn't study properly. No matter how many times I look back, I'm still surprised that Professor Ludger wrote questions like these. They required a solid foundation, a grasp of basic principles, plus they were tricky, advanced-level questions. Since he's a rigid person, I didn't expect much, but I am still quite surprised. How does he compare to Professor Chris Benamo? Since both of them teach expression formulas, I'm sure their exam fields are relatively similar. Hey, comparing them like that is quite rude. He just throws in some technical jargon to show off. I'm sure Professor Chris has already heard about it. I'm very curious to see the look on his face right now. Chris Benamo grabbed his test papers and crumpled them. In a fit of rage, he threw the papers against the door. I was wondering why the principal suddenly came here, just to record Professor Ludger's questions. Professor Chris, you teach expression formulas too, don't you? I brought this because it might be useful for creating your next exam. Just thinking about being compared to some small-time noble. Just you wait, Ludger Chelly. I will pay you back for this humiliation. Scene change. Renee is wandering around looking for a place to eat lunch. Since I've already prepared for the other exams, a little break shouldn't hurt, right? Renee's senior was so shocked by the exam that she went straight home. I hope she feels better soon. As luck would have it, while looking for a place to eat, she ran into a group of nasty students. As soon as they saw her, they started with their sarcastic tone. Who do we have here? Isn't this the high and mighty, prideful commoner? She summoned all her courage to say, Please, move aside. What did you say? I didn't hear you. Are you acting like this because I turned you down last time? You're so petty. Aren't you ashamed of yourself? Being a noble and all? Touched on a sore spot, he flew into a rage. You commoner bitch, don't you know your place? Saying that, he grabbed her arm violently, then rudely threw her to the ground in front of the other noble students. Do you even dare to look up? This is why we need to discipline commoners like you. Right then, Frodon appeared and intervened. What are you doing? The group recognized him and became terrified. Renee saw him and was just as scared. Why is Froden here the one rumored to be incredibly cruel and who treats commoners like trash? And at a time like this, too? The blonde guy forced a smile and said, I was just educating a disrespectful commoner, as a noble should. Educating? You mean you're ganging up to bully a commoner? That's not it, sir. This commoner bitch dared to disrespect a noble. He coldly cut him off. Silence. The moment he spoke, the blonde guy was crushed to the ground by some sort of pressure. Froden glared with utter contempt. You are the trash, staining the title of a noble. Why don't you go jump in a bin yourself instead of dragging that face around everywhere? How long do I have to keep seeing garbage, like you wandering around causing trouble? What about you? Do you feel angry about being educated suddenly? Get lost. I won't say it twice. Hearing that, the group scrambled to run away as fast as they could. Renee said, confused. Thank you for the help. When she looked back, she realized something, but then shook her head as if nothing happened. Oh, right. Isn't that your lunch? But it's not really edible anymore. Oh, it's fine. I can just brush off the dirt. But the food fell on the ground, didn't it? If you don't mind, you can eat with me. Hearing his proposal, she became even more flustered. The two of them moved to a more scenic spot. Where am I? I've been at Theon for a while now, but I've never seen this place before. Oh, this? It's my own private hideout. Even my bodyguards don't know about this spot. You can come back another time if you can keep it a secret from the other students. Of course, I wouldn't tell a soul. But, is that really your lunch, senior? I got a bit carried away while cooking, so I made way too much. Whoa, you cooked all of that yourself? Are you a total catch, or what? Renee took a bite and was instantly sold. Her eyes were fixed on the food as she raved. Oh my god, this is amazing. I'm glad it's to your taste. But slow down a bit. You'll choke. They said he was incredibly cruel and hated commoners, but he's nothing like that at all. I guess this is why I shouldn't just blindly believe rumors. Meanwhile, over with Professor Ludger. Are you finished with the grading, sir? Yeah, I'm on my way to grade the practical exams now. You're overseeing a practical test today, right? Yes, I think it's more practical for spiritology. Would you like to come and watch? He was about to decline, but seeing her sparkling, expectant eyes, he swallowed his refusal. He thought to himself, I guess she's nervous because it's her first time leading an exam, huh? All right, I'll come take a look. That's great. Let's head over together. As you mentioned before, the students will be forming pacts with spirits during today's exam. You'll use your magical energy to reach out and befriend the spirits. I'll demonstrate first. With that, Professor Selena began the chant. The spirits answered her call and swarmed to her side. She gently touched a spirit nuzzling into her hair. Hello there. The students watched, completely fascinated. Is that the power of a spiritology professor? You all saw that, right? It's not that difficult. You just need to do exactly what I just did. All right, everyone, you can start now. The students scattered to begin summoning their own spirits. Professor Ludger, would you like to try? It's really not that hard. No thanks. But I'm not really the type of person spirits gravitate toward. What are you talking about? Spirits are very kind. Look, watch this. She reached out to show him her spirit, but strangely enough, the spirit, which had been perfectly docile, started trembling with fear the moment it stood before him. She realized the spirits were terrified. They wouldn't even dare to come near Professor Ludger. Didn't I tell you? Spirits don't like me, because there was something a bit special about him. A voice echoed in his mind. My son, you possess the qualities of a shaman. The sacred spirits are protecting you. What is going on here? It's true that sometimes they aren't interested, but being scared to this extent is a bit. He spoke calmly. My situation is a bit unique, but even so, only the low-level spirits are skittish around me. That is true. The mid-level spirits are still calm. Even so, it's a real shame. It would be much better if you could be close to them, Professor Ludger. Well, there are all sorts of people in this world. Right. You should remember that you're in charge of an exam. Is it really okay to just leave it to your assistants? Oh my, I completely forgot. I'm going back to work right now. She hurried off to join the students. Only then did he let out a sigh of relief. Thank God, I still have enough magical energy. If the mid-level spirits started reacting too, Selena would definitely get suspicious. The thing the spirits fear isn't me, it's that thing behind me. Because they're the weakest spirits, they can sense that strange power. How ironic. Suddenly, he sensed someone nearby. They were hiding in the trees. That energy, it felt like a fire spirit, and a fairly high-level one at that. Did the others not notice? Even Professor Selena, who is highly sensitive to spirits, didn't react at all? A presence that even a spiritology professor who commands mid-level spirits couldn't detect. This isn't a naturally occurring spirit. It's an artificial one, being controlled by someone. And if they dared to tail him this brazenly, there was only one answer. There was another spy hiding at Theon. Why are they showing up now? They're just watching me and not doing anything. Has my identity been exposed? No way. If it were, they wouldn't just be standing there watching. Are they trying to send me a signal? So, he casually remarked, it's a bit hot today. The surrounding temperature actually spiked. They were reacting to his words. He slipped away from Selena and the students and headed deeper into the forest. What if I move somewhere where there's no one around? What are you going to do now? Even if they didn't do anything, at least he would know what he was up against. He didn't want to miss this chance. After walking a bit, he saw a flickering flame at his feet. Looking down, he saw words written in fire. Tonight, after class, at this spot. So, he went along with it. That night, he stood in that very spot, waiting. Oh my! You're early, aren't you? Looking at the ball of red fire in front of him, he guessed immediately that the original body wasn't here. I had a feeling this would happen. But let's cut to the chase. What do you want? Whoa, straight to the point, huh? You're always so cold. Anyway, I called you here because I need your help. I'm planning to create chaos at Theon. You know, I'm a specialist in destruction. However, those mages keep extinguishing the fires I light. You want me to help you play with fire? Chaos, huh? It sounds like they're plotting a terrorist attack. Play with fire? Why would I want to do that? However, not only my subordinates, but also the second in command have vanished. Unlike those rank-and-file pawns, you don't work with anyone. With your skills, you could easily hide your identity and assist me. Of course, I'm not asking you to work for free. If you agree to help, I will definitely reward you generously, like a promise and a contract. Who signed this agreement? Naturally, it was between John and Asanda. That name isn't their real name. It must be an alias, just like mine. So, do you accept this offer? He was silent for a moment, then replied, I refuse. In my current situation, I can't do anything. What was that? Hold on. I told you everything. Are you serious? Don't tell me you're making excuses because you're lazy. Well, normally that would be true, but things are different now. The principal is still suspicious of me, so I can't make any hasty decisions. If that's all you wanted to say, then we're done here. For Ludger, he had gathered enough information, so he was ready to bail. But Manda suddenly spoke up to stop him. You should think carefully. I heard some interesting things lately. I heard you have an assistant, don't you? Not just anyone, but the great, all-powerful, you have an assistant. And on top of that, an assistant who's a second in command? Don't you think something's a bit off? Don't tell me you're plotting something behind their backs. You speak as if you know me so well. You're the one who came to me for help. Yet not only do you jump to conclusions, but you even have the nerve to doubt me. Just because I infiltrated Theon but haven't made many moves yet, you dare to look down on me? What the hell? You're the one acting strange. I can't be the only one without an assistant when every other professor has one. I think it's best to pick someone from the organization. Regardless, I don't owe you any explanation. The fire dances on your shoulders and hair, but the moment it saw the target, it softened. I'm just joking. Just kidding. Don't you think you're being a bit too serious? I don't care whether you doubt me or not this time. I'll let it slide. But don't you ever question my loyalty to the Academy. If that happens, one of us is going to pay the price. All right, I'm sorry. Nothing more to say, so I'm leaving. With that, the figure vanished without a trace. Only when the person was completely gone did Ludger lean against the tree. Keeping up the act for so long drained more energy than I expected. Thank goodness I studied this John Doe's personality beforehand. Otherwise, I would have been done for. Thinking back, the voice behind the flames belonged to a young woman and an elementalist, with such high-level spirit control. The most suspicious people are the elemental professors. If I narrow it down, it includes students who can control fire spirits as well. Come to think of it, Theon is hosting a welcome event for new mages, and all of Theon's sponsors will be in attendance. Every professor is required to attend. If they are a professor, they'll be there. That's my chance. Meanwhile, at the window, a flickering light watched Ludger Chelsea from afar. I thought there was something wrong because he was so dedicated to his work, but it seems my worries were in vain. He didn't even flinch at my fire. He might be even stronger than I thought. What a waste of effort. Now that I think about it, we still have that event. Damn it. Well, it makes sense. The protagonist won't be me, but someone else. Scene change. I didn't think I'd get to eat lunch with the senior again. It doesn't seem like he has any bad intentions. Ever since I was little, I've been able to tell if someone has malicious intent toward me. The ones I don't feel any malice from are Senior Renee, Senior Brian, and Professor Ludger. Actually, that's not quite right. Professor Ludger doesn't have any goodwill toward me either. Instead, it's sadness and guilt. But why? Lost in thought, a young man suddenly struck up a conversation. You're Rene, right? A first-year student? I'm a friend of Broyd's, Henry Presto. Nice to meet you. Were you just with Broyd? Wait, how did you know? I have my ways. I've also been wondering what Broyd's been up to lately. She sensed no malice from him, but she could also feel that the guy in front of her was inherently dangerous. Did I do something wrong? No need to be so on guard. Anyway, I'll give you a few good tips to help us get close. Actually, I have a part-time job that pays quite well and is safe. He was sure she knew that. The majority of students at Theon are commoners with no money. Why are you telling me this? We just met. To be precise, was it out of curiosity? He was shocked to see Broyd spending time with a commoner girl like her. Is that so surprising? I just thought he was a good person. Hearing her judge his friend like that, Henry laughed maniacally. A good person? Broyd? Ah, right. He is a good guy. That's my take after being friends with him for so long. Anyway, I'm curious to see the two of you together. You can decide whether you want to accept or not after hearing the details. I wonder what you'll think. That night, at the Grand Hall, the playground for the aristocracy, it seems all the main characters of the party have arrived. I heard all the new professors are outstanding. Oh ho, he must be the man in the rumors. Professor Ludger Chelsea. Laughter and chatter filled the banquet. Oh, Count Benyor, the rumors were true indeed. You really look sharp. Ha, thank you, Professor Merida. Is it? I'm Congressman Sally. The professor stood to the side, observing, thinking to herself that everyone was busy cozying up to the sponsors. I should stay and assess the situation for a bit before going to find old Mana. Suddenly, a middle-aged man approached to strike up a conversation. Greetings, Professor Ludger. I am Count Deckers. Ludger narrowed his eyes. Excuse me. His gaze sharpened as he said, I'm not in the mood to talk right now. The man immediately raised his hands and said, Ah, I understand. Sorry to bother you. Rejecting that count straight to his face would temporarily keep the buzzing flies away. Time to find Merida quickly. Suddenly, Ludger heard a voice. Excuse me, we don't know each other, he thought to himself. That voice. A man approached a girl and said, Why do you have to be so rejecting? The pink-haired girl said shyly, Oh, no, Professor Selena seemed to be avoiding someone trying to hit on her. Ludger hurried over to intervene. Stop it. Professor Selena already has plans with me. The man immediately frowned and asked, Who the hell are you? Before he could finish, someone next to him whispered something, making the man exclaim in surprise. Oh, he speaks so boldly. The newly transferred professor. Huh? So what? Doesn't he know who I am? Ludger thought to himself. Are they talking about me? The man acted arrogantly. Hey you, I'm the director of Luke Even Company. Surely you aren't stupid enough to not know about the Luke Company? If you understand, get lost. Suddenly, Ludger looked down. A trembling hand was gripping his coat. The other guy pointed at Ludger and said, Didn't I tell you we had plans? Hey, are you messing with me? Do you think I'll just walk away because of a professor like you? Who do you think I am? Realizing this guy wouldn't listen, Ludger squeezed his hand tightly and said coldly, Then let me make it clear to you. Do you think I'll just walk away because some nameless director is barking at me? Even trembled and exclaimed, Let me go. Do you want to get fired? He thought to himself, What kind of strength is this? Ludger frowned angrily and said, Go ahead and try. The man beside him saw this and hurried to intervene. Stop it. Don't cause a scene at the party. Even clutched his trembling arm and yelled at the washed-up noble. The other man said, Young master, please calm down. Don't draw attention. Suddenly, a sound rang out. Even slapped the man and yelled, I told you to call me director. The man could only hold his face and say, I'm sorry, director. He still raised his voice. You're telling me to calm down? After being insulted by that dog, Ludger Chelsea, or whatever his name is. I will definitely have you fired. Ludger frowned, feeling annoyed, thinking that things had gone much further than he expected. I just wanted to use Professor Selena's situation as an excuse to get out of here, Evan kept shouting. I don't even know how to brag. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Oh, is something going on? Elisa approached with a smile. The moment Evan saw who it was, he spun around and yelled, Principal, is this how you train your professors? That washed-up noble dared to use violence against me. If you still want the company's sponsorship, fire him immediately. Elisa laughed and replied, I was wondering who you were. So, you're the son of the company president, are you? He was stunned and asked, What? Elisa's eyes narrowed dangerously. The company isn't owned by President Hodo, is it? Why would you let a director talk such nonsense in front of everyone? Have you even talked to your father about this? Evan saw the situation and stubbornly retorted, "My father always supports me. I'm his son after all." "Oh, is that so?" Elisa said with a sneer. "President, do you agree with him?" Then she turned and smiled at the man standing behind her. Seeing his father right in front of him, even cried out in fear, "Father!" The man quickly spoke up, "My sincerest apologies. Principal Elisa, please forgive my useless son." The principal laughed. "No, it's actually been quite refreshing. Thank you for letting it go." Elisa was still smiling. "But ending it like this feels a bit half-hearted, don't you think? How about this instead?" The president's face changed the moment he heard Elisa speak. "Principal Elisa, what do you mean?" Elisa said calmly in front of everyone, "The two of you should have a duel." Ludger Chelsea, hearing this, thought with annoyance, she clearly already solved the problem, so why now? Still, this might not be a bad thing. If things end just like this, that guy definitely won't accept it. President Hodo was also in a tough spot. That's right, a duel will settle everything. Thinking that, he picked up his weapon and said, "I accept." Elisa added, "Evan, since you don't know how to use magic, you have the right to choose someone to fight in your place, don't you?" Evan gave a vile smirk, looked at his bodyguard, and said, "That sounds good. That's exactly what I wanted. You, my assistant. I'll give you a chance to redeem yourself." Evan thought smugly, "The opportunity is here. My assistant is a talented mage." Just a moment later, he turned pale and muttered, "No way. The winner is Ludger Chelsea. The crowd around them began to whisper, "The company's bodyguard is no joke." So the rumors about him using special magic formations were true. President Hodo said in shock, "That's quite surprising. Are all the professors at Theon monsters like this?" Elisa laughed happily. "Alphaha, of course not. It's just that Professor Ludger Chelsea is a bit special. Anyway, President, you have no more complaints about the result, do you?" The president sighed. "So, I've been exposed, have I? I really am getting old. Well, it was a fair match, so I must accept it. Don't worry about my stupid son. I will discipline him properly." Elisa replied cheerfully. As expected of President Hodo, "It's good that we see eye to eye." The president leaned in closer and said, "By the way, there are a few things I'd like to ask of you." Before he could say anything, Elisa replied, "Oh, don't be helpless. You haven't even asked yet." Elisa continued with a smile. "You were going to ask me to introduce Professor Ludger Chelsea to you, right? I apologize, but please, do not contact our professors." The president heard this and replied, "If that's what you say, then fine." A moment later, Ludger Chelsea walked out, looking exhausted. Finally, "It's over. Time to focus on the main objective." Selena ran over and called out, "Professor Ludger Chelsea." Ludger Chelsea stopped and asked, "Oh, Professor Selena, are you okay?" Selena smiled. "Yes, I received an apology from President Hodo. Thank you for helping me. Where are you going now?" Ludger Chelsea replied, "I'm not sure. I don't have any specific plans," Selena suggested. "I was planning on meeting the spirit professors. Would you like to join me?" Hearing spirit professors caught Ludger Chelsea by surprise. "Spirit professors? My chance is here, Professor Susuna." Selena led Ludger Chelsea to a table with 4 other professors. One professor asked curiously, "Professor Selena?" "Yes," said a professor with blue hair and long ears. "This is Professor Ludger Chelsea. I heard that even though he's a new professor, he's already been put in charge of the second years." Ludger Chelsea thought to himself, "No one is acting strange." Ludger Chelsea greeted them. "To be honest, the second years are a bit much for me." "Don't be so humble," they replied. After talking for a while, Ludger Chelsea thought, "Damn it, I haven't gathered anything at all. I've observed the 3 professors carefully, but none of them are acting strange. Based on the previous conversation, Emeranda should be a difficult and aggressive person. She isn't the type to maintain such composure in a situation like this. So, her identity isn't a professor? No, I don't have enough information. I have to consider all possibilities." Suddenly, he felt a bit thirsty, so he walked over to grab a glass of water from a waiter when he suddenly heard someone call, "Professor Ludger Chelsea." He turned to look at the server and realized it was Renee. He said in surprise, "Renee, why are you here?" She hesitated and said, A senior recommended me to work a part-time job here. If you look closely, you can see some of my classmates too." Ludger Chelsea looked at her with suspicion, then sighed. "All right, don't overwork yourself. Make sure to get home before it's too late." "Oh yes, thank you, Professor. I'll get going." Selena walked up to Ludger Chelsea and said, "Professor Ludger Chelsea, there you are." "Oh, isn't that Renee? Professor Selena, you know Renee too?" Yes, I've met her before. What a coincidence. My teaching assistant is also working part-time here. Ludger Chelsea was curious and asked, You mean a teaching assistant? Selena pointed. That girl over there. Even though she's only a first-year student, she has a real talent for spirit studies. Joanna Lovis. Ludger Chelsea looked at the girl and thought, Now that I think about it, I completely overlooked the students. Because she was a high-level spirit, I just assumed she was a professor. The student turned away, and Ludger Chelsea's eyes went cold as he watched her. He wondered, Where is she going? Where is she going? The girl went to return the tray to its spot. Seeing this, he thought, Is she just returning the tray? He turned away. Maybe I'm just being too sensitive. I'm afraid I might miss things I should have noticed. Some discussions nearby caught Ludger Chelsea's attention. About that, aren't those guys trying to do business or something? A man said they brought a huge amount of fabric, likely trying to get into the garment industry or something similar. What are those lowlives thinking? From the conversation, Ludger Chelsea guessed, Violetta, she moves faster than I thought. Even though she tried to hide it, she must be frustrated now. I still have hope for her. The others continued their discussion. It's ridiculous. How do they not know their place and dare to go to the royal family to make such a mediocre deal? Why get angry? Isn't it obvious they won't achieve their goal? I'll just drink my wine and watch the show. Ha ha, Ludger Chelsea sighed to himself after hearing that. Those fools. The path they've chosen will trigger a massive wave. It's going to change the future. They'll realize it soon enough, they, and everyone else. Suddenly, Ludger Chelsea felt dizzy. The glass in his hand slipped and shattered on the floor. Selena asked with concern. Professor Ludger Chelsea, are you all right? Clutching his aching head, he muttered, I'm fine. The hall feels a bit stuffy. I'm going to step out for some fresh air. Chris suddenly took notice of Ludger Chelsea's behavior. Out in the hallway, his head was spinning. Voices kept echoing in his mind. Choose us. Our power. You are the chosen one. Ludger Chelsea snapped. Shut up. He quickly pulled out 3 pills and swallowed them. After a moment, he calmed down. I pushed myself too hard finishing that match, he thought. How careless of me. To let myself get into this state before noticing. With that thought, he turned and left. Unfortunately, Ludger Chelsea's actions hadn't gone unnoticed by Chris. Pills? He wondered. As Ludger Chelsea headed back inside, he suddenly heard cries for help. Suspicious, he asked. What's going on? Inside, flames were raging everywhere. People were screaming, A monster! Run! Ludger Chelsea looked at the scene, puzzled. What on earth happened? A monster was roaring, spewing fire all around. It was Esmeralda. It let out a deafening roar and unleashed a long torrent of flame. Several guards rushed forward to intercept the fire. One slashed at the beast, frowning. Where did that thing come from? Everyone, put out the fire. Get the guests out of here. A few professors stepped up to lead people to safety. This way, everyone, one guest gasped. Is that a spirit? That's the spirit of Angela Anderson, the 5th-year spiritualism professor, another noted. And there's the water spirit belonging to Professor Viano Dentis, the 4th-year spiritualism professor. The spirits teamed up with the guards to attack the monster. Everyone, all out attack, one shouted. Damn it, it's not doing anything. Watch out, something's falling from the ceiling. A guard swung his sword at the falling object, but as it made contact, the flames traveled along his blade and onto his body. Others shouted a warning. Don't let the fire touch you. If it hits anything, just drop it. That's not normal fire. It's like liquid magma. Ludger Chelsea sensed that this was no ordinary high-level spirit. It's at the peak of level 6, bordering on level 7. He thought to himself, wait, why does this spirit have a human form? They usually take natural shapes, like animals or plants. Something's not right. Only now do I notice that thing doesn't have a solid core. Is it manifesting through a medium? The advantage of using a medium is that it hides the identity of the summoner, based on where it appeared. The medium must be that silver tray in the center of the table. Just as I suspected, Joanna Lovis is Esmeralda. I can't go after her now. I'll deal with that later. First, I have to handle this. Ludger Chelsea's gaze froze. Someone was trapped under the rubble. It was Renee. She was struggling to pull her leg out, but she was stuck. Renee thought, what is this thing? I have to get out of here quickly. But facing her, the monster spewed a wave of fire directly at her. Renee fearfully shut her eyes. At that exact moment, Ludger Chelsea used high-level magic to teleport her away from the flames. He asked, Renee, are you okay? The girl looked up, deeply moved. Professor Ludger Chelsea. She glanced back at where she had been trapped, wondering, when did we? Ludger Chelsea said, your leg is injured, but it's not too bad. I'll give you first aid. Renee looked at the scene, wondering, why does this feel so familiar? Have I seen this before? Suddenly, she spoke up. Professor, what's going on? Haven't we met somewhere before? The question stunned Ludger Chelsea. He turned and replied, What are you talking about? You must be confused. Renee stammered, Oh, no. I just felt like. Before she could finish, he interrupted. Your wound is treated. It's too dangerous here. Go now. Renee asked, What about you, Professor? He answered, I have some business to finish. You go ahead. Renee stood up, leaving as she said, Yes, thank you for saving me, Professor. Ludger Chelsea glanced at her as she left, then turned to the monster in silence. Athens Nocturne, he thought. In a flash, Ludger Chelsea appeared right beside the creature. It noticed him. Ludger Chelsea frowned and said, The anniversary celebration ends here. A jet of water shot out as a voice commanded, Bite it! Ventus on! A water tiger lunged, biting the monster. Another attack from the water spirit slammed into the beast, causing it to roar in pain. People cheered, We did it! Its arm is broken. We'll win at this rate. No, Ludger Chelsea thought. That attack didn't do as much damage as I expected, and already, the creature's form is regenerating. The monster's destroyed arm had already reformed. Realizing the situation was dire, Professor Viano thought, It just healed? Then he yelled, Professor Angela, recall Ventus 1 now. Both spirits were retracted. Viano thought, With our current strength, we can't bring that thing down. Just then, the headmaster stepped out. Wait, were they targeting that all along? A shadow emerged. It was Ludger Chelsea. He immediately used ice magic to strike the monster, but it used its arm to block the attack. Viano thought, surprised, What? Those spirits are moving strangely. It's like they're trying to protect something. An object gradually appeared from behind the lava. Viano frowned and shouted, So that's it. It's being summoned through a medium. Angela asked, skeptical. A medium? Ludger Chelsea looked at the monster, thinking, I don't have enough power left. I exhausted myself earlier, so I can't use grand magic. But this has to end now. As he channeled his ice magic, the monster reached out to attack, but Ludger Chelsea struck first and said calmly, It's over. A frozen object shattered into pieces. The monster shrieked in agony. Viano exclaimed, He did it! But immediately after, a chilling voice boomed, Humans. Viano jumped in terror. The voice continued, You wretched fools. One day, you will all burn. Ludger Chelsea replied coldly, Feel free to try, if you can. The monster slowly dissipated, still shouting, I will definitely see you burn. A wave of black smoke erupted, and Ludger Chelsea stood there in silence, looking completely unfazed. Later, Ludger Chelsea spoke privately with Viano, asking, The lower part wasn't fully formed, was it? Ludger Chelsea added, That's right. After checking the blurred area, I saw it was connected to a medium, Viano remarked. You managed to discover that too? Ludger Chelsea replied, I'm sure anyone in my position would have noticed that too. Viano responded, No, I didn't actually pay any attention to that. Or rather, since my specialty is spiritology, I didn't think that far ahead. Covenants in spiritology are designed to be fair to both sides. That's why forcing a spirit to do what it hates most is something that's almost never done. And honestly, I've never even heard of a spirit that hates humans. Ludger Chelsea asked, Aren't spirits usually like that? Viano shook his head. Because spirits represent nature itself, they don't possess human-like consciousness. Just the thought that such a spirit exists, combined with the feedback deficiency. Still, thanks to Professor Ludger Chelsea, we were at least able to minimize the damage, especially that magic you used at the end of the fight. That was a spatial jump, right? Surprised, Viano continued. You don't need to be so sensitive about that. I've lived a long time and seen so many things, which is why I'm able to pick up on these details, Ludger Chelsea said. That's right. This spell is created by anchoring magical energy at a specific coordinate and then manifesting it. Viano said, Oh, anchoring coordinates? Is that even feasible? It's a bit difficult at first, but once you master it, anyone can use it. Viano thought to himself. Even if an ordinary person were used to this spell, they could never use it with such ease, unless they had an innate talent for spatial awareness, or, Viano asked, Are you all right? What do you mean? I mean, when you use magic while not feeling well, do you experience any strange symptoms? Like, for instance, hearing bizarre sounds? Professor Viano's words left Ludger Chelsea startled. This is just my own concern, but sometimes there are people whose perception is far more developed than others. The world calls them geniuses. However, the truth is a bit different. If geniuses are those who can break through part of the barrier given to them to show off their talent, then these people have no barrier at all, Ludger Chelsea asked curiously. Isn't that a good thing? Viano said, it sounds like a blessing, but in reality, it isn't. People don't realize that the barrier blocking them is actually a sturdy wall, protecting them from the outside world. That's why I'm asking you, Professor Ludger Chelsea. Have you ever heard strange sounds in any particular situation? Ludger Chelsea replied, the idea you're talking about is truly fascinating, but unfortunately, it has nothing to do with me. Viano asked, is that so? Ludger Chelsea said, that's right. But this is still quite interesting. Do you have any other thoughts on it? It's a shame that's all I heard back in my younger days. Ludger Chelsea replied, the youthful stories of a spirit, huh? Well, for a human without the lifespan of a spirit, that's practically a legend. Viano laughed and said, haha, maybe that's true. Viano thought to himself, he looks so extraordinary that I had assumed, but I guess not. A normal human could never process that with a clear mind. Suddenly, Ludger Chelsea spoke up. Is there anything beyond that? Viano turned to ask, huh? Ludger Chelsea said, you said they could hear voices from the outside world, right? Are there any other signs? As far as I know, it's just the voices. Even so, normal people wouldn't be able to receive those voices. And suppose they did, then what? Then, there's likely a subsequent stage. For example, the symptoms would worsen. I think they might start seeing things. And keep in mind, this is just a hypothetical. If something happens after that, this is what they would encounter. They would have the ability to personally make contact with those things. With the gods. A few days later, information about the terrorist who attacked the banquet surfaced. Who was the true identity of that person? Ludger Chelsea sat reading the newspaper, thinking, the damage is massive, and most of the victims were from the upper class. If this was Esmeranda's goal, then she's already halfway there. But this is also good for us, because we've already identified Esmeranda's true identity. Should I leak her information to the other side? No. This was Esmeranda's first move. If her identity is exposed immediately, the Black Dawn will be suspicious of me, because I was the one who took down that spirit. It's not time yet. Let's keep observing and wait for an opportunity. Ludger Chelsea spotted a piece of notable news. This guy is Even Look, the head of Auction House C, right? Tightening security at the auction because of yesterday's event, huh? This is starting to get a bit annoying. Suddenly, a voice pulled Ludger Chelsea out of his thoughts. Hey, are you allowed to call someone this early in the morning? Ludger Chelsea calmly replied. Oh, you're here? Violetta said. Let's go. You said you were curious about the changes in the slums, right? A while later, the two reached a bustling street. Violetta told Ludger Chelsea. All right, take a look. This is the street that was just renovated. Ludger Chelsea exclaimed. Oh, it looks quite a bit cleaner and neater than before, Violetta said. We used about 80% of the budget to widen the pathways. Just as you said, this street will soon be crowded with artisans. Other groups are also starting to cooperate with your proposal. Group C is currently working on a musical to replace the acrobatic act. Diane and Marcella are preparing for the magazine you mentioned. They're getting ready to compile short stories from unknown authors. Although we told the kids to spread the word, I'm not sure if it's effective. Ludger Chelsea said, if they fail, that's fine. Just make sure to tell them to do a good job with the advertising. In any business, initial capital investment is always essential. Violetta sighed, saying that might be true, but so far, not many people want to invest in us. The two continued walking. Violetta introduced, and this is the newly opened tailor shop. They plan to start with simple, accessible clothing designs, then gradually import more luxurious and well-known styles. Ludger Chelsea suddenly said, you seem quite confident, don't you? Violetta said, of course, I've always dreamed of this moment. Ludger Chelsea said, all right, it seems we've seen all the innovations. Now, let's go meet the others. Violetta was confused and asked, meet who? What do you mean? Ludger Chelsea replied, the people we'll be working with. Ludger Chelsea and Violetta walked toward a guy who was flirting with a young lady. He was saying, oh, my muse, if only you could give me the chance to be by your side tonight. The girl blushed and replied, oh, me? Really? No. Ludger Chelsea spoke up. There he is. But then, a hand grabbed the guy's arm. Pardon me. The girl blushed and replied, oh, me? No, Ludger interjected. He's right there. But then a hand grabbed the guy's arm. Pardon me, ladies. I have to head out with him now. We already have an appointment. The girl replied cheerfully, of course. The guy then asked, it's not even time for the meeting yet, is it? Ludger Chelsea replied, I figured you'd be late if I left you to your own devices. This blonde guy is Alex, a member of Owen. He muttered, "Come on, boss. Who do you take me for? Oh, and may I have the name of the beautiful lady standing next to you?" Violetta looked at him with disgust and said, "Are you sure he actually works with us?" Ludger Chelsea confirmed he really did. He might act like a total idiot, but he has the skills for the job. Violetta looked at the guy, secretly wondering if there was more to him than met the eye. Alex spoke up, brushing that aside. "So, boss, what kind of treasure in women are you looking for?" That question and the look in his eyes completely killed off whatever remaining goodwill Violetta had. She whispered to herself, "Are you sure we can trust this guy?" Alex leaned in close and started spouting off. "Sorry for the late introduction. I'm Alex, a noble from the southern part of the Fatima kingdom. May good fortune find us both." Violetta was shocked. "A noble?" Ludger Chelsea said to her. "Be careful. He's a professional con artist." Violetta looked at Alex with even more disdain. "Did he just pretend to be someone else right in front of me?" Alex asked curiously. "So, why did you call me here?" Ludger Chelsea said, "I'll explain the details once we get back to our hideout." Alex curiously rubbed his chin and said, "Your hideout? You mean the place for those people? I wonder what I'll do if I'm disappointed by how mediocre it is." Ludger Chelsea didn't know what to say to that. Suddenly, he spoke up. "You don't need to worry about that." At a certain house, Han ran to open the door, looking like his soul had just been sucked out of him. Han said, "Boss, you're back?" Ludger Chelsea asked how things were going, noting that he looked exhausted. Han replied, "I'm fine, it's just, I can't take this anymore." At that moment, a voice called out from inside, "Han, where are you?" "Oh, you're here? Boss, long time no see. This girl is Bella Luna, also a member of Owen." Before Ludger Chelsea could ask, Bella Luna pulled Han back inside, saying, "Now, Han, where was I?" Violetta asked, confused. "Is she an elf?" "As you can see, that's Bella Luna. She's an elf. She's in charge of producing our medicine and gunpowder." Bella Luna was dragging Han off for some experiment, saying it would only sting a little. Han was helpless against her strength. Alex wondered, "Wait, aren't elves just artificial creations?" Ludger Chelsea replied, "That's just a label people slap onto the elf race. Saying that is no different than other species looking at you and calling you a con artist." Alex laughed. "Boss, I wonder what you really think of me?" Right then, a voice rang out. Is everyone here already?" Ludger Chelsea greeted them back. "Oh, looks like both of you made it." "That's right." Two men stepped forward. They were both members of Owen, Alpha, and Phantos. "Now that everyone is gathered, let's head inside and talk business." Ludger Chelsea sat in the center and said, "All right, Alex. Since you're done introducing yourself, it's your turn. I'm Phantos." "Thanks." Alex was speechless at Phantos's introduction and said, "What the hell? Is that all you're going to say?" A young man laughed and said, "Phantos doesn't usually talk much. I hope you all understand." My name is Alpha. I don't have a surname," Han asked curiously, looking at him. "You don't look like anything special. How do you know the boss?" Alpha replied, "Are you talking about Mr. Ludger Chelsea? Well, if I had to say, he's like a father to me." That statement made Violetta panic as she turned around. "What?" Ludger Chelsea said. "To put it briefly, he's not my biological son. It's kind of hard to explain." Alpha said, "When I was born, I didn't have much knowledge about this world." Han asked, confused. "What do you mean?" The guy continued. "The reason I see your boss as my father is because he taught me so many things. I can introduce Phantos myself, but before that, could you please take off your hat?" Phantos took off his hat, revealing two animal ears. Everyone was surprised, saying, "He's a beast man?" Alpha replied, "That's right. Among the beastmen, he has the most developed physique. He's quite hardworking when it comes to tasks that require his strength. Things like whale hunting." Han was bewildered. "Whale hunting? Don't beastmen usually fear the water?" Ludger Chelsea spoke up. "That's not true. Phantos's strength and skills were enough to lead his people. Even so, I still lost to him. That's why I decided to work under him." Ludger Chelsea continued. "Anyway, Phantos will be working for us as a combat agent. If we're ranking the guild members, he's the second strongest." Everyone gasped. And finally, Violetta, who said, surprised, "Huh? Me?" Ludger Chelsea looked at her and said, "That's right. I was hoping you could continue working with us." Violetta replied, "Wait, I only came here to show you the way. I'm busy enough with. If you're talking about your business, isn't everything already set up?" Violetta hesitated. "Well, it's not that I don't intend to join. Even so, I'm still not sure if I should. Everyone here has their own strengths." Ludger Chelsea suddenly cut her off. "Violetta, If I didn't think you had the necessary skills to join us, I wouldn't have brought you here in the first place. There is only one reason why I brought you here and introduced you to everyone. It's because I feel you have more than enough skill to join us. Ludger, Chelsea, looked at her seriously and declared, I want an answer from you yourself. Will you work with us? She bowed her head, thought for a moment, then reached out to shake Ludger Chelsea's hand and said, All right, good luck to us both. Ludger Chelsea replied happily, Good, thank you. And just like that, we had all the members we needed. Ludger Chelsea squinted, thinking to himself that he had chosen the most elite people he knew. These people were even better than he had expected. Now, before we start the meeting, let me introduce our first target. Ludger Chelsea continued with a smile. In the coming days, we are going to raid the location where the C-Class auction is taking place. Violetta panicked. What? The C-Class auction? Ludger Chelsea replied. That's right. They have something I want. While we're at it, I think we can grab a few extra gifts on our way out. Alex suddenly spoke up. Boss, hold on. Let me clarify this first. As far as I remember, I don't recall anyone ever raiding the C-Class auction. In the last 20 years, hundreds of people have tried, but no one has succeeded. Plus, due to recent events, security has been tightened. No one gets in, and no one gets out. People even rumor that there's a treasure capable of monitoring the warehouse area anytime, anywhere. So, if you're that confident, I'm sure you've already got a plan, right? Of course, Ludger Chelsea said with a smile. Han, bring it in. Everyone, please pay attention. This is the building blueprint I managed to get my hands on. Meenan placed the paper on the table and said, This is our target. Somewhere, a commotion broke out. As Ludger Chelsea was walking, he turned to see Professor Selena and Joanna Lovis. He couldn't help but wonder who they were talking to. Selena noticed him and came over to greet him. Oh, Professor Ludger Chelsea. He also asked how she was doing in a friendly tone. Long time no see, Professor Selena. It's been quite a while since that incident at the party, hasn't it? The man who had just been talking to Selena and Joanna was a man with blonde hair and a haggard face. When he saw Ludger Chelsea approaching, he asked to be excused. Pardon me. Ludger Chelsea asked while watching the man walk away. Are you two discussing something important? Selena replied. He's just a bit worried about what happened at the party, that's all. Ludger Chelsea didn't press for more details. He turned to look at her and said, Sorry for not asking sooner. How have you been lately? Selena answered, I'm fine. I suppose nothing happens that doesn't reach your ears, right, Professor Ludger Chelsea? She then cast a slight glance at Joanna. Thanks to you, all the students were kept safe. Has my assistant expressed her gratitude to you yet? Ludger Chelsea looked at her and couldn't help but think, Esmeralda, it seems you made the right choice by pretending to know nothing. Selena continued, Forgive me, Professor. I wish I could have helped you more at that time. Ludger Chelsea cut her off immediately. You evacuated everyone and did the best you could. She clasped her hands together, blaming herself. No, that was all I could do. I lack the necessary skills. So, Ludger Chelsea couldn't help but think, she's worried about things like that? So he immediately consoled her. Professor Selena, unlike you, I don't know how to offer such a bright, friendly smile to everyone like you do. Selena looked stunned. Selena continued, saying her attitude was what helped keep everyone calm while they were being evacuated. She had played the role she was entrusted with perfectly. Selena muttered, bright and friendly, before bowing her head, her face full of sadness as she replied, I don't know. Do I really deserve to hear such words? Just as Ludger Chelsea was feeling confused by what Selena said, she suddenly panicked. Oh, have the classes already started? I'm sorry for wasting your time. Selena waved goodbye and left with Joanna. Thank you. Thank you for listening to my troubles. I'll treat you to a meal next time. Ludger Chelsea watched them walk away in silence. Suddenly, a figure emerged from behind him. She stared at the direction Selena had gone, speaking with deep hostility. I find that quite annoying. How dare she share her troubles and force you to listen to them? Ludger Chelsea turned around and said, You should learn to handle these situations more naturally. Reminded. Selena stammered. Ah, I understand. Professor Ludger Chelsea. Ludger Chelsea continued. Putting that aside, can you investigate this person for me? Selena was suddenly fired up, shouting, Yes, you can leave that to me. I'll even dig up their distant cousins if you need me to. Ludger Chelsea said, There's no need to go that far. He then added, I need you to investigate Joanna Lovis. Selena immediately accepted the order. Yes, I'll get right on it. Meanwhile, at the auction site, Even was looking at his watch and frowning. I heard they were coming. Cast, when exactly are they going to arrive? The bodyguard with him couldn't help but break into a sweat. He suggested, Sir, why don't you wait inside? Even snapped back at him. And let them show up in the meantime and make us look bad? He gritted his teeth and said, this is a great opportunity for the corporation to showcase the Losen and boost our business. Plus, this might be my only chance to regain my father's trust. Just then, a car pulled up, and Even exclaimed, they're here. As the person stepped out, Even greeted them immediately. Welcome, sir. I am the manager of this auction house. My name is Even Look. The visitor replied cheerfully. Oh, it's a pleasure to meet you. I am. Before he could finish, Even cut in. I've already heard about you. Lord Agoramusa. Alex, currently posing as the Lord, smiled warmly. Ha, it's an honor to hear that. Even someone like me, discarded by his own family, is still welcome. Even happily led the way. Now, please, follow me inside. We will certainly provide you with the best service. Musa replied, no need for such formality. He patted him on the shoulder. It seems we are about the same age. Why don't we become friends? Even looked a bit intimidated as he replied. Are you sure? Well, let's go inside first. As soon as they entered, Musa asked, oh, while it's still on my mind, could I ask you for a favor? Even turned back. A favor? The bodyguard following Musa presented a suitcase. Musa explained, I was entrusted with a valuable item on my way here, but I haven't found a suitable place to keep it yet. Even asked with curiosity. What is it? Musa replied, my family is currently utilizing magic water to produce high-quality magic stones. Hearing that, Even was shocked, thinking, the magic stone business? Musa continued, this is the business blueprint. I can't keep it on me at all times, can I? Even laughed, haha, you're absolutely right. Musa suggested, in that case, do you happen to know a secure place to store it? Even was thrilled. Of course, sir. There is a perfect place to keep it in the basement. He then turned to lead the way. Let me take you there. Musa smiled. Is that so? I'm very grateful. The earring on Musa's ear flashed. An hour ago, inside the car Musa was traveling in, the conversation was lively. I can't believe you managed to make an outfit like that of the southern nobility so perfectly. I'm impressed. Violetta, was it? Someone replied, glad you think so. I hope you remember who you're supposed to be playing. Alex laughed. Of course, even though I don't have much power, thanks to my father's magic stone business, I'm a young, handsome, and influential noble, right? Ludger Chelsea said coldly. I'm going to pretend I didn't hear that last part. He then asked, Phantos, can you play your part properly? All you have to do is stay silent and pretend to be his bodyguard. Phantos replied, if that is your command. Ludger Chelsea rested his chin on his hand and said, the group has recently been trying to expand into the market for magical tools and artifacts. This has led them to search for sources of magical water, since it plays a vital role in creating magical tools. Alex sat to the side, chuckled, and asked, so, that's why you chose this identity for me to impersonate? Ludger Chelsea continued, exactly. You'll seize this opportunity to build a connection with Even. Then, Ludger Chelsea handed an earpiece to Alex and told him, we're almost there. Put this in your ear before you head out there. Alex was curious. Huh? What's this? Ludger Chelsea explained. A mobile communication device that Siri made. Back to the present, as Alex entered the auction house, he whispered into the earpiece. This is Vigo, currently heading to the target's location with Phantos. Ludger Chelsea replied. Understood. It seemed. Even heard Musa whispering something. He turned back and asked, did you say something, sir? Alex calmly replied, oh, no, I was just admiring the interior you have here. Even laughed delightedly. Haha, I figured you would like these things. Now, we just need to take this down. Even took out a key. Looking at the key, Alex couldn't help but think, the elevator entrance is opened by a single key, and just as Han said, it's guarded by 2 knights armed to the teeth. Alex recalled the strategy meeting. Ludger Chelsea pointed at the map and said, the location we're targeting is the basement of Facility C. It won't be easy. All the items are stored 30 meters underground. On top of that, there's a treasure that allows them to track every movement. However, that doesn't mean this is impossible. Alex Phantos, I need you to look inside the storage area. A while later, in the auction house lobby, Alex reported that the reconnaissance had been successful. Leader, looking at the current situation, I can confidently say, we will succeed. Hearing this, Ludger Chelsea replied, is that so? That's good. Alex continued to ask, should we continue to stick to the plan? Ludger Chelsea answered, keep going, but only if you remember what we discussed. Alex chuckled upon hearing that. Why do you always have to tease me? Don't worry about that. Ludger Chelsea said, all right, I trust you. Finish everything quickly and get back. Alex immediately obeyed. Understood. I'll quickly say my goodbyes and leave. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Seriously, why did the leader want me to stay here? Hearing this voice, Alex couldn't help but think, that voice sounds familiar. Seeing the owner of the voice, he was startled. Alex immediately reported back. Leader, there's a problem. Ludger Chelsea asked, what's wrong? Alex stammered in response. She's here. Not understanding who Alex was talking about, Ludger Chelsea asked, who are you talking about? Explain it to me. Alex then replied, Joiners, my ex-girlfriend. Hearing that, Ludger Chelsea was surprised and thought, Inia Joiners? Why is someone from the authorities here? Ludger Chelsea immediately gave the order. Vigo, get out of there as soon as you get a chance. Nothing good comes from being discovered by her, especially you of all people. Alex, on his end, observed while replying, I know. I'll leave as soon as I have the chance. He watched Enna's back and reflected. She's still the same as always. Enna. Alex said goodbye to Even to leave. My friend, I have to go now. Seeing his guest leave, Even asked, You have to go already? What about the business deal we haven't finished? Alex replied, I'd prefer to discuss that another time. In private. Once it was dark, Alex returned. He asked, Bella Luna hasn't returned yet? Ludger, Chelsea said it was fine. She's analyzing something I gave her. Then he turned and said, Give me the detailed explanation. Alex began to explain. The architecture of the auction house is quite similar to the map you guys showed us. However, more importantly, the storage area for the auction items is divided into 3 rooms, depending on their importance. The most valuable things are placed in the rooms with the highest numbers. The auction lasts for 3 days. Each day, the items in each room are brought out for auction, starting with the ones in the first room. Han listened and commented. After investigating, it seems the items we're looking for are in the 3rd room. Saradin also excitedly exclaimed, Then we should aim for the 3rd day of the auction, right? But Ludger Chelsea said, No, our plan will take place on the 2nd day. Saradin curiously asked, Huh? Why is that? Alex explained, On the 3rd day, security will be tightened. On the 1st day, the auction will attract too much attention. The perfect time is the 2nd day. Then, he turned to ask Saradin, How is the thing I requested? She replied, It's almost done. I'll finish it in the next 3 days. Alex then turned to ask, Violetta, can you find a construction or interior design expert? I'll try to ask. Violetta continued. More importantly, I heard an agent from the intelligence agency has joined. The intelligence agency's agent team is famous for being sharp. Will things be okay? Alex said, It's just a low-level agent, nothing to worry about. Violetta asked back, How do you know there's only one? When our plan unfolds, there could be more. Alex replied, Thinking about it, I think I've met that agent before. Violetta also raised the issue. What if you run into him while you're in action? Alex scratched his head and sighed. We met once, a long time ago. Don't worry, I will perform my assigned role perfectly. Ludger Chelsea also reassured Violetta. There won't be any problems. The information we gathered today is enough. Seeing Ludger Chelsea speak up, she didn't ask further. All right, if you say so. Ludger Chelsea rubbed his chin and thought. That's just a hypothesis. For now, the plan remains the same. Back to the present. At the train station, footsteps echoed. A girl with blue hair stepped off the train, her voice full of excitement. I've arrived, she sighed in relief. Then she turned to remind the person behind her. Look, assistant, it's about to rain. Don't dawdle, hurry up, and come over here. The detective's assistant, named Betty, heard this and angrily shouted, Hey, don't just go off on your own like that. I'm carrying a lot of luggage, she grumbled while lugging the heavy bags. Why do you bring so many useless things? The blue-haired girl replied, Useless? Do you mean the things that bring me endless inspiration? Suddenly, the pile of documents in the luggage flew everywhere. Betty screamed in misery. Ah, what the hell? Who carries a pile of 5-year-old case files with them? The blue-haired girl smiled and said, They're all important. Betty, besides, shouldn't you be walking faster? Betty, who was gathering the documents, didn't understand and asked, Why? The blue-haired girl calmly replied, Why? I told you it's about to rain, didn't I? Betty finally remembered and asked, That's a big problem. When will it rain? The blue-haired girl calculated, factoring in the humidity, rainfall, and countless other variables. Then she held her hand up in front of Betty and said, In 5 minutes? If we hurry, we'll be fine. But the numbers are counting down. 4, 3, 2, 1. It wasn't 5 minutes, it was 5 seconds. And just like that, after 5 seconds, The rain poured down, making Betty shriek. "It's raining." She just calmly opened her umbrella and replied, "I know." Betty panicked. "We have to find shelter, now. All the paperwork will get soaked." Betty hurriedly scrambled to gather the documents. "Wait, these can't get wet. You know that, right, Sai?" While speaking, Betty touched a sheet of paper and gasped. "Huh?" At that moment, Sai created a barrier around them to shield them from the rain. Sai asked playfully, "Surprised?" Betty just sighed. "You really are something, Sai. If you were going to do that, why not just do it from the start?" Sai is the one who holds the title of the Emerald Water, and she's a private investigator. Betty followed Sai and asked, "But Sai, why do we have to come to LaBelle?" Sai replied, "I've heard that some strange things have been happening in this city lately. The movement of suspicious organizations and attacks by werewolves." Hearing this, Betty looked around. "The appearance of mages isn't exactly a strange occurrence, is it?" Sai smiled sinisterly. "These aren't your average mages." Betty was quite surprised. "What? Not average?" Sai continued. "Besides, the last traces of him lead right here." Betty, confused, said, "You're glossing over the important details again. The last traces of who? Moriarty?" Betty insisted. "Didn't Moriarty die fighting you?" Sai shook her head. "Betty, you still believe those ridiculous rumors? Isn't the rumor that you two fought by the waterfall near the cliff and fell off together in the finale?" Before she could finish, Sai interrupted. "Ah, that part is true," Betty said helplessly. "Are you messing with me?" Sai. She spoke seriously. "The difference. The difference in the rumors is that he didn't die. My intuition tells me so." Betty just sighed. "Intuition again? Then what about your supposed superior deductive skills?" Sai cut her off. "It's not just intuition. I have proof, too," Betty asked skeptically. "Really?" "Of course. My proof is in the newspapers and the data you're carrying." Sai continued. 5 years ago, in the kingdom of Duramong, a large number of rogue mages attacked the civilians. That night was called the Night of the Blood Purge. It was also that night that a massive monster, the Beast of Givaudan, appeared in a rage. The man who hunted down that beast was none other than Abraham Van Helsing. However, he gave up his reputation and was never seen again. Betty asked, "What are you trying to say?" Sai explained. 4 years ago, in the Fatali Kingdom, neighboring the Empire, in a land ruined by aristocratic exploitation, a mysterious thief appeared in the shadows. Arsène Lupin. He operated for about a year and stole many treasures before vanishing, never to be seen again. 3 years ago, in the kingdom of Delica, an evil man tried to start a war. Moriarty. He also suddenly disappeared, and no one saw him again. And when the civil war broke out in the Yuta kingdom recently, the winner was Machiavelli, who disappeared after the war ended. Betty realized, "No way. Are you trying to say that all those people are the same person?" Sai nodded. "According to my deductions, that seems to be the case." She looked around the city with a competitive smirk and said, "The last place he was predicted to head toward is this city, Labello." Betty wasn't quite following, asking, why would someone with such ability hide their identity and travel the world? "Of course, I don't know that yet." She looked into the distance and said, "Regardless, he is the one who once threw the Empire into chaos. If he's still alive, we can't just let that slide." She turned around. "Let's go. I've found a good place to stay." "Where is it?" Sai said. "The Sea Auction House." Meanwhile, at the auction house, Even was welcoming important guests. He bowed and greeted them. "Thank you for coming. Princess Endivan, excellent. I am Even Luke, the person in charge of this auction." The cold princess replied, "Ah, nice to meet you. I'm a bit tired. Could you take me to my room?" Even was very excited to hear that. "Yes, your highness. I will lead you to the royal suite," the princess said gently. "Thank you." Looking around, she couldn't help but think, wow, how much did all this cost? If I sold just one of these, I wonder how many commoner families I could help. Ludger Chelsea was using a transmitter to communicate. "Unknown here," he said into the earpiece. "Owen's plan begins now." Alex adjusted his clothes, excited. "Great, it's finally starting. I thought I'd die of boredom waiting since yesterday." He quickly blended into the crowd, thinking about the plan. "First, I'll meet Violetta downstairs." While thinking, he spotted a familiar figure. "Ugh, you." He immediately ducked away. Alex panicked. "Of all the places, why are you here?" He quickly contacted Violetta. "We go. I'm just going to take a moment to tie my shoe and head down." Violetta realized things were already going off track. She picked up a wine glass and walked into the crowd. "If things are like this now, I'll have to do it myself." A few hours earlier, Both Alex and Violetta received orders. The first goal of the plan is to find the elevator key. Alex, Violetta, I'm entrusting this to you two. A man at the party overheard their chatter. That beautiful lady over there, is she staff? Violetta pretended to be drunk and said, I think I've had a bit too much to drink. Could you help me to my room? Violetta was led to a room by the man and said, Thank you for the help. The man still tried to act sophisticated. Of course, I couldn't just ignore a guest visiting the C auction house. Since you're too drunk to remember your room number, you can stay in mine for a while. Violetta, still pretending, sat on the bed and said, Oh my, you're so kind. Then he locked the door and said in a smooth voice, You need to sober up before you can find your room. Yes. Sober up. The man took off his jacket, a lecherous look on his face, and said, Why don't we have a little fun? Violetta said, Oh my, I love fun activities. At that very moment, she grabbed the man's hand, pulled him in, and slammed him onto the floor. She calmly asked, Is this fun enough for you? Violetta thought to herself, I didn't think I'd take him down in one move. It's a good thing I learned how to strengthen my body with magic from the captain. She took the key and began her search. Time to find that key. Meanwhile, everyone was attending the auction. The auctioneer announced loudly, Ladies and gentlemen, thank you all for once again visiting the C auction house. Without further ado, let us behold the first item of the second day of the auction. The jewelry piece is rumored to be a mermaid's tear. At that moment, a staff member brought out a breathtaking, sparkling blue stone. The host shouted, A mermaid's tear! The audience below couldn't help but marvel. It's so beautiful. The starting price was 1 million. Bids started pouring in 50 million, 200 million. In another corner, Princess Eleanor looked at the stone and thought, Is that really a mermaid's tear? How extravagant. Suddenly, a voice spoke up. It looks pretty, but it's a fake. Eleanor turned, surprised. The person sitting next to her was Say. The girl said cheerfully, Doesn't seem like you're very interested in the auction, huh? Princess Eleanor asked skeptically, Have we met before? Say replied innocently, No, this is our first meeting. This only made Eleanor more suspicious. She asked further, Then how do you know Say displayed her deduction skills? I said it before. It's because you look bored. In a place like this, not many people show such a bored expression. Did you know the back of your hair is a little flattened, too? Eleanor immediately checked her hair. Say continued, You just rested in a room, didn't you? The scent of room deodorizer still lingers on you, but you aren't wearing any perfume. A noble, who would care about how others perceive them, wouldn't do that. To be able to not care about what others think in a place like this, you must be royalty, and there are rumors that you've arrived at this auction. My lady, the princess said, You're sitting in the VIP section, so you're probably no small fry yourself, are you? C smiled. I forgot to introduce myself. She handed a business card to the princess and said, My name is Say, a detective. Hearing that name, Eleanor realized immediately. Could that be the famous private detective? The water element mage, also known as the green jade water? Say replied modestly, Oh my, being recognized by a princess is truly my honor. Eleanor asked, What are you doing here? Say answered very honestly, When I came to Leatherbell, I was invited here. Besides, at big events like this, something always happens. While the princess looked confused, Say just said, Let's just call it my detective's intuition. Ludger Chelsea was walking while thinking, It seems like things have gone a bit off track from the start, but Violetta is trying her best to complete the mission. Now I should regroup with the other members. However, someone recognized Ludger Chelsea. A voice called out, Oh, who's this? It was Even. He spoke arrogantly with a tone of contempt. We meet again. What a coincidence. It's been quite a while since we met at that wedding banquet, hasn't it? Rodiger Chelsea. Ludger Chelsea glared at him, but he kept talking. I don't know what you're doing here, but it's lucky to run into you. Even looked closely and asked Ludger Chelsea, Are you enjoying the auction? Ludger Chelsea replied politely, Yes, I find it quite interesting to be here. Even grew more condescending. Well, as they say, your mind affects your vision. Ludger Chelsea didn't care and gave a dismissive reply. Sure, if you'll excuse me. But Even wouldn't let him go. He ordered his bodyguards. It seems he's alone. Let's escort him. Bodyguards, this is an important guest. Treat him well. The guards followed the order. Yes, sir. Seeing this, Ludger Chelsea thought, Is he deliberately following me? It seems his real purpose is to show off his power. If things go like this, I won't be able to act freely. So he sent a message to everyone, Wooming reporting. I can't move right now, awaiting reinforcements. Han heard this and panicked. Can't move? Damn it, the reinforcements mean me. A teammate beside him said, Han, I think you need to go. Han replied, I know, but the device needs to work first. And stop using my name. Call me brother. The guy laughed. Brother, can you call me kid instead? Han just sighed helplessly. Even if you didn't say it, I would have called you that. He looked at the device and pondered. We're going to be delayed much longer than expected. If that's the case, I have no choice but to act. Han asked, why is the red light flashing and we've caught the signal, but it won't connect? The two argued. Ah, brother, red light, good. At least we don't have to go deep inside. Suddenly someone approached and shouted, Hey, you, what are you doing there? Come here now. Han was terrified. Damn it, caught red-handed. I didn't even think they'd patrol this alley. Han turned to him. Hey, do something. The guard shone his light and said, What's this? Just a brat? What are you doing here? But before he could finish, he was struck down. The man groaned in pain and collapsed. Han was shocked. You took down a guy that big in one hit? Who are you? Thinking that, Han asked. Are you a knight? The guy said. A knight? You mean those superhumans who graduate from the military academy and get hired as official knights? Those who are much stronger than ordinary people? Han realized he was just babbling and cut him off. Forget it. Good job. Then he told him to tie the guy up and hide him in the trash. The guy agreed. Sure, sounds good. Suddenly, there was a call. Guy, where are you? Han cursed internally. Damn it, another one? Alpha shouted. Wait, I'm right here. Han was even more surprised when he heard his voice. Huh? That sounds like the knight from before? Another guard asked. What are you doing in the alley? Alpha replied calmly. Hey, don't come over here. I'm finishing my business. I'll be right out. Wait a bit. I checked. Nothing strange here. The guard grumbled. Ugh, gross. Hurry up and come over. Alpha looked at Han with sparkling eyes. How was it? Sounded exactly like him, right? Han was sweating. Who on earth are you? But he quickly said, Anyway, based on the signal. Let's turn on the device and head in. Alpha replied happily. Sure thing. Meanwhile, Alex said wearily, Phew, finally did it. Didn't think Anya would be here. It was hard to get down. He walked while thinking he must hurry to meet Violetta and get the key. Just then, Violetta ran and bumped into him. Alex asked, Oh, are you okay? Violetta replied, Yes, I slipped. Thanks for catching me. Violetta slipped the key into Alex's hand. He replied, Don't worry. Then, they passed each other and left. Alex ran his hand through his hair and said, Hugo, reporting, I've got the key and I'm heading to the elevator now. Phantos heard the order. Phantos reporting, I'll be waiting for you at the elevator. Phantos was cloaked, but when he saw Alex walk by, he uncloaked and said, I'm right here. Alex jumped in surprise. What the hell? You scared the life out of me. Is that how you beastmen hide your presence? So stealthy? Phantos didn't care about his question. He just brought up the key. Alex replied, You're such a stiff man. I've already got it, let's move. Alex observed the guards. Just as expected, the auction had caused the number of sentries to increase. He immediately initiated contact. This is Hugo and Phantos. We've reached the gate. On the other end, Saradin confirmed she was ready for orders. Saradin here, starting the operation now. Saradin walked into the crowd. She used a device on her leg to release smoke. Everyone panicked. What is this? Steam? Cough, cough. What's going on? Is it a terrorist attack? Cough. Saradin stood in the corner, smirking. This stuff is even better than I expected. Bella Luna's special tear gas. Someone tried to reassure the others. Everyone, please calm down and head for the shelters. Please, seek help from the guards. There aren't enough people here yet. Someone called out to the soldiers. You need to see this. The guard noticed the problem too. Chemical terrorism? Damn, this is bad. You two stay here and guard the elevator. The rest of you, move out. Alex, standing nearby, realized what was happening and muttered. It's starting, huh? You can handle those two, right? Let's go, meathead. Phantos replied. Fine. The two approached the elevator doors. The two guards saw strangers and shouted, Identify yourselves. This is a restricted area. Alex put on a confused act. He raised both hands and said, Wait, hold on. It was chaos out there. We got lost trying to find a shelter. Oh, wait, come to think of it, you guys don't know who I am, do you? I came here with my friend, Even. Last time. The two guards heard the name and started to let their guard down. Alex continued. Right, looking closer. I recognize you guys. You were here last time, weren't you? Do you know where Even is? One guard stammered. That. First off, don't get any closer and stay right where you are. However, Phantos instantly lunged forward, slamming both of them into the wall. Alex was horrified. What the hell? You didn't kill them, did you? Tell me you didn't. Phantos just coldly replied. I avoided their vital points. Alex looked at the two guards knocked cold and thought, whoa. One punch and he even dented their armor? Where did the boss find a guy like this? With that done, Alex reported in. Hugo and Phantos reported. We've taken care of the guards at the entrance. Han heard them and updated the situation. KFK and Duma replied. We're on our way. Han pressed the red button on his device and, along with Alpha, disguised themselves as servants to enter. Good, let's go inside. Alpha replied. Roger that. Just then, on the auction floor, the MC introduced the next item, starting the bidding at 500,000 DNA. The crowd below shouted out prices, jumping from 5 million to 10 million. Ludger, Chelsea, inside the auction, glanced at the bodyguards, still tracking him, and thought, are they still tailing me? It's going to be hard to move freely. According to radio comms, everything seemed to be going smoothly. Suddenly, Ludger Chelsea noticed someone. Wait, that's... He remembered a scene from years ago at the waterfall. He had shouted, have you lost your mind? C'est moi. If you keep this up, you'll get yourself killed. She had clung to him as he dove into the falls, saying, I don't care. Even if I can't beat you now, I'm willing to pay with my life just to take you down. She had challenged him. Fine, if you're that good, then bring it on. Maven Venley seemed to sense her watching him. He thought to himself, is she looking at me? Damn it. What is that woman doing here? I'm disguised, so the chances of her recognizing me shouldn't be that high. But that psycho is so talented, she earned the title Green Water Lily. If our operation gets obstructed by her, then all the effort of these past few weeks will go down the drain. He tried to calm himself down. There's no way she knew about the plan beforehand, right? No, if she really knew, she wouldn't be this calm. Ludger Chelsea became more certain. That woman has no clue what's going on. I just have to hope the underlings take care of this quickly and quietly. Over at the building's surveillance room, a guard was yawning. So boring, he said. What kind of idiot would be gutsy enough to try and rob C? The guy next to him reminded him, hey, focus. But the first guy brushed it off. Why are you so worried? Look at the amazing artifacts we have here. We've even got live feeds from every storage room. The other guy joined in. Haha, fair point. It's a shame, such a cool artifact is only being used for security. Suddenly, the screen began to glitch. One guy asked, huh? What's this? The other asked back, what's wrong? Just a second ago, the feed from the second room flickered, but the guy next to him said, looks fine to me. Hearing that, the other replied, must be my eyes playing tricks on me from staring at this for too long. However, the gray-haired guy noticed the problem. He shouted, wait, what is that? You startled me. What is it? The gray-haired guy said, an intruder. Did he get in by digging a hole through the wall? But this place is deep underground. Even received the news and panicked, shouting, what? Tell me again. The guard repeated, there's a report of an intruder in the second security room. Even raised his voice. What about the guards at the entrance? The guard said, the intruder got in by digging. But before he could finish, Even was already moving. He issued an unreasonable order. Call the guards. Right now. All of them. After a moment, a group of guards gathered below. The commander said, good, it looks like everyone is here. According to reports, an intruder dug through the ground to get in. A few of you, go check the sewage lines around here. The rest of you, split into two teams. The transport team and the ambush team. And come with me into the vault. The bodyguards replied clearly, yes, sir. The supervisor also reported to Even. The guards are heading down via the elevator. Even was stressed, cursing under his breath. Damn it. Do you have any idea how much those artifacts are worth? Do you really think I'm just going to sit here and let you take them from me? He immediately spoke up. You all know the procedure, right? The main priority is to move the items in the third vault to a safer location. The ambush team will head to the second vault and capture the thieves. Receiving the order, the bodyguards acted immediately. Yes, sir. Transport team, hurry up and move the goods to the third vault. Ambush team, follow me to the second vault to apprehend the thieves. The ambush team arrived. Commander, we're opening the second vault door. The commander on the other side reported back. Commander to ambush team, the enemy is still inside the vault. Even urged them, get in there, hurry up. The soldiers stormed the door, shouting, freeze! But they didn't expect that there was no one inside. Even got the news and roared, no one there? What do you mean by that? The soldier replied, there's no sign of a break-in, and all the items are still intact. Even couldn't believe it. He stared at the screen. There were still 4 intruders grabbing the gold while asking, so what on earth am I looking at? You guys definitely walked into the wrong room. Suddenly, the screen changed, and everyone in the observation room was stunned. The screen changed? Is it a fake display? The soldiers asked me what to do next. Or should we move the items from storage unit 3 back to their original place? Even could only reply at this point, no. Just leave them there for safety. The other side clearly acknowledged the order. Sir, we'll take them along with the transport team currently in the elevator. Even gritted his teeth in anger. Damn it. A fake screen? Does this mean someone projected a fake video in the middle of all this? The bodyguard standing next to him pondered. Could someone have swapped the footage of the artifact with their own? But for what purpose? What would they gain from just swapping the video? As if realizing the truth, he shouted, Sir, it's a trap. Storage Unit 2 is just a decoy. Even asked, what? The bodyguard said, they were targeting Storage Unit 3 from the start. They're planning to intercept the items we're transferring according to protocol. Just then, the ambush team radioed in. Commander, do you copy? This is the ambush team? The commander replied, loud and clear. What's going on? The ambush team stammered that the elevator to the surface was broken. Upon hearing this, Even looked panicked and yelled, What? The ambush team continued, We have no way to get out of here without the elevator. We need your help, the commander suggested. We don't have any spare troops to support you. How about asking the police for help? Even immediately rejected the idea. No, if this incident gets out, the auction will be completely ruined. Then what should we do? Even shouted helplessly. Ugh, I don't know. After that, he just bit his nails. The bodyguard next to him tried to salvage the situation. We'll try to stop them. Get every member of the security team together. Everyone acknowledged the order. Yes, sir. However, when the bodyguard opened the door, it was locked. He was bewildered. What? Why is the door? The door wouldn't budge. Damn it. What is going on? Outside, Saradin had locked the door, smiling to herself. They were all gathered in one spot, as if they were begging to be trapped. She thought to herself as she walked, How brilliant is the leader's plan? At first, when she heard about the artifact storage, she didn't know what to do. Returning to when Ludger Chelsea asked her, Saradin, can you do a few things? I'm planning to swap the live feed of the storage room with an artifact projection. I need a broadcast infiltration device. Now, she reached back out to everyone. Sir, this is G. Mission successful. All 4 team members had finished their task and secured the loot. 30 minutes ago, Han and Alpha had knocked out 2 soldiers and taken their uniforms to wear. Alpha asked, How do I look? Han, wearing the soldier's uniform, said, Yeah, it fits, but why is the stomach area so tight? This is so uncomfortable. Alex explained, Phantos crushed the armor. We tried to fix it but couldn't quite get it right. Han instinctively looked at Phantos's fist and stammered, I guess it's good enough. He told Alex and Phantos, We'll wait here, see you 2 later. Alex happily replied, Yeah, see you downstairs. When Alex and Phantos reached the basement, Alex couldn't help but sigh in relief. Phew, lucky we didn't run into any guards right away. Before moving on, Phantos stopped Alex. Wait, let me check the guard positions. Phantos used a spirit to scout. Alex thought to himself, I see. So you can even use spirits for stuff like this? A moment later, Phantos said, There are 8 guards total. They're scattered everywhere. Luckily for us, 2 of them are split off near here. And just like that, the 2 guards were knocked unconscious. Alex was excited. I didn't expect them to be wandering around the storage area. Anyway, thanks to that, we were able to take them down easily. Alex and Phantos took the soldier's gear to wear, but Phantos was too tall, so the clothes didn't fit, which annoyed him quite a bit. Alex said, Just bear with it for a bit. There aren't many people around here as big as you. Then Alex reminded him, Get ready. It's going to happen soon. A while later, all 4 were blending in with the soldiers. The captain was barking orders. Transport team, take the supplies to storage unit 3. Attack team, follow me to storage unit 2 to eliminate the intruders. The soldiers grumbled, watching him take his underlings to go hunt for credit. He was doing that because he didn't have many chances to stand out in the Go Guild. Just focus on the mission. Right. If we aren't careful, we'll get into trouble. The 4 of them followed the transport team down. The transport team reported, We've successfully loaded the supplies into the elevator. The attack team told the transport team to just act normal, move the supplies to a safe location. Right at that moment, the 4 of them signaled each other. Let's start, shall we? A cloud of smoke rose up, and screams echoed everywhere. What's happening? And just like that, the soldiers in the elevator were all knocked out. Alex spoke up. Time for the final move. He shot an arrow into the elevator cable. Han asked, Huh? What did you just do? Alex happily replied, I just tinkered with the elevator a bit so the ones who went down can't come back up. In the meantime, let's get out of here quickly. At the rendezvous point, the team discussed. All right, everything's loaded up. Everyone, head to the back, we're going up. Han said, actually, I'll head back myself later. The plan changed, so I need the leader to check a few things. Saradin immediately understood what he meant, the things Nari was looking for, right? Han said, exactly. I found out the real item is still in the auction room, but I can't tell it apart from the fake one. If this is a fake, we'll have to search again. Saradin replied, really? Well, if Nari goes with you, you'll be fine. After that, everyone continued working. Saradin asked Alex, did you load all the stuff up yet? Oh, Violet is back, hurry up. Han looked at his teammates and thought to himself, now that I think about it, all these people fight so well, it's not like they're lacking in any ability. Yet all I can do is collect information. The more he thought, the more afraid he became. Oh no. Am I going to lose my place here? His eyes looked lost. Han immediately slapped himself to pull his head together. What are you thinking, Han? If that were true, the leader would have kicked you out a long time ago. Just focus on safely handing over the relic fragment. After that, he contacted Ludger Chelsea. Leader, I know you might be in a place where you can't talk, but listen, everyone else has escaped safely. I'm going to grab the thing you mentioned and bring it to you. Ah, damn it. Doesn't look like there's enough energy to keep the connection open. I'll wait for you at the main hall. Upon receiving the news, Ludger Chelsea observed and considered his options. All right, everyone has escaped. He also looked up at where Evan's bodyguards were standing, and seeing them there, he felt relieved. Looks like those guys finally realize what's going on. I should get out of here and meet Han outside. Meanwhile, Han is cautiously looking around as he carries the bag toward Ludger Chelsea. It seems like there's no one around. Is this thanks to the sleeping powder the kid sprayed? Suddenly, he notices a few people standing in the distance. Huh? What are those guys just standing there for? Something feels off. Just as he suspected, one of them fires a magic projectile right at him. Han is caught completely off guard. At the same time, a massive explosion rocks the auction hall. Ludger Chelsea is stunned. An explosion? A group of soldiers, completely covered in tactical gear, storms in and roars. Don't move. I'll kill anyone who tries anything. The auction attendees panic, screaming, who are you people? Do you even know where you are? The black-clad figures don't even blink. I said, stay put. He immediately blasts a magic spell at the man who dared to question them. People scream in terror, guards! Where are the guards? Get out of the way. The safety of the nobility is the top priority. The men in black start firing spells with their wands, one after another. The leader sneers. Ah, just kill them all. We'll strip their bodies of any valuables afterward. Ludger Chelsea is taken aback, thinking, robbers? How did they even get into the auction hall? Damn it, it's our fault. Suddenly, a man in a brown coat charges toward him, shouting insults. Greedy aristocrats. He rips open his coat, revealing a bomb vest strapped to his chest. Die. Ludger Chelsea realizes it's a suicide bombing by the Liberation Army. There's no doubt, this is the exact same method they've used before. They aren't just thieves. The Liberation Army has targeted this place too. Ludger Chelsea uses his staff to release a blast of mana that strikes the man down. The bomb detonates, catching Ludger Chelsea in the blast. He thinks to himself, that was too close. I almost died. On top of that, the whole building must be taking damage from these explosions. Ludger Chelsea is confused. How did that bomb go off? Was it a homemade explosive? I already destroyed all of those when I was acting as Maven Venli. Then how? As he's thinking, a scream echoes through the hall. A man collapses on the floor, foam bubbling from his mouth, causing everyone to panic. It's a curse. It's forbidden magic. Hearing that, Ludger Chelsea can't help but lose his composure. Robbers, the Liberation Army, and now forbidden magic? Damn it, is Han safe? Elsewhere, the princess is running for her life. She thinks, I barely made it out. Thieves in K? What is going on? Is Han okay? Suddenly, a shout rings out. Found the princess! The Liberation Army soldiers from earlier have spotted her. They call out to their comrades. Everyone, grab her. We'll show the nobility the power of the Liberation Army. Princess Een is filled with regret. I knew I shouldn't have come here. I really should have just stayed back and rested. As the Liberation Army soldiers lunge at her, yelling, Die! A voice cuts through the air. You guys are way too noisy. Moments later, a barrage of bubbles flies toward them. What is this? They find themselves trapped inside the bubbles. They struggle, yelling, Bubbles! I can't break them. The bombs, they aren't working. One of them exclaims, The bombs aren't going off? That's impossible. Those were special explosives designed to neutralize magic. Han laughs and replies, "Calm down. No matter how special they are, they're just explosives, right? I just have to soak them, and that's it." Betty manages to take down 2 of the soldiers. This side is cleared. She smiles and says, "Great work, Betty. I'm done over here too." Just then, someone rushes over, shouting, "Princess, are you all right?" The newcomer says, "Oh, you were with Tuduri at that time. I'm honored that you remember me. I'm Anne, from the Night Watch Knights." Han claps his hands. All right. Looks like we're done here. Let's cooperate and get out of this place." And wonders to herself, where did these people come from? How did they get past the guards in K? Now that you mention it, I don't see any guards around. For some reason, the guards must have retreated to the lower levels, and all sorts of people have swarmed in to cause trouble. It's too dangerous here. Let's talk once we're outside. Suddenly, Han turns his attention to a sound. Everyone panics. Oh no, the building is. Han is questioning Ludger Chelsea. "Guildmaster, why would you accept a coward like me?" Ludger Chelsea is surprised by the question. "Why are you asking that?" Han knows full well that he's always been someone who clings to life, someone who always runs away, leaving Ludger Chelsea to fight alone, even though Han possesses an ability that no one else has. Ludger Chelsea says, "I accept the cowardly part of you." Han asks, "Did I hear that right?" Ludger Chelsea continues, "I know your power very well, how dangerous it is, and the responsibility that comes with it. You think you're just afraid that your power will hurt others, don't you?" Han is silent for a moment before saying, "I don't have parents. I grew up in an orphanage and never really got along with the other kids, but I was close to one girl. She was like a big sister to me. She was smart and kind. Being around her made me feel like I was nothing. One day, she brought home a little black puppy. It was so cute. I reached out to pet it, but it bit me." Before Han can finish, Ludger Chelsea interrupts. "Han, you don't have to keep going." Han clenches his fists. "That was the first time I transformed in my life. The first time I ever killed someone." Han is trapped in his own thoughts and guilt. If that dog hadn't bitten my hand, if I had known about my condition back then, maybe I shouldn't have accepted that girl's kindness in the first place. Ludger Chelsea comforts him. "Han, there will come a time when you have to face the reality you've been denying." Ludger Chelsea hands him something, causing Han to cry out in surprise. "Guildmaster, what? What is that? What on earth is that thing made of?" Ludger Chelsea warns him. "When that moment comes, and you have no choice but to abandon everything and run, I won't blame you. However, if you choose to fight instead of running, use this knife as your final resort. I will respect your decision." Han opens his eyes, wondering, what just happened? A man speaks up. "Today must be our lucky day." Whoever they are, those people distracted the auction guards, leaving them wide open. It's a mess. A man with brownish blonde hair urges him, "Quick, grab it." The building just shook. I think the others know a bit about what's going on by now. The last one, who seems unbothered, calmly replies, "So impatient, just wait a second." He takes the item from Han's person and sneers, "You stupid bastard. Did you really think you could hide the mana of a holy relic in a bag like this?" Suddenly, Han grabs his leg, gasping, "Give it back. I have to give that to the guildmaster." The blue-haired man holds the bag up, laughing. "Still alive? So the curse is working just as planned." As he speaks, he kicks Han in the stomach. Han curls up in pain. The man continues, "You can barely move, yet you dare tell me to give you this? Ugh." Han trembles in agony. The man chuckles. "So you've been holding it back with your own willpower all this time? Impressive. Either way, you don't have long to live. I'll be merciful and let you die slowly, if you can even manage to survive that long." Han stretched out his hand, thinking, "No, my body. It feels so heavy. That's not something you bastards get to take. If anyone but him were here, the relic wouldn't have been snatched away so easily. Looks like I'm going to be left behind after all." Han forced himself to sit up. "From the start, I was just a coward who couldn't help the guildmaster. It's all because I'm so weak. Even at the moment of my death, I'm just a burden to him." Han pulled himself up, but suddenly froze. He stared at his blade and whispered, "The item the guildmaster gave me." Han drew his weapon. "That's right. If this is the end, then let this be my final stand. Let me burn everything I've got." With that, he plunged it deep into his own arm. Han's body began to transform rapidly. Fur sprouted, tearing through his clothes as he let out a roar. On the other side, the man turned around and sneered, "What a stubborn bastard. He's actually still alive?" "Ah." The man stared at Han in terror. What the hell is that?" Han lunged at him. Kay looked up in shock. Phantos gazed upward too. Ludger Chelsea felt something shift. He turned back and spoke. Han, why are you staring so intently over there? At the place we just left? Alex asked. The Kunst auction house? What's going on over there? Ludger Chelsea replied. I can feel the distinct presence of prey, but it's dangerous. The scent and the aura. This thing is extraordinary. I've only run into beasts like this a few times, and this one. It might even be stronger than anything I've ever faced. Alex thought to himself. If it came from the auction house, then is it the guild master? I have a question. Alex asked Ludger Chelsea. Last time, you said Phantos was the second strongest combatant among us, right? So, who's the strongest? You? Ludger Chelsea shook his head. I excluded myself from the ranking. Alex was stunned. Wait, so that means I'm number one? Ludger Chelsea replied, you're third. Even though your scores were high back at the Night Academy, you haven't reached that level yet. Alex gasped. What? Then who's at the top? Ludger Chelsea went silent before saying, It's Han. A scream echoed out. Ah! What is this chaos? My auction items, my auction house. Even clutched his head in despair. It's ruined. This is the end. A staff member approached to comfort him. Sir, you made it out safely, and the customer evacuation is happening at the same time, so... Even suddenly realized something. The customers wait. Where's the princess? He panicked. We haven't received word yet. What if something happened to her? Find her, now. Before Even could finish, a massive explosion rocked the area. What? What the hell is it this time? A pack of monsters screeched, and a giant claw burst through the roof. It tore the building to pieces. Someone shrieked, Good heavens, what is that thing? A beast with eyes glowing like fresh blood stepped out. The monster appeared in the night, filling the people with pure terror. A man trembled. That's it. The monster has truly returned. The monster that brought Durham to its knees 5 years ago. The beast roared, slammed its foot down, and let out a deafening cry, even screamed in fear. Ah! Someone nearby saw the beast's foot descending and cried out, Help me! A flash of light streaked past, severing one of the monster's toes. A man on horseback yelled, The Clockwork Guild will hold the line here. Everyone, evacuate immediately, the guild leader shouted. I heard the auction house was under attack, but by this thing, listen up. No matter what happens, the safety of the citizens comes first. Focus all fire on that monster. The beast's hand swiped toward them, and they scattered. Get out of the way. Damn it. The captain of the Clockwork Squad fired a beam of energy from his sword. He gasped in shock as a blur of light forced him to swerve his horse to dodge. The impact shattered the stone ground. The beast attacked again. The Clockwork members panicked. Don't rush it. We have to wait for an opening. The captain gritted his teeth. What is this insane speed? It's huge and fast? This is too dangerous. Where did this thing even come from? The beast kept tearing down the surrounding buildings. If this keeps up, everyone is going to die. C pointed toward an alleyway and shouted, Everyone, this way. Trust me. They all jumped down and landed safely on a cushion of water. Is everyone okay? The princess replied, Yes, thanks to you. Suddenly, the group froze in horror as they saw the giant beast. Is that the beast of Gavaudan? You mean the one that destroyed Durham 5 years ago? Anya asked C. I thought it was dead, she replied. It should be. I saw its carcass displayed in the Durham Museum with my own eyes. Although, it doesn't look exactly the same. The structure of its skull isn't like bone at all. Could it be a different species? C replied. We can't rule that out. The beast of Gavaudan, supposedly killed by Abraham von Helsing, reappears in Labelle, and the last traces of that guy, Maven Venley, were also found in Labelle. C frowned. That's right. There's no way this is a coincidence. This just proves my theory that those two are the same person. And he's definitely here. Maven Venley. What the hell are you doing here? C's eyes sharpened. Enough thinking. The priority now is taking down this monster. She summoned pillars of water from the ground, binding the beast. Someone asked in surprise. Someone's holding the monster back. Is it an ally? It doesn't matter, this is our chance. Charge! The beast struggled against the water restraints. Its raw power was overwhelming, making it difficult for C to maintain her hold. She trembled. What is this strength? Suddenly, the monster's eyes flared, and it let out a roar, shattering the water tendrils. C was shocked. My magic was just dispelled? I couldn't hold the spell. Was it that roar? She raised her umbrella high. If I let myself fail against something like this, how could I ever call myself a knight? Water knights emerged, and the Clockwork Squad cheered. A squad of knights made of water? Perfect. We have a chance to turn this around. All-out attack. The monster let out a roar. Ludger Chelsea stepped out from the shadows, thinking, a strange source of mana. Is this black magic? And those scars from a beast's bite. Han, did you really use that thing? Ludger Chelsea watched Han in his monster form as he was struck. It must be so painful. He muttered a spell. Athen Noctonus. I can't stop you like this. I'll be back. Just hang on a little longer. Han! Han roared in agony as he was hit. The beast's head is falling off. Our attacks are working. Don't stop. Han's eyes flared. See, thought. The eyes inside that skull just flashed. Just like before. It's going to break my magic again. I need to be ready. The monster let out a roar, and Sai looked at her water knights in shock, asking, wait, they're still standing? Suddenly, the ground began to tremble. Whoa! An earthquake! What the hell is going on? Look! The princess screamed. Something is coming up! Sai shouted in a panic. Is that a swarm of rats? Sai thought to herself. A swarm of rats? No way. It can control other beasts, but why rats? Rats are my biggest fear. With that thought, she used her umbrella to conjure a wall of water. The rats leaped over, scrambling up the walls. Sai's eyes widened in terror, and Betty let out a shriek. Sai hissed, then lunged forward to attack the swarm. The others watched in surprise. Princess Betty stepped closer, saying, We'll help you. Thank you, everyone. Suddenly, a loud thud echoed through the air. Something's coming. Don't split up. The rats began closing in on the wolf-like creatures, swarming all over their bodies. Someone shouted, realizing the truth. Everyone, be careful. That monster can control other beasts. Where the hell are these things coming from? A man looked at the wolf-human hybrid standing up and gasped. What the hell is this? The monster's severed head and the swarm of rats merged, forming a grotesque, mystical creature. The captain said in horror, It can replicate itself. Is this why those mystical creatures suddenly appeared on the night of the blood moon? He turned and yelled, Focus! Everyone! We need to get out of here before more of them show up. We have to stop them, no matter the cost. If we can't stop them, the nightmare of the Godon will repeat itself. The wolf raised its hand and roared. Sai took it down, thinking, They regenerate way too fast. I can't focus on the main monster right now. Suddenly, a swarm of rats rushed beneath her feet. Since when were they there? Betty shouted from the side. There are too many beasts, Sai. We need to get out of here, fast. Sai said anxiously. Wait, Betty. There are still so many civilians who haven't been evacuated. The monster in Han's form roared again, knocking Sai's water knights aside. She frowned and thought, Damn it. We got distracted for just a second. I need to redo that. Just then, the rats started biting at her legs. Sai screamed in fear, thinking, Civilians first. I have to buy time until everyone is evacuated. Enia approached and said, This is too much. We're going to lose. You need to escape first. Sai glared and thought, It doesn't matter what happens to me. Suddenly, the monster turned its head. The knights were surprised and asked, It stopped moving? The others did too. What are they looking at? A puff of smoke rose from a rooftop, and someone emerged. The beasts roared at the sight, and Sai gasped in shock. It was a mysterious man in a black cloak, Maven Venli. The monster stared intently at the newcomer. Betty shouted, Maven Venli? Are you sure? Sai replied, I'm certain. The mask covered his face, and he displayed an indifferent attitude despite facing a monster. She frowned, thinking, And that terrifying aura I felt before. I'm sure of it. He's actually Maven Venli. That man is the most dangerous thing here. Does that monster realize it? Ludger Chelsea, dressed in Maven Venli's black attire, spoke up. I was hoping you might recognize me, but I suppose that was a vain hope. I understand. It's hard to endure the madness of this monster. Still, I can feel that Han is somehow still alive inside that body. With that thought, he drew his sword and said, Saving a subordinate in danger is a captain's duty. The monster roared at him. Ludger Chelsea jumped down, stopping right in front of the monster's skull, and drove his sword deep into its head. Sai gasped in awe. High-speed movement? No. He vanished and reappeared in the blink of an eye. Did he just teleport? After finishing the move, Ludger Chelsea landed and continued slashing at the beasts below. Sai thought, There's no way he can keep killing them like this. The severed heads will just keep replicating into new mystical creatures. The monster's head fell and began to dissolve. She thought, They're disappearing? Is that sword made of some special material? Or is it some kind of magic? The monster's leg swung toward her, and Sai quickly blocked it. Oh, right. This isn't the time to just watch the show. Meanwhile, the monster continued its frantic attacks. She turned and asked, Is everyone okay? Yes, Lady Sai. If this keeps up, we'll be wiped out. We have to get out of here. I guess I have to trust him for now. It seems his goal is to eliminate that monster too. It hurts to admit it, but he's actually capable. As the monster lunged at Ludger Chelsea, he teleported away, only to reappear right above it. Ludger Chelsea unleashed an attack on the monster. The wolves shrieked in pain. Sai and her group ran while keeping an eye on the situation. Cough, cough. What is that? Tear gas? Does that actually work on a monster? Is it weakening now? Ludger Chelsea remarked. So, you're abandoning the heads hurt by the gas to replace them with new ones? You're even smarter than the original. But I'm sure you've realized you're getting weaker every time you swap them out. Suddenly, the monster began to glow. Ludger Chelsea cast a spell, saying, "You shouldn't let yourself get distracted." Metallic spikes pierced through the monster's palms. So, you've replicated, huh? Ludger Chelsea reached for his guns, drew them, and said, "Come on." He used his 2 guns to shoot down all the wolves rushing toward him. There really are a lot of them, he thought. However, let's end this. Gunpowder smoke filled the air. Ludger Chelsea stood before the monster and said, "No one left to protect you now. It's over." Just then, the monster's hand twitched, and the wooden restraint began to crack. The monster had broken free from its shackles and let out a roar. Ludger Chelsea said, "You want to fight to the end? Stop destroying things and get out of there. That body isn't yours." He aimed his guns at the monster and fired. It shrieked in agony, its mouth opening wide right in front of Ludger Chelsea. Someone leaped onto the monster's head and injected it with a blue liquid. Its eyes lit up. It let out one last pained roar and then vanished. The person who arrived jumped down. Ludger Chelsea said, "You're just in time. Now, let's head back." The smoke cleared, and voices could be heard. The monster's growls were gone. "Is it dead? Damn it, there's too much dust. I can't see a thing." The knights looked around, asking, "Should we go check? There are still plenty of civilians left to evacuate. Let's ensure their safety first. We can check later." "Yes, sir." The group looked at Han, who had returned to his human form and was lying on the ground, and asked, "Captain, is he going to be okay?" That giant spear pierced right through his neck. Ludger Chelsea replied, "He'll be fine. His regeneration ability while transformed is quite impressive. We need to look after KFC too, so let's get out of here before the knights arrive." Suddenly, someone approached and spoke up. "Stop right there. We've met before, haven't we? It's been a long time." Ludger Chelsea turned around at the sound of the voice. C stood before him. Ludger Chelsea looked at her and said, "Celise, it's been a while. Have you been searching for me all this time?" She replied, "Yes, I knew you didn't die back then." People around them whispered that it was Moriat. Ludger Chelsea saw this and replied, "I guess you don't value your life very much, do you? You barely know how to control yourself. You should have pretended not to recognize me. That would have been better for both of us." Celise frowned and said, "Do you think I'd give up that easily? As if you're underestimating me. Moriarty isn't Abraham Van Helsing, Aranan Lupin, or Maya V. They are all you, aren't they? What is your identity in this city? Ever since I realized you keep changing your identity, there's no point in hiding. I will keep chasing you to the ends of the earth." Ludger Chelsea was silent for a moment, then said, "You're right. I did underestimate you." He thought to himself, "I knew she was sharp and determined, but I didn't think she would dig this deep into my past. Even when I ran, she was right on my heels. If my identity is exposed, I won't be able to hide anymore. Everyone knows my real face now. This won't be easy, but I think I have to kill her right here." Celise said seriously, "All the trouble in the Exilan Empire was caused by you, right? Or should I say, by your organization, the Black Dawn's Deemer Maven Venli." Ludger Chelsea was stunned to hear that. "Black Dawn? Why is she bringing this up now?" Seeing his surprise, Celise retorted, "Caught you, haven't I?" Watching his reaction, Ludger Chelsea thought to himself, "Wait, could it be?" Suddenly, he laughed and said, "Haha, as expected of my old rival. Celise, you've figured everything out. I won't stop you if you want to arrest me, but would that really be okay? I'm sure there are still plenty of hostages and civilians who haven't escaped the auction house yet." Celise said angrily, "Are you threatening the lives of innocent civilians now?" Ludger Chelsea replied, "That depends on how you handle this. I don't intend to get caught so easily. Even if you do catch me, there's no guarantee for the lives of those inside." Celise gritted her teeth and said, "You coward. I've changed my mind. You're truly annoying, but you're also highly skilled, so I will use every ounce of my ability like a hound ready to tear the Black Dawn apart." Ludger Chelsea called out, "Hugo Melvas, let's get out of here." Wait, the previous text skipped a line in the source logic. Maintaining flow, as per instructions, Celise launched an attack, shouting, "Do you think I'll let you leave?" She easily blocked his attack. Celise continued her assault, with jets of water shooting straight at Ludger Chelsea. He said, "You've grown significantly stronger, but not enough to stop me." Betty charged forward as well. "I'll help you," says Celise. But Ludger Chelsea's subordinate easily blocked her. Betty was bewildered. "He blocked my punch with just his arm." He shoved Betty away. Celise called out anxiously, "Betty," but she landed safely and said, "I'm okay, just a few scratches." Both sides clashed. Anya couldn't help but think, who exactly is this person? His defense is as good as the elite knights. So what? She pulled a small dagger from her sleeve and threw it at her opponent. The masked man blocked it easily. She frowned, thinking, he blocked it with a short sword as if he had predicted it. "Who are you?" Alex, behind the mask, remained silent. A blue smoke spread out. She was surprised. "What the hell?" Another masked man said, "The Knight's patrol is coming soon. We can't waste any more time." Ludger Chelsea replied, "All right, Poppins, let's go." Celise chased after them. "Wait, Maven Venley, don't think this is over. I will catch you and your organization." Ludger Chelsea laughed. "I'm looking forward to it." "Goodbye, Celise." A voice rang out. "Why did you cause all this?" Moriarty turned away with a sigh. "How unexpected. I thought you would understand." He continued. "Did you live with ordinary people for so long that you actually think you're one of them?" Celise shed tears. "How could their low-standard principles be imposed upon us?" Moriarty clenched his fist. "This world is so boring and dull. The people living in it are so mediocre." He stood over the scattered bodies and said, "I can't breathe, and I'm losing my mind." A child lay at his feet, mouth bleeding, and body covered in wounds. Celise asked, "Is that why you killed that child? Just to provoke me?" Moriarty looked at her with a dangerously cold expression. "Is that so wrong? You should know that, too." Despite her anger, he continued, "Deep inside you, you can hear the same voice as I do." Celise bowed her head sadly, her voice full of disappointment. "You know, I hoped you weren't a bad person. I hoped all of this could be resolved with words, that it was just a small misunderstanding. But it seems I misunderstood everything." Her eyes were filled with fury. "If that's the path you've chosen, then I will arrest you right here." Maven Venley returned to the present. The military announced that the detective had finished assessing the emergency situation. She looked at the soldier and said, "Ah, well done." The soldier reached out to her and said, "No, we should be the ones thanking you. If you hadn't been here, it would have been much harder. We've also collected the bombs from those terrorists as you requested." Celise replied, "Thank you. Leave the analysis to me." The soldier stood at attention with his hands behind his back and replied, "Understood. I will return to the crime scene. If you need anything, just let me know." She stood with her chin on her hand, thinking, gunpowder in this tranquil place? That doesn't make sense. Who provided such dangerous materials to the Liberation Army? The Liberation Army doesn't have the skills to create these. Immediately, one person came to mind who was highly capable of doing this. The Black Dawn, the organization connected to Maven Venley. She closed her eyes and touched her chin in thought. After the monster disappeared, his partner appeared. Was this whole incident an experiment caused by the Black Dawn? First, I need to analyze the collected gunpowder. To catch them, I need to be thoroughly prepared. She opened her eyes, her gaze full of resentment, and muttered to herself, "Just you wait, Maven Venley. The moment everything is prepared, I will definitely catch you." Han opened his eyes, looked at the ceiling, and asked tiredly, "Who?" Someone walked up to the bed and said, "You're awake." Han panicked, his face full of confusion, and shouted, "Ah!" Ludger Chelsea, holding a book, said, "Do you feel any pain or discomfort anywhere?" Han stammered, "Hey, what the hell happened?" Ludger Chelsea replied, "You don't remember turning into a monster?" Han clutched his head, stuttering, "A monster? Well, sort of. But you aren't dead." Ludger Chelsea closed his book and said, "Yeah, lucky you. Now, give me what you took." Han panicked, thinking, "Oh, he's talking about the item. Don't be surprised. Just listen. Honestly, I was planning to take it myself." Ludger Chelsea grew impatient. "Stop beating around the bush. Give me what's in your right hand." Han froze and blurted out, "My right hand?" He looked down at his hand, surprised, wondering, "Why am I holding this?" Ludger Chelsea, sitting by the bed, explained, "Ever since you turned back into a human, you've been clutching it tight." Han asked in surprise, "Is that so?" Ludger Chelsea replied, "Of course. No matter how hard I tried to take it, you wouldn't let go. So I had to wait until you woke up." Han looked at the item in his hand and smiled. "Haha, but you know, Han placed the item into Ludger Chelsea's hand. "Here, take it." Ludger Chelsea responded, "Well done, Han." He took it and turned to leave, saying, "Now that you're awake, Get dressed and come downstairs. I have something to discuss with everyone. Han watched his back as he left and replied, Understood. Downstairs, everyone was sitting around the dining table. Ludger Chelsea crossed his arms and said, Despite a few unexpected incidents, thanks to everyone's best efforts, we succeeded this time. Great job, everyone. Kun has been destroyed, so it won't expose us. Processing the valuables will take some time. Syrian and Luna were thrilled. Wow, we're rich, Ludger Chelsea continued. Since all of it is stolen property, it'll take a while to move. With a cold, expressionless face, he added, After working together, I'm sure you've all realized how skilled the teammates who will be working with you from now on truly are. Alex crossed his arms, eyes closed, and said, That's true. To be honest, I was a bit surprised. A human actually being able to turn into such a massive monster. That's the first time I've ever seen something like that. Phantos asked with a serious face. Your swordsmanship is quite strange. Were you a knight? Alex smiled and replied, I'm just a casual student of the blade. Phantos was surprised. A casual student? You were trading blows with a Nightwatch knight, Alex laughed sheepishly. Haha. More importantly, leader, who is that young lady? Alex whispered, She controls water, so she's not just some ordinary person, right? Ludger Chelsea replied, She is a mage from a noble magical lineage. As you might already know, she is very talented and recently received a title. Alex placed his hand on the table and exclaimed, Oh, I see. It seemed like he had met her before. How do you two know each other? Ludger Chelsea replied, How would I know her? I think the first time I met her was in the kingdom of Delica. The sky was pitch black when suddenly a loud cry rang out. Someone, please help me. Enya ran over, panicked, and asked worriedly, Princess, what's wrong? The princess hesitated and said, This person isn't breathing. Enya leaned in and placed her hand on Betty's pulse. What? Since when? The princess said, I'm not sure. I thought she was just fainting. Enya thought anxiously. No pulse. Her body is ice cold. Did she just die? How? Sai walked over and said, Betty, she's sleeping again. The princess was shocked. Sleeping? She's not even breathing. Sai replied nonchalantly. It's fine. Things have turned out this way. You'll understand once you see. Suddenly, Sai ripped open Betty's clothes. The princess's face turned beet red, and she cried out in panic. Why are you undressing her in a place like this? Enya interjected. Please wait a moment, princess. Does she have a hole in her back? Sai turned Betty around for them to see. That's right, look closely. Enya asked, So, Betty, she's not human? Correct. As you can see, she's a self-operating machine, an automaton. Enya asked further, But she looks exactly like us. Sai replied, Exactly. She knows how to blend into society and has emotions. Enya looked shocked. She's actually an automaton that's just like a human? I've never heard of such a thing. If she were an automaton as sophisticated as her, rumors would have spread everywhere by now. Sai looked down at Betty and said, It's common for rumors not to spread. Many years ago, Betty was secretly created in the kingdom of Delica, and as a secret weapon. Betty suddenly woke up and opened her eyes wide. Sai smiled happily and asked, Are you awake, Betty? Betty yelled angrily, Why am I like this, Sai? I saw you sleeping and wanted to tease you a bit. Betty shouted furiously, That's ridiculous. Sai said, We'll be leaving very soon, so go pack your things, and don't forget my supplies. Betty huffed, grabbed her belongings, and stormed off. I don't know. Once she was gone, he turned back to the other two and smiled. Shall we continue? I first met Betty in the kingdom of Delica when she was chasing Moriarty. Enya looked at him and asked, Maven Venli? You knew who he was from the start? No. I only knew he was a mathematician. His abilities were quite impressive, and we spoke a few times because of my curiosity. Suddenly, he frowned and said, But he annoyed the hell out of me. From the first time we met, his tone was incredibly irritating, and he thought he was number one. Regardless, after finding out he was a cruel criminal, I started chasing him, and in the process, I met Betty. Sai recalled, That day, I was confronting him at a secret automaton manufacturing plant. During the confrontation, a massive explosion occurred, and the basement collapsed. Maven Venli used the chaos to escape the scene, and I tried to follow him but lost his trail. At first, I thought about escaping, so I looked for an exit and discovered her between two collapsed walls in a secret space. Betty was lying in a glass chamber. That was the first time I encountered a successful product of an illegal project conducted in secret, codenamed Beta. Returning to the present, someone asked, So Alpha is an automaton too? Ludger Chelsea replied, That's right. And that's where we ended our talk about Alpha. Han smiled at him and said, "After hearing what you said, I understand now. At first, I thought a rare creature like him really existed." Everyone stared at Han. Han crossed his arms and said, "What? Why are you all looking at me like that?" Han glanced at Ludger Chelsea, thinking, "Ah, the person I sparred with is also an automaton like me? I knew it when we met, even though I didn't know there was another one who escaped besides me." Ludger Chelsea propped his chin on his hand and said, "Me too. I thought all the other automatons had been destroyed, yet she was with Sai." Violetta looked at him and asked, "Why would the kingdom of Delica create them, I wonder?" "No matter how you think about it, they aren't ordinary automatons," Ludger Chelsea replied in a low voice. "War." His face darkened, and with a sharp gaze he continued, "Steel warriors can be disposed of at any time. That's clearly why they're mass-produced like that." Violetta exclaimed, "Wait, what? Isn't the person who owns them trying to start a war?" Ludger Chelsea went silent for a moment before saying, "Regardless, that's how things went down for me in the kingdom of Delica. Back to sea. That's how my meeting with Betty went." Shortly after, Betty woke up. Enna and the princess were stunned. Betty gathered her belongings and said, "How much longer do you two plan on talking?" "Ah, Betty, well done." C smiled at the princess and said, "Betty, you're here. I should get going." The princess asked, "Where do you intend to go?" C replied, "My place collapsed, so I have to find somewhere else to stay." The princess laughed. "It's a bit late to say this now, but thank you for saving me. Detective, I will personally reward you, so feel free to stop by and see me whenever it's convenient." C smiled. "Ha ha. I look forward to that." She turned to Enna and said, "Oh, wait. Could you pass on my regards to Tuduri? I plan to stay in Leatherbell for a while." Enna replied. "So you know her? I'll make sure to pass the message along." C looked at them both, smiling. "Well, goodbye for now. Let's meet again if the chance arises." At the academy, Ludger Chelsea sat reading the newspaper while holding a cup of hot tea. Just as expected, the news only wrote about the monster. Sadly, the news about the Kunst auction house had been overshadowed. Still, CM had followed him all the way to Leatherbell. And that wasn't all. She had even uncovered his alias. He would have to quickly deal with those called Maven Venli to silence them. Every cloud has a silver lining. His deduction about the Black Dawn wasn't entirely accurate. Or perhaps he had been right. Just then, Selena walked in and called out to him, "Professor, I've finished sorting all the materials." Ludger Chelsea looked up and said, "Good job." The girl added, "By the way, it seems you're reading the news about what happened last night." Ludger Chelsea replied, "That's right, everyone is buzzing about it. According to the Knights, the Clockwork Knights captured a monster. The Knights are actually quite strong, aren't they, Professor? I think we should re-evaluate our assessment of them." Ludger Chelsea stroked his chin, lost in thought. Maybe they really did need to do that. He frowned, thinking, this part was completely unpredictable. Maven Venli had nothing to do with the Knights. Selena continued, "Now that I think about it, they started acting because of this incident." Ludger Chelsea asked, "They did?" "The Holy Knights of Bretis." Ludger Chelsea suddenly fell silent. The Holy Kingdom of Bretis, an island isolated from the continent and the headquarters of the Light Church, which worshipped the god of light. They had always hunted down heretics and supernatural beings to perform purification rituals with the goal of saving humanity. However, the heretics they deemed guilty were actually non-human races. Due to moral decay and shifts in their doctrines, this organization had become much less popular. "Those annoying Holy Knights," Ludger Chelsea said unhappily, "they haven't done a thing in over 12 years, yet the moment they get a lead, they immediately jump in." Selena asked seriously, "But this is still a bit suspicious. 5 years ago, during the Night of Blood, they didn't pay any attention at all. Why are they acting now, all of a sudden?" Ludger Chelsea explained, "Perhaps it's because the succession in the Holy Kingdom has been completed." Selena was surprised that he had so much information. "The succession? You're amazing, sir. I didn't even hear a whisper of that news." Ludger Chelsea lowered his head, hiding his eyes. "That's just a hypothesis. Anyway, how did that request I gave you go?" Selena jumped in surprise. "Oh, right. Joanna Lovis is a student who got admitted directly into the second year. Lovis's is an alias." "Second year, huh?" he thought to himself. "I see. So that's how she hides her identity." Selena continued. "Yes. And I also discovered that she's from the kingdom of Durumang, and it seems she's a survivor of the Great Lotan Fire." "The Great Lotan Fire? That happened over 10 years ago. She's a survivor of that incident?" The cause of that fire remained a mystery. But thinking of something, Ludger Chelsea asked himself, could it be? How many survivors of that incident were there, in total? Selena reported, Including the second-year student Joanna Lavis, there are 3. One of them is the artist Pierre, and for the third one, we have absolutely no information. Ludger Chelsea nodded and said, "Understood. Good work. It's almost time for class. Let's get ready." "Yes, sir." In the classroom, Ludger Chelsea said seriously, "Before we start the lesson, I will announce the exam results. You can check your rankings on the bulletin board after class." He looked at the list of rankings and continued, "So, from now on, I will only announce the top 5. I'm sure you all have already guessed who took first place. Flora Lumos with a perfect score of 100, and Julia Blum is tied for first." The girl smiled. "Oh my God," the students whispered. "Whoa, she's tied for first with Flora Lumos? Well, that's obvious. The magic building supported her. After all," Ludger Chelsea continued, because there are 2 people tied for first, there will be no second place. Third place is Tassi." The girl looked incredibly surprised by this result. "Yeah," Aiden, sitting in front, complimented her. "Congratulations, Taz. That's impressive." The girl felt shy at the praise. Did you only just realize I'm impressive? I could even tutor you if you want." Aiden flatly refused. "That wouldn't be good. I can't interrupt your studies." Ludger Chelsea continued the announcement. 4th place goes to Renee, and 5th is Leo. He remained calm, showing no expression at all. The class erupted in murmurs. "No way. Are all 3 of the top students either fallen nobles or commoners?" Ludger Chelsea said nonchalantly. "That's all. The top 5 can meet me after class to receive the materials. Now, take out the documents I gave you last session. Today, for the kids, let's learn about what? We are going to learn about the magic circles used to release mana." A student in the class propped their chin up, looking at the document. Today's lesson seems pretty standard. Ludger Chelsea started drawing on the board. Magic circles last longer than incantations, and they work even better when used alongside spells or artifacts. That is why they are still used to this day. Furthermore, until now, most magic circles have kept their circular shape, because we have a tradition, a belief that it protects the user from outside elements. However, the magic circle we're looking at today will be a bit different. Lumos stared in amazement at what he drew, thinking, "What on earth is that?" Ludger Chelsea pointed at the board. "Take a look at this." The whole class buzzed. "Is that even a magic circle?" Every eye in the class turned toward the person who said that, eyes staring right at Lumos. She said uncomfortably, "Why are they looking at me? They keep treating me like a leader just because of what happened last semester." Lumos sighed, thinking she was also curious about what it was. But the professor probably wouldn't lie about these things. If he were a fraud, I would have been disappointed a long time ago. Ludger Chelsea channeled magic into the drawing on the board and spoke. "Since you don't seem to believe this is a magic circle, let me show you." A circle of fire ignited above the diagram. The students gasped in astonishment. "It actually works!" Some students whispered, wondering how he pulled it off. Ludger Chelsea explained, "I understand why you're skeptical. A magic circle that isn't circular. Maintaining mana circulation isn't easy. Curves help mana flow smoothly, but when you introduce sharp angles, the mana tends to leak out of the structure. However, as you can see, my magic circle still functions perfectly." His gaze darkened as he looked at the students. "Why do you think that is?" 2 hands shot up in the classroom. Ludger Chelsea noticed line and thought to himself, "That kid." Ludger Chelsea said, "Flora Lumos, you were the first to raise your hand." Lumos was startled but replied, "The characters. The letters inside each square are what support the flow of mana." Ludger Chelsea noted, "Exactly. If you use them as a medium to guide the mana, a square magic circle can function just fine. What I used here is a magic sector square. No matter which direction you read it from, it stays the same. In other words, I used a palindromic code." Someone in the class raised their hand to ask, I have a question. This might sound unexpected, but what's the benefit of using a square formation instead of a circle?" He replied, "Naturally, it's easier to draw." The response was so unexpected that the students looked confused. Ludger Chelsea continued, "A circular magic structure only works if the lines are drawn with absolute precision. That's why we have professional certifications for assistants who specialize in drawing magic structures. On the other hand, a square is just 4 equidistant points connected together. It's simply much faster to draw than a circle. I'll provide you with supplementary materials, and you'll see that the square is just one example. Magic structures can take on many different shapes." Ludger Chelsea's tone turned serious. "Take this knowledge and learn to create your own magic structures. This is your second exam. I look forward to seeing your ideas." After class, sounds of conversation drifted from the professor's office. "Is that you, Leo? You're standing right behind me. Give me your hand." Looking at the faint green light emanating from his palm, Leo asked curiously. This is, Ludger Chelsea explained, one of the 4 calculation methods for the primordial code. I call it structure. Of course, just having a fragment of it won't do much. Leo thought for a moment before saying, So, I need to maintain my rank in the top 5 for the remaining semesters? Exactly. Do your best. Leaving the professor's office, Leo stared at his hand and thought, only a fragment. Perhaps it's to keep the primordial code from being fully exposed. Even with just this much, someone like Chu Min wouldn't be able to reverse engineer the algorithm or analyze it. But to teach this kind of magic to a student with no personal connection, what kind of person is he really? Lost in thought, Leo suddenly heard a commotion. He thought, the nobles and Iona Ovali from my class, that's her name, right? What are they doing? One of them sneered. Did you hear that? You should know your place and act accordingly. Got it? The girl said calmly. And what if I don't want to? If I refuse, what are you going to do about it? Her gaze was sharp as she stared them down. Iona Ovali's eyes grew terrifying. She repeated, if I don't want to, what are you going to do? Leo thought in shock. Wait, she. One of the nobles exploded in anger. You filthy beast. You still don't get it, do you? However, before he could finish, a voice cut him off. Leo stepped out from behind, saying, Enough. A bunch of nobles bullying a beastkin? Don't you realize the professors are keeping a very close eye on your lot? Jianpeo just finished his suspension. I'm actually on my way to see Professor Ludger Chelsea myself. But if you don't care, feel free to keep going. Hearing this, the noble kid clicked his tongue and said, Let's go. He glared threateningly. Don't think you're smart just because you can run your mouth. You're still just a lowlife. You're still just a low-class piece of trash. Being smart won't change that. Leo smirked mockingly. You'd better focus on yourself. The other side had no retort and left in a huff, acting so arrogant just because he has lackeys. Now, only Leo and Iona remained. She shoved her hands into her pockets and looked at Leo, asking, Why did you help me? Leo answered nonchalantly, Help you? You've got it wrong. Were you actually planning to kill them? Hearing that, she immediately replied, I was just going to teach them a lesson. Leo waved his hand dismissively. With that much killing intent? Whatever. You should be glad they were too stupid to notice. Before Leo could finish, her voice cut in. Aren't you afraid of me? Leo glanced at her. Why should I be? Only fools are afraid. What do I have to be scared of? You're a beastkin attending this academy despite the conflict with humans. Does that mean you want knowledge about humans and the world? Iona asked in surprise. How did you know? Leo answered honestly. I've heard about the life of Sonda Beastkin. Leo asked, confused. What did you say? Leo explained. Bina Sonda is a saying in our tribe. In your language, it probably means small but brave warrior. Leo was surprised. What are you saying? Don't call me small. I'm warning you, Iona said. Surprised. You're making such a big deal out of one word? Mental strength is much more important than height. You've already proven your strength. Leo listened in silence, then shook his head wearily. Just call me Leo. Iona was stunned. What? Leo replied. I didn't do that just so you'd call me a warrior. Suddenly, a voice called out. Ah, Leo, there you are. Both Leo and Iona turned to look. It was Aiden. He waved and said with a smile. I was with Tassi picking up our work. I heard you'd already left. Seeing the two together, Aiden smiled in a very friendly manner. Oh, were you two talking? What's your name? Iona Ovali. Even though she replied indifferently, she was still polite. Is that so? It's nice to meet you. Aiden continued. We're going to have lunch. Do you want to join us? Hearing this, Tassi said uncomfortably. Wait, Aiden. We aren't exactly friends. Iona Ovali agreed. Sure, why not? This response left both Leo and Tassi speechless. Back in the classroom, Renee was restless. I'm a bit disappointed it was so easy. I thought it would be much harder. She closed her eyes, thinking she hadn't even had the chance to ask the question she wanted to. Just then, Irendi walked up. Renee? Want to go grab lunch? The girl started and said, Ah, senior, I'm sorry. I already have plans today. Irendia replied with a smile. Oh, really? That's fine. Have fun then. Rai said sheepishly. I'm sorry. Let's have lunch together tomorrow, okay? She let out a sigh of relief and smiled, thinking, thank goodness she understood. I was worried she wouldn't be happy. Beneath the lush green trees, Renee walked away, thinking, she's so easygoing, probably because she's a princess. She already has plans with someone else? Who could it be? Hiding behind a tree, the princess thought to herself, who on earth dares to try and seduce my innocent Renee? I've got to get a good look at this person. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Who's there? A man stepped forward and asked, "What are you doing here?" The princess asked him shyly. "If I heard right, you have a lunch date with Renee here? And are this lawn and these flowers all your handiwork?" Frodon replied coldly, his expression blank. "Is there a problem?" She turned to look at him, thinking, is this guy's hobby really gardening? Frodon didn't hesitate to snap back. "If you've got time to poke fun at my hobbies, why don't you find some for yourself?" They locked eyes, cold animosity radiating between them. Renee quickly stepped in to break the awkward tension. Anyway. What brings you here, sister?" The princess hesitated, smiling. "Well, I saw you heading deep into the forest and got a little worried." Frodon sighed. "What a lame excuse. No wonder you don't have any friends." Renee glared at him, annoyed. "What was that?" "Hey, what's that supposed to mean?" Irendia asked cautiously. Irendia, do you really not have any friends?" Renee looked crushed. "You too? What do you mean by that?" Renee quickly backtracked. "It's just, I realized I've never seen you hanging out with anyone." Frodon said smugly. "Good observation, Renee. Her Highness the Princess here has 0 friends. How pathetic." Irendia clenched her fists in silent rage. Renee said sadly, "Oh no, how can that be? Maybe people are intimidated by your status, but you're such a kind person." Frodon interjected. "Status is only part of it. There's another reason, and that's the Grand Princess, Island von Exelon, and her standing." "The Grand Princess?" Renee asked, confused. Frodon continued. "Do you know about the succession war in the Kingdom of Yuda? Even children have to fight each other just to secure their place as the head of the family. But Grand Princess Aln is different. She is the perfect leader, and because of that, her position is absolutely untouchable. Of course, the third princess's family background is still very attractive to the nobles, but why does everyone avoid her? The reason is simple. The Grand Princess has decided to forgive and accept all of her siblings, even the ones she should have rightfully disowned." Renee bowed her head, thinking, that's not it. She just wants playthings. Frodon looked at her, adding, "Whatever the reason, as long as she still claims them, no one would dare risk getting close to the third princess and angering her. Meanwhile, the third princess is completely clueless, running around, volunteering, and joining every club. I can't imagine how those people feel having to deal with her." Hearing this, the princess gritted her teeth in frustration. "Still naive?" Renee asked. "Is the Grand Princess always that amazing?" Frodon replied coldly. "No, she didn't have any supporters at first either. There were many plots to get rid of her, but they all suddenly vanished without a trace." Renee continued. "They disappeared?" "I don't know the details of what happened after that," he said, "but there's a rumor among the nobles. Beware the Grand Princess's shadow." After their conversation, they began to eat. The princess said happily, "Thanks for the food. The von Exelon family chef really is talented." Renee hesitated and asked, "But, Senior, did you really see the beast from the Gayvow Den forest?" Renee insisted, "It's true. I still can't believe I survived. Thank goodness I'm okay." The princess's eyes sparkled as she thought, "Yes, this is the academy life I've always dreamed of, chatting with friends and worrying about one another like this. That monster is really dead, right?" This question made her look up, startled. She recalled what he had said. "Oh, one more thing. Do not tell anyone that the knights were the only ones who dealt with this. The truth can't be revealed yet. If they knew who actually killed it, they would only be more worried. Sometimes, living in blissful ignorance is better than knowing the cruel truth." Returning to reality, Renee smiled and said, "Of course. The pride of Lurbel, the knights handled it." Renee let out a sigh of relief. "That's a relief." Suddenly remembering something, she said, "Now that I think about it, I think I saw Professor Ludger Chelsea at the initial evaluation that day." Renee was surprised. "Professor Ludger Chelsea?" The princess recalled. "I only saw him from afar, but I was so surprised it was him. It's just so unexpected. He doesn't seem like the type to care about jewelry." Frodon thought to himself, "Ludger, Chelsea. I feel like I've seen him somewhere before." A voice boomed from inside the room. "This is absolutely unacceptable. You pushed forward the Magic Festival schedule without even consulting us. What do you think this festival even is?" Old Man Hugo shouted loudly. "This is a historic and significant holiday. Even with many participants, this is a prime opportunity for everyone to show off their stats. In other words, this is a vital event for the honor of our academy. Even if you are the arbiter, you are clearly abusing your power." Elisa looked at him with cold eyes, thinking, "What's so bad about moving the schedule up? They're just looking for any excuse to pick a fight." Thinking this, she smiled, clasped her hands together, and said, "I apologize for not informing everyone of this sooner. However, I didn't have time to discuss it with everyone, so I had no other choice. Elisa calmly continued. Because of recent events, the atmosphere has been very tense, hasn't it? The second exam is also approaching, so I thought it would be best to hold the festival right after the exams. Hugo was about to speak, but someone else cut the old professor off. Do you have any other solutions, Professor Hugo? He stammered, caught off guard. Seeing him unable to speak, the woman continued. If you don't have one, does that mean you are opposing this decision without providing an alternative? Hugo gritted his teeth and stayed silent. Chris Benamo, standing nearby, leaned over and whispered into the deputy arbiter's ear. What are you going to do, sir? After a moment of debate, Hugo spoke up. If that is what you want, Arbiter, there is nothing I can do now. The progress has already been accelerated anyway. However, would it be all right if I suggested the content for the festival? Elisa replied, expressionless. Please, go ahead, Hugo continued, since the plan has been changed anyway. What do you think about a brand new event that has never happened in the past? Just to add a little something fresh to the opening ceremony of the Magic Festival. Elsewhere, in his study, Ludger Chelsea sat at his desk, intently reading the documents in his hand. As he read, he mused, moving up the Magic Festival? With all the chaos lately, this is actually a good idea to help ease the tense atmosphere. This is exactly what I expected from the party incident. Esmeralda will attack during the festival because there will be large crowds. While waiting for the perfect opportunity, I will make her reveal herself, and then the Academy will take care of her. As if remembering something, Ludger Chelsea thought, that's strange. Something inside me is reminding me of the Great Lotan Fire, aside from Esmeralda, who was a survivor of that fire. The fact that 2 other people are still alive is even more worrying. I should head to Lotan as soon as possible. Suddenly, a knock at the door echoed, and Ludger Chelsea said, Come in. Flora Lumos opened the door and stepped in. Ludger Chelsea spoke up. Are you here for the frame? I told you to come as soon as you finished your work, yet you arrived late. Flora replied calmly. I was a little busy. Are you really not going to give it to me just because I'm a little late? He said. Of course not. Come in. Ludger Chelsea cast a spell and said, Flora Lumos, congratulations on being the first. The girl replied, Yeah, well, it's a real shame that I had to be the first. He continued, As you know, this is a piece of magic divided into 4. Flora Lumos was silent for a moment, then spoke. About the magic that I saw you researching in your private lab the other day. Ludger Chelsea was momentarily surprised and asked, Are you talking about the No? Not that. I'm talking about the cube drawing on the board, he said. So you snuck a look at that, did you? Flora replied unhappily. Well, how could I ignore something drawn so clearly on the board? Ludger Chelsea calmly said, It's common courtesy to pretend you didn't see anything. Flora Lumos sighed and asked, Anyway, what exactly is that? Ludger Chelsea replied, Fine, I can tell you about it. A Terex block, that's what I call it. Tesserex? Ludger Chelsea explained further. In other words, what should I call it? Ah, right, a tesseract. The more he spoke, the more confused Flora became. What kind of magic is that? He pondered for a moment and said, I'm not entirely sure myself. Research shows that mana can disrupt time and 4-dimensional space. I discovered that, but I can't tell any of the students. This is magic used to explore uncharted territories. Upon hearing this, Flora Lumos turned away and replied, That's fine. If you don't want to tell me, you don't have to. Besides, I already got what I wanted. I'm leaving. Oh, right. How is your body feeling? Ludger Chelsea wondered. What are you talking about? Flora looked at him and answered, Forget I asked. Just pretend you never heard that question. Having said that, she turned and left, leaving Ludger Chelsea sitting at his desk, completely bewildered. In the kingdom of Durumong, at the Lotan village train station. Before long, someone's groaning could be heard. The road here is such a pain. Ludger Chelsea walked in front, calmly responding. It's been a while since I've been here. Han, carrying the luggage behind him, wondered, Why do I have to come along too? Ludger Chelsea replied, You'll be in charge of gathering information. Han didn't believe it, saying, Gathering what? When this village burned to ashes so many years ago? Ludger Chelsea said, I heard one of the survivors of that incident lives around here. Han wondered, If you know that much, why didn't you come yourself? He replied, Coming here alone is too lonely. Han didn't buy it, asking, Are you serious? Ludger Chelsea said, Stop grumbling. Let's hurry before it gets dark. Han replied, Good grief. All right. Anyway, sir, didn't that person move somewhere else to live? No matter how I look at it, all I see are ruins and weeds here. Ludger Chelsea looked in another direction and said, You're wrong. Look over here. Following Ludger Chelsea's lead, Han looked in the direction he pointed. Wait, he continued. I think we found him. Not far from them, on the hilltop, a man was peacefully painting. The two slowly approached the man. We're in the right place. Han was quite surprised when he saw the man. Huh? Is he painting while blindfolded? Hearing the voice, the man turned toward them and said, Looks like I have guests. The man stepped closer and said politely, Sorry for the intrusion. The blindfolded man stood up and replied, It's all right, I just finished. Looking at the painting the man had drawn, he wondered, Why do you have to be blindfolded? The man sat down to pick up his tools and answered, Ah, yes, I cannot see. However, I can feel. Ludger Chelsea said calmly, There is magic in this painting. I didn't think a mage would live in a place like this. The man replied, I wouldn't dare boast about being a mage. I'm not very good at performing magic either. I've been painting for a very long time, so this is a skill I mastered on my own. Why would such an important person come to this place? Ludger Chelsea was curious. You know who I am? No, but because I cannot see, I can feel things very clearly. The energy I feel through the breeze carries a strange natural power that tells me so. They are telling me that the hero who saved this land from disaster a long time ago has arrived. Ludger Chelsea was quite surprised. You're actually able to connect with spirits? Then I'll get straight to the point. This concerns the Great Lotan Fire. I want you to tell me about the other survivors of the Great Lotan Fire. Afterward, the three of them walked down the road and talked together. The blindfolded man took his painting supplies and said, Now that I think of it, I haven't introduced myself. I'm Pierre. Ludger Chelsea replied, I'm Ludger Chelsea, even though it's just a hollow, soulless pile of rubble now. Before the fire, Lotan used to be a very beautiful place. Ludger Chelsea replied, I've heard about it. I remember the first time I came here. I showed quite a bit of talent in using magic. So, my noble tutor took me in, and I got scolded a lot because I found painting much more interesting than magic. He asked what was so great about painting and broke all my brushes. At first, I tried to endure it, but when it kept happening, I couldn't take it anymore. The man recounted, In the end, I left. I wanted to paint more than I wanted to cast spells. And after wandering for a while, my final stop was Lotan. However, adapting to the new environment would have been very difficult without her help. Hearing this, the man was a bit surprised and asked, Her? The man set his tools down and replied, Let me show you. Immediately after, he used his brush to sketch. With just a few strokes, a whole painting of a peaceful village appeared. Han was amazed. What just happened? The world has turned into a painting. Ludger Chelsea looked around and replied, This is picture magic using paintings to create reality. The man stood in front of them and pointed the way. Please follow me. The center of the village is this way. The streets in the painting were incredibly busy. The man said, Lotan was once a village with many visitors. A village enveloped in the breeze. This is Lotan, and the pride of this village is her. A girl carrying a basket appeared. Ludger Chelsea said, I can't see her face. Haha, I cannot capture her beauty with my poor skills. She was always happy and always smiling, helping everyone. She possesses innate magic, so the spirits adore her. Her name is Miranda. She is also a survivor of the Great Lotan Fire. The man continued, She is another survivor of the Great Lotan Fire. She was the one who helped me rebuild Lotan. Thanks to her, the village was always full of laughter, love, and peace. However, that peace was shattered by a visit from a noble family. One man once told Esmeralda, I fell in love with you at first sight. Marry me. He whispered sweet nothings into Esmeralda's ear. She was innocent and had not a single doubt about his words, and she accepted the nobleman's proposal. Ludger Chelsea, standing nearby and witnessing this, said, Obviously, that's not love. He replied, Exactly. He only wanted her power, her bond with the spirits, but she was too kind-hearted and naive, so she was deceived by his blatant lies. Naturally, the villagers were worried after hearing the news of her engagement. They didn't want her to live an unhappy life just because of that nobleman, but no one did anything. Of course, they were up against a noble. The protagonist listened and spoke with an ice-cold expression. Indeed, for the commoners in the kingdom of Durham at that time, they would face severe punishment. When confronting a noble, they could be charged with treason. So, were they just going to sit there and watch her get married? The man replied, No. Instead, they resisted, starting with one person. Then, everyone stood together to stop her from marrying him. And that was the beginning of a brutal tragedy. According to the man's memories, screams echoed and torches were lit everywhere. Esmeralda, don't trust him. He's an expert at tricking people to their deaths. Fierce soldiers blocked them and threatened, You peasant scum, how dare you insult him? Do you even know who he is? The villagers spoke up firmly. Even if you are a noble, you cannot take her. Stay away from Esmeralda and get out of this village right now." Witnessing this situation, Esmeralda couldn't help but feel bewildered. The nobleman standing next to her sneered, "How boring. You lowly trash, you dare to defy me? Kill them all." Immediately after he said that, a tragic scene unfolded, and blood splattered everywhere. The soldiers went on a killing spree, causing the villagers to scream in agony. Then, they grabbed large torches and shouted, "Burn it all down!" The others followed orders and replied, "Yes, my lord." In an instant, the village was engulfed in smoke and fire. Ludger, Chelsea, and Hans stood by, watching in total shock. "This can't be." The man looked at them both and said, "It's true. As you can see, the cause of the fire wasn't natural. This is the truth that is never mentioned about the Great Lotan fire." Esmeralda looked at everything engulfed in a sea of flames, trembling as she begged, "Stop, please, stop. The villagers are innocent. I will do whatever you say, so please." The nobleman looked at Esmeralda and replied, "Foolish girl, it's way too late for that. Watch closely, this is the consequence of defying a noble." Little Esmeralda collapsed to the ground, staring at the heartbreaking scene before her, crying out in agony, "Ah, no." Seeing her suffer, the nobleman said, "Are you done yet? It would have been easier to just do this from the start. The smell of burning trash is quite annoying. Take this woman away when you're finished." Hearing his order, the armed soldiers replied, "Yes." Esmeralda thought in despair, "Why did this happen? Just yesterday, the village was full of laughter, but after just one day, everything was nothing but ashes. What now?" One soldier approached and said, "Take this woman away." Suddenly, small flames appeared from under the ground. They saw this and panicked. "What's that? A spirit? How annoying. It's just a low-level one." Suddenly, he was engulfed by flames and screamed in pain, "Ah, ar." The other soldiers were confused and terrified. "What is that? What are you doing?" Esmeralda raised her head with bloodshot eyes and screamed, "I loathe you all." The fire continued to burn fiercely. "I hate every single one of you." In the eyes of those soldiers, all that remained was the image of fire burning everywhere. Esmeralda stood up, and a giant fireball appeared above her head. "I will burn everything you have to the ground." The fire warped into a vicious monster. "I leave the rest to you. Burn everything to ash." Esmeralda smiled. "I hate you all." Returning to the present, the three of them were sitting by the fire. The man continued, "And just like that, she incinerated all the soldiers and left the village. That was when I lost these eyes." The protagonist sat next to him to comfort him. "Even if you lost your eyes, at least you survived. To be honest, if it weren't for that child, I would have died." Ludger Chelsea was puzzled and asked, "That child?" Returning to that memory, he was hunched over, breathing heavily, and said, "Thank you. It's thanks to you that I survived." The child in the long dress calmly said, "No need to thank me. I just did what I had to do. You were the only one I could save. The others." The man said heartbrokenly, "It can't be. You're the painter who just arrived in the village, aren't you? I remember you because you looked a bit stupid." He spoke up in reply. "Ah, that's right. You know about me?" The child answered, "Your burns are quite serious, but for a painter, losing your eyes isn't a big deal, is it? Never mind. I'm just grateful to be alive." Hearing him say that, the child said, "Grateful? I don't think I could ever feel that way." The man couldn't help but wonder, "Why?" The child said coldly, "The noble killed all the villagers just because we displeased him. I will never forgive him. That is all he remembers about that fateful night." And just like that, she left. I intended to ask for her name, but I couldn't open my mouth. After that, I couldn't leave this village, even though the only things left here were nightmares. This was the first place where people accepted me. I became attached to this place, perhaps also because of an instinct to protect it. Time passed, and I became able to channel magic into my brush. After losing my eyes, I was able to paint and use magic. My story ends here. The protagonist heard this and said, "Thank you, but what if I were a bad person and you just told me all these details?" He replied, "Naturally, I was very cautious. However, empathy, compassion, and anger in my world. I can feel those emotions from you. If you were a bad person, those emotions would be very hard to show, so I trusted you and told you," Ludger Chelsea said with an appreciative attitude. "I see. Your past is truly painful. Thank you for trusting me." He replied, "I am the one who should be thanking you. I have never told this story to anyone else. Because of that pain, I have been hiding all this time, but I finally feel better. I know it's a bit rude, but I truly hope that you can help that girl and that child escape this pain. They are likely somewhere in this world, still tormenting themselves with that pain." After a night of staying together and sharing confidences with Pierre, Ludger, Chelsea, and Han began their journey back. On the way, Ludger Chelsea couldn't help but ponder the reaction of the Kingdom of Durham. It was obvious they had suppressed the truth about the Great Lotan Fire to prevent it from spreading across the kingdom, but they couldn't hide it from their own people. Moreover, it only deepened class conflict, and this became the spark for the people's long-simmering rage. Rather than mere incompetence, this was a reason for the Kingdom of Durham's collapse, following the Night of Blood. I finally understand why most of the nobles had to flee overseas. Han, walking behind, suddenly spoke up. Hey, in the end, we didn't find anything of value, did we? Was this trip a complete waste of time? Ludger Chelsea replied coldly. Not entirely. We've learned the truth about the Great Lotan Fire. Han, I need you to investigate the nobleman in that story further. So, a blonde Durham noble, about 30 years old, right? That's not very specific, Han replied. Ludger Chelsea answered. All the Durham nobles fled to the Zelion Empire. Start your investigation there. Having said that, he sank back into his thoughts. He seems closer to us than we thought. Cherry spoke up. Flora, why are you looking at me like that? Don't tell me you want to use that thing on me, Cherry said, shrinking back in worry. Seeing this, Flora didn't deny it but simply asked, Why not? Don't you like it? Cherry said uncomfortably. It's not that. I just don't have the guts to use it yet. Flora breathed a sigh of relief. Oh, well, if you don't like it, you can just tell me. Suddenly, an angry girl's voice echoed through the room. You puppet! You said you only loved me. Stay calm. Now you know why I didn't want to use this. The princess saw this and said, Someone is already using it? All right, we should try it too. She picked up a piece of paper. Each of them held one end of the parchment and infused it with mana. The paper glowed, and both the princess and Renee were surprised. Suddenly, Irendi realized something. Someone below said, Interesting. I can't believe we can see each other's memories through mana transfer. It feels like so much time has passed, but in reality, it hasn't. Renee suddenly said, Do you know, Senior? The princess turned and said, Humph. What is it? Renee said shyly. Even if it was your birthday, inviting students you aren't very close with to your own party is a bit much. The princess blushed and thought, That actually happened? A dark past from when I was a freshman that I don't want to remember. But I understand you, Senior, the princess replied bashfully. Thank you. Renee asked her, More importantly, which part of the past you saw was the main part? Oh, about that, the princess replied. I'm not sure when, but I saw a scene from a long time ago. A long time ago? The day of the Academy's second exam followed. The second exam will now begin. When your number is called, step forward. Ludger Chelsea held the paper and said, Here, you wrote the magic circle shape as a square, and you only considered the numbers inside the magic circle. He continued to critique the student. Did you decide to choose the safe route without thinking about challenging yourself? Why do you think I teach magic shapes? Consider yourself lucky I'm even giving you this grade. Be grateful and move on. The students ahead said anxiously, The classroom atmosphere is tense enough to snap a wire. This doesn't look like a second exam anymore. It feels like we're being dragged to the slaughterhouse. Ludger Chelsea said, Next, number 13. Oh, that's my number. Leo grumbled. What are you owing about? Hurry up and get up there. Ludger Chelsea looked at the test and said, You boldly used a new magic circle with a new type of magic. You were careful to focus on stability. That way, the magic power won't disperse too much. The magic shape you showed me isn't exactly fluid, and it's a bit troublesome, he remarked, resting his chin on his hand. However, the way you bypassed the magic barrier, that was good. But if you use this circle, the importance of learning magic shapes will be diminished, the boy said in surprise. There are still a few flaws. Aside from that, I'll give you a B+. Both Aiden and the noble students were shocked, and the nobles were incredibly bitter. Another commoner had scored higher than them. Ludger Chelsea continued reading names. Next is Flora Lumos, correct? Flora smiled confidently when she heard Ludger Chelsea. Oh, this is, he thought to himself. I can't believe I'm seeing the application of hexagonal theory here at the Academy. There are no errors in the calculations used here either, Ludger Chelsea said gently. Flora Lumos, A+. She puffed out her chest, smiling in satisfaction amidst the admiration of the students above. Ludger Chelsea didn't forget to offer praise. You used a polygonal shape, and the technique used here is perfect. Next. That's all. Next. Next. Just like that, until the last person. So, you're the last one, huh? Renee, show me the magic shape you've created, Renee said calmly. Professor, I didn't bring the paper with the magic circle with me. Everyone in the class started whispering. What did she just say? She didn't bring a magic shape? Is she saying she doesn't care about Professor Ludger Chelsea's instruction? Renee was nervous. Ludger Chelsea silently looked at the girl and said, So, what are you going to do? If I say you don't have a magic shape to show me, would I be wrong? Renee said without fear. No, I made a magic shape, but writing it on theory paper is a bit broad in meaning. Would it be all right if I performed it right here? Ludger Chelsea was slightly surprised by the request but didn't object. Fine, show me. Yes, Professor. Renee thought. At first, I was a bit confused when it came to the concepts of the technique, but thanks to the non-attribute magic book, I've partially grasped it. So today, I'll show the professor how much I've changed. Ludger Chelsea thought in surprise. This is a three-dimensional magic shape. Renee smiled shyly and said, I knew you'd know what it was when you saw it. Professor Ludger Chelsea said casually, Renee, your grade is A+. It's truly a shame, as that's the highest score I can give you. Renee said in surprise. What do you mean? Ludger Chelsea explained. Your magic shape is perfect. Well done. You thought of this magic shape this way, never mind how the idea was formed. Being able to manifest something like this in the amount of time you had is nearly impossible. Renee hesitated and said, Oh, about that, the girl explained. At first, I intended to develop it in the direction of forming the magic circle that I thought of with magic power. But I suddenly realized my mana was harmonizing with this technique very naturally. Then I reached the point where I couldn't control my own mana. Seeing her trying to explain, Ludger Chelsea cut her off and said, All right, that's enough. Ludger Chelsea rubbed his chin, thinking to himself that he'd never seen a case where magic could fluctuate so arbitrarily without the user's control. Did the girl manage it by instinct? The book I gave her might have unlocked her potential. Ludger Chelsea looked at the magic circle and said, Regardless, the magic formation is excellent. Renee replied happily, Oh, thank you, sir. As she returned to her seat, he watched her, thinking about how the mana flow was so natural. Come to think of it, attributeless magic has always had the lowest compatibility compared to elemental magic. Magic compatibility, the amount of mana used, reflects the affinity between a mage's mana pool and the spell itself. If she could manifest a three-dimensional magic formation this time, does that mean attributeless magic is a type of high-level magic that specializes in focus and spatial alignment? Since spatial magic doesn't exist in this world, I find it hard to replicate. However, if Renee's magic power is related to space, I need to get my hands on that power. Ludger Chelsea announced, the top 5 in this test are Flora Lumos, Renee, Julia Promat, Iona Ovali, and Aiden. I have things to attend to, so come see me after the magic festival. As the students walked out, they whispered, My life is over. What is an AD? 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 And there are only 2 nobles in the top 5. What ticks me off even more is that commoner. This is the first time I've ever seen Professor Ludger Chelsea praise someone like that. He has never said anything like that to Flora Lumos. On the way out, Renee ran into Flora and Cherry. Flora's gaze at Renee right now was far from friendly. Renee thought, Is Senior Flora looking at me? I've never felt this kind of look from her before. The princess coldly spoke up. Lady Lumos, do you need something from us? Flora didn't answer. She just turned and walked away haughtily. Cherry chased after her, hurriedly saying, Alphaha, sorry about that. It seems like Flora is a bit moody today. The princess sighed. What the hell was that? She blocked our path, didn't answer, and just walked away like that. Renee laughed awkwardly. Haha, maybe she's just not feeling well. Cherry asked anxiously. Flora, why did you do that? You're not usually like this. You never pay attention to other students. Is it because she got the same score as you? Flora was still resting her chin on her hand, lost in thought. What was that magic formation, and why was she praised so much for it? It's so annoying. Seeing Flora ignoring her, Cherry called out, Flora, are you even listening? But more importantly, Cherry, have you actually prepared well for this exam? Cherry panicked. Ugh, why are you asking me that all of a sudden? Professor Mary said if you don't focus on this exam, she's going to force you into another class. Isn't that right? Cherry lamented. Oh, right, that's true. She begged Flora for help. If things keep going like this, how am I supposed to pass? Flora said helplessly. Fine. If you memorize everything written here, you won't fail. Cherry said joyfully. Thank you. I love you, Flora. Professor Mary walked into the classroom, smiling. Hello, students. Are you all well prepared for the exam? Cherry was trembling, saying she had only just gotten her hands on the notebook. The exam ended, and Professor Mary said, Well done, everyone. Cherry collapsed onto her desk, exhausted. Flora asked with concern. Did you fail? Cherry was practically crying. It was a close call, but I managed to answer everything. Professor Mary said, now that the exam is over, why don't we talk about something more interesting that we haven't covered in class yet? Flora urged. Cherry, sit up properly. It's time for Mary's little tips. Cherry immediately perked up. Oh, okay. The professor drew a small line of magic in the air. As you all know, the foundation of mana transfer is performed by two people, right? But if the person transferring mana doesn't have experience in controlling magic, it can be extremely dangerous. But did you know that during this transfer process, a mysterious phenomenon can occur that might cause memory loss? According to the Magic Tower's doctrine, they call this phenomenon a memory storm. A student said disbelievingly, What? No way. Isn't that just a prank? I don't think so. I remember hearing about this before. The professor smiled and continued, and my apprentice gave me a few charms that can simulate a bit of the effects of that memory storm. It's a newly crafted item. So, I wonder if any students would like to try it. Flora was thinking, can I use this on someone else? A student asked Professor Mary. It's not dangerous, right? The professor explained. If the side effects are severe, it could cause a shock to the subconscious due to blurred memories. However, this one should be fine. This product is quite mild while maintaining high stability, but you need to be careful about one thing. To create a memory storm, you must work in pairs. And keep in mind that past memories you want to hide from others might be seen by them. The princess said, intrigued. Renee, let's try it. Aren't you curious? Renee was surprised. Is that okay? I don't mind. But what if you have a memory you don't want me to see? Like royal secrets or something? Renee remained optimistic. It's fine. I don't have much to hide anyway. Even if I did have a secret, that jerk Froden probably already spilled it. Hearing that, Renee said, well, then let's give it a try. Awesome. I'll go ask the professor. Flora thought as she held the charm. If we both pour mana into this paper, can we experience memory loss? That's interesting. Using it now feels a bit like a waste, though. The princess said, I saw you when you were little. You look 10 years younger than you do now, but don't you usually see things from your own perspective? I saw it from a different angle. Perhaps I was looking through your mother's perspective? A green meadow where no one else lived. I think that's where you two used to live. You and your mother looked so happy. I felt like your mother loved you very much. Renee? She said, surprised. What? What are you talking about, senior? But you grew up without your parents, didn't you? Renee asked, surprised. What? The princess's voice softened. So you don't remember the time spent with your parents, right? Renee looked at the princess and replied, I already told you. Are you sure about what you saw? The princess crossed her arms. Of course. The memory storm is based on that person's mana, isn't it? Since I saw it using your mana, it has to be your past, right? But what I saw was through your mother's perspective. So it's strange. Don't you think so? Renee pondered. It really was strange. But not many people know about this phenomenon, so there must be a few exceptions. The princess looks at Renee, lost in thought, and says, Renee, do you really not remember your parents at all? Neither your father nor your mother? Yes, I only remember growing up with my master, the princess asks, intrigued. Your master? Renee replies. Ah, though I call him master. It's nothing special, he's more like a grandfather to me. He's quite careless at times, and a bit vain. The princess is still curious. You have no memories of your parents, but if you can remember your master, what's the earliest memory you have? Renee rests her chin on her hand, looking thoughtful. Well, I've known my master since I was about 10 years old. The princess replies, that's it. So you don't remember anything from before that time? Renee looks blank. That's right. The princess continues. I think it has something to do with your master. Renee wonders. What does it have to do with him? The princess says firmly. Exactly. In other words, you don't remember anything from before you met your master. No matter how well he treats you, don't be so quick to trust him. Renee wonders to herself, could my master be involved with my memories? Neither the mother that the senior mentioned, nor any of my past memories, I can't recall any of them. The princess can only watch Renee in silence. Then, she holds Renee's hand to comfort her. Don't be sad. I'm sure you can find your memories again. And you know what? Maybe your parents are still alive somewhere out there. Renee replies hesitantly. You think so? Of course, and I'll help you recover your memories too. The princess thinks sadly. If she could, she really wants to help Renee regain her memory, because Renee is the first genuine friend she has made at Soren. Froden walks over to where the princess and Renee are sitting. You're here again, third princess. I don't recall inviting you. Froden looks at her and asks, Renee, is something wrong? You look pretty serious, Renee replies hesitantly. Ah, about that, the princess suddenly cuts in. That's our business, don't interfere. Henry walks over with a cheerful look and jokes. What's this, the third princess and Renee? That's a unique combination. The princess looks annoyed and asks, What are you doing here, Henry Presto? Henry says playfully. Ha ha, don't look at me like that. The princess replies with disgust. Unbelievable. Do you still think I was behind those rumors about the invitations to your first-year birthday party? The princess shouts angrily at him. Shut up. Then she turns to ask, Renee, how does this guy know your name? Don't tell me he's been bothering you. Henry strokes his face and whispers with a smile, Princess, I'm very hurt that you'd say that. The princess hugs Renee and glares at him, full of suspicion. Renee replies hesitantly, It's not like that. Senior Henry just suggested a part-time job to me before. He laughs loudly and says, See? It's nothing, really. Renee continues, Although, I was scared to death. But suddenly, the princess interrupts with an angry look. You still say it's nothing? I really can't trust you. Henry keeps smiling. No, honestly, that's not fair, Froden says coldly. I'm sure Henry didn't mean any harm. I'm sure of it. Henry says awkwardly. What do you mean I'm sure? You too? After that, he says to Renee. Anyway, I'm sorry. I'll suggest a better job for you to make up for it, okay? Renee stares at him blankly. A better job? Henry laughs and replies, That's right. The hourly pay this time is 3 times higher than the last one. Without hesitation, Renee raises her hand decisively. Yes, I'll do it. The princess, standing nearby, cries out in panic. What? Wait, Renee, that's really not reliable. Henry says to Renee, I'll discuss the details with you later. All right. I remember I have urgent things to prepare. Let's go. The princess shouts angrily. Wait, stop right there. Then she asks Renee, Why did you accept an offer from someone like him? Renee scratches her head and replies, That's a strange question. I need the money, don't I? The pay is triple. The princess continues, But isn't the Soren scholarship enough? Froden, standing off to the side, crosses his arms and says coldly, I suppose the incredibly wealthy princess wouldn't know. Most of the members in the finance department are from the nobility. Commoners naturally don't get those benefits and have no choice but to bear the pressure of money. Thanks to the current headmaster's efforts, the situation has improved, but there's still a long way to go. The princess is stunned, not knowing what to say. She speaks up. I'm surprised. You know so much about that. Didn't you say you had no interest in commoner issues? He looks away and says, Think what you want. I'm just stating facts. I'm leaving now. Thanks to someone. I've already wasted my short break. The princess frowns angrily. What did you say? There's still plenty of time for lunch. Where are you in such a rush to go? Froden turns his face and whispers, So annoying. I've received a marriage proposal. Oh, there she is. The daughter of the Wooner house. The servant of the Lumos family. She's waiting for you. Froden replies coldly. Lumos again. This must be the work of the heads and the elders. Henry laughs. They say it was at the festival. The heads encouraged both sides to visit Soren. It seems they want to strengthen their alliance through marriage as soon as possible. If you don't like it, you can refuse like you always do. Froden glances at him and replies, You explain it as if you want this marriage to happen. What are you plotting? Henry puts his arm around Froden and whispers, What are you thinking? Didn't I say I would always support you? That's the job of a subordinate. Froden looks at him and says, I know. At the dining table, Froden and Flora are sitting opposite each other. He says, I don't usually see you, but here you are this time. She replies, I don't like it. They tricked me into coming here. Froden cuts his meat and says, I've been hearing a lot about the name Ludger Chelsea lately. Flora stops eating and looks at him. What about it? Aren't you taking that professor's class? I thought you knew something. She says, I don't know anything. Why are you suddenly asking that? Froden replies coldly, I'm just curious who that is. That's all. Flora says bluntly, Enough. Let's decide on an excuse to get out of here. Froden replies, You don't need to worry about that. I'll cut this conversation short, as usual. The excuse? Let's see. Just say, the food today doesn't taste good. He stands up and says, I'll head out first. Flora turns away and sighs. Do whatever you want. Then she turns back and says, Wait, I want to ask you one thing. What is it? I recently heard that dried loofah is very good for health. Do you know where to find it? Froden is silent, looking confused. The professors will hold a magic duel at the Palak Magic Festival. Hugo Borutak is the one who came up with this idea. Is he trying to raise his status within the noble faction by winning? Looking at the document in his hand, he ponders, There are too many things to worry about. I can't waste my time on this. No, I don't need to win. Right? I can just use a moderate amount of power at the beginning and then lose. That should be fine. Furthermore, after the incident at the banquet hall, the Black Dawn Society has remained completely silent. Selena also reported that nothing out of the ordinary has happened yet. Ludger, Chelsea's gaze sharpened. What are you plotting? Suddenly, Esmeranda's orb began to glow. Ludger Chelsea spoke up. Han, how's it going? Have you found anything else? Han replied, yes, I finally found it. Only one family met all the conditions. 2 hours later, in front of the mansion, Ludger Chelsea knocked on the door. Is anyone there? He glanced around, thinking to himself, there's no mail in the box, and the surrounding area is well maintained. I'm certain that person lives here. Having no other choice, he had to check for himself. Just as he was about to open the door, someone lunged at him. Ludger Chelsea stepped back in surprise and asked, what is this? Is that person using magic? He wondered. He immediately cast a defensive barrier, then lunged forward to counterattack with a loud crash. Ludger Chelsea calmly said, don't be reckless. Do you want everyone outside to know what's happening? The attacker hesitated. Who? Who are you? You've been tracking my family. Are you the one who sent that demon to kill me? Ludger Chelsea looked at him and said, I couldn't care less. If I really wanted you dead, I would have done it myself. I need to talk to you, Mr. Crollo Fabius was not the culprit behind the Great Fire at the time. Duke Ludger Chelsea said, I have never heard of this family in the Kingdom of Durham. Han replied, I'm quite certain, sir. He must have left the kingdom before you arrived. After that bloody night, the nobles of Durham were forced into exile, but he had already gone into exile before it even happened. Was there another reason? It wasn't just exile, was it? You discovered that quickly, Ludger Chelsea noted. Han continued. I was curious too, so I investigated. Suddenly, one day, everyone connected to that family began to vanish one by one. As the number of missing persons grew, rumors began to spread that the family had been cursed. After some time, a person suddenly burst into flames without touching fire, and the head of the family at the time was burned alive. If that's the case, the others who disappeared were likely burned alive too. I am certain that the family tried everything to hide the truth. But it's impossible to stop rumors when things like that are clearly happening. So the Duke's family went into hiding as if they were exiled. How many are left now? Han replied. Only one, sir. Just one? Even after going into exile, Esmeranda's revenge hadn't stopped. Ludger Chelsea asked, Han, who is the last survivor? His name is Crollo Fabius. Ludger Chelsea asked, where does he live? I need to meet him before it's too late. Han said in surprise. Wait, what? You really don't know, sir? Ludger Chelsea replied. What do you mean? That man is currently living right here in Soren. Back to the present. Ludger Chelsea slammed his hand on the table and said, I don't think you know what this is. This is an identification badge used only by secret military units. Fabius was stunned. Is this guy trying to help me? Now that he thought about it, he looked familiar. He was the one who had defeated the monster at the banquet hall. Ludger Chelsea said, with a sharp gaze. You had better answer my questions honestly. Ludger Chelsea thought to himself, I got this card when I was in the secret special forces. Good thing I kept it just in case. I was wondering what to do if he didn't recognize this, but he realized it immediately. It seems this family is quite famous, even in exile. He probably doesn't know it's useless now, but it's enough to make him talk. Ludger Chelsea continued, I'm investigating a recent case, and I've noticed you're being hunted by someone dangerous. Fabius startled and said, That's right, it's a demon. The fire demon is trying to finish me off. I thought it would be safe in Soren. He cried out in fear and agony, but I was completely wrong. I'm going to be burned to death by the fire demon, just like everyone else. Ludger Chelsea suspected this man was the reason Esmeralda attacked the banquet. Is she planning to kill him slowly instead of finishing him off immediately? Ludger Chelsea asked if he knew anything about the thing he called a demon. Any physical characteristics will do. Fabius stammered. A name? I don't really remember. Ludger Chelsea said angrily. What? Forget it. Maybe I should just let him die. Seeing Ludger Chelsea's reaction, the man quickly said, Wait. I do remember other things. She's quite beautiful. Black hair. Maybe around 20 years old. Around 20, though she looked a bit mature, she didn't look like a teenager at all. No, it's not unusual to assume mages and knights look younger than their actual age. Ludger Chelsea asked again. Do you have any other information? The man said frantically. Let's see. Other info. Ah, here. This is the letter the demon sent me. Fabius handed over the letter. Ludger Chelsea thought. A letter from Esmeralda. He read the contents. On the final day of the festival, I will come to visit you. What do you think about this? Can you handle it? Ludger Chelsea said in frustration. Still not enough. What? I still can't find her identity with just this. Are you telling me to take care of an unknown enemy in just a few days? The man asked. If that's the case, can't you ask Soren for help? Ludger Chelsea said angrily. You idiot. Have you already forgotten the incident at the banquet? Even if I report it to Soren, they can't protect you completely. Then what should I do now? Ludger Chelsea thought. At this point, I'll use that to deal with Esmeralda. Luckily, the enemy has already announced a specific date. If that's the case, it conversely means you'll be safe until then. However, if you do anything suspicious, the enemy might act immediately, so don't do anything stupid, and just wait. Ludger Chelsea said coldly. Doing nothing is your role. The first day of the Soren Magic Festival. Wow, this is amazing. Is this your first time at the Magic Festival? It really is my first time, Renee said excitedly. Seeing that, the princess said, Then you must enjoy this opportunity. Since it's your first time, you have to make many beautiful memories, Renee said joyfully. There are so many things I've never seen before. It's so fascinating. Oh, look over there, Renee. That's the spirit field, where you can experience interacting with spirits. How cute. Wow. The children and the spirits seem to be having so much fun. What's over there? It looks so dark. Ah, that's the haunted house. They use spiritual magic to summon souls and scare people. With sparkling eyes, Renee said excitedly. Ah, senior, those people are dressed up like zombies. Ah, those people? The princess replied. They're graduates. What? Is the studying here at Soren that brutal? The princess asked in surprise. You didn't know? Soren has a classification system. Right, why wouldn't they be able to enjoy the festival? Suddenly, Renee looked over and said, Oh, isn't that Professor Ludger Chelsea? Professor Ludger Chelsea? Oh, that's right. He's walking with Professor Selena. I heard that professors take turns patrolling in pairs during the festival. I guess it's their turn today, Selena asked. Professor Ludger, Chelsea, do you see that? That shop sells love potions. It's wonderful. Oh, how curious. Ludger, Chelsea thought to himself. There was still plenty of time until the last day of the festival, but he didn't know when Esmeralda would show up, so he had to come up with a contingency plan. Even if he used Fabius, if she arrived unexpectedly before the agreed date, it would be difficult to handle her quietly. Professor Ludger Chelsea. Professor Ludger Chelsea. Selena called out, but when he didn't answer, she poked his face and said, What are you thinking about that you can't even answer me? Ah, I'm sorry. I've been preoccupied with a lot of things lately. Professor Selena asked, surprised. Preoccupied? If you don't mind, I can listen. Take your hand off first. Sorry, that was rude. So, is what's bothering you about the tournament tomorrow? Ludger Chelsea replied, Yes, that's right. I totally forgot about that, he thought. Professor Selena mused, You must be worried because this is an event that even international guests are coming to see. Professor Selena, will you be participating too? She sighed and said, I'd love to, but my superiors stopped me, so I can't. That's right, he thought. Fighting doesn't suit Professor Selena's personality. Because the tournament itself was dangerous, many people would try to stop her from participating. Ludger Chelsea wondered, but why didn't anyone stop me? Is there no one worried about me? Suddenly, Selena turned and asked, Are you going to be okay? Professor Ludger, Chelsea, you might get hurt. It's fine. Since this is a school event, the tournament will be as safe as possible. A voice rang out, drawing the attention of the two professors. Oh, that was close. It looks easy, but it's actually really hard. Isn't the target too far away? A student recognized Ludger Chelsea and said, Ah, hello, Professor. Are you two out on patrol? Great. Now there's another person in the group, Ludger Chelsea thought. Right. Is this a shooting gallery? Suddenly, someone laughed loudly and said, Ha ha, another challenger. But kid, do you even know how to shoot? You can't even hold the gun steady, let alone aim, the student replied angrily. The man quickly retracted his words. Professor Ludger Chelsea used to be in the military. Wait, Before Ludger Chelsea could speak, the boy interrupted. This weakling? If you're a marksman, you should at least have bulging muscles. Ah, the professor will show you. Then, Professor Ludger Chelsea replied helplessly, Being forced into this, haha. Still have your pride, huh? The man said. Let's see what your skills are like. Ludger Chelsea quickly shot down all the targets on the rack. Everyone admired him, saying, You're really good. Professor Ludger Chelsea didn't miss a single shot. The man was terrified. That's insane. You cleared the whole thing in one go. All right, I admit I was wrong about you. You got the highest score, so here is your prize. Ludger Chelsea thought to himself. A prize? It was a masterpiece from some doll fanatic. They said it was inspired by a stuffed beast in the museum of the Durmang Kingdom. The students happily said, "Thank you so much, Professor. That's the top prize. Is it really okay?" "It's fine. The kids seem to like it," Selena said happily. "That stuffed animal is really cute." Ludger Chelsea replied, "Then I should have given it to you." "Oh no, I'm just as happy as them. Seeing the students laughing and talking happily is enough for me." Ludger Chelsea thought, "Seeing the students laughing and talking happily, huh? And you say that? We should continue our patrol." Meanwhile, somewhere else at the Magic Festival. "Don't go to work. Just enjoy the festival." A girl was screaming internally, "I don't know what to do. Why did he give such a weird order? He must be testing me," Selena thought frustratedly. "Yes, to become better, I must work even when I don't want to." Selena was fired up. Being a first year, someone saw her and called out, "Miss, try this. It's delicious." "Okay, give me one." Professor Selena took the candy and said, "Oh, this is delicious." Ludger Chelsea asked, "So, have you enjoyed the festival to the fullest?" The professor said shyly. "Enjoyed what? I don't even know what you're talking about." Remember to keep it a secret from the other professors. I wasn't planning on telling them anyway. I'm sure everyone is enjoying the festival just as much as you are. Is that so? Time flies so fast today. I feel a bit sad. There are still 4 days left. Ludger Chelsea turned to say. Selena replied, "That's true. You still have the tournament tomorrow too. Shouldn't we end our patrol here?" "It's okay. I think it's almost time." Suddenly, someone ran past them. Ludger Chelsea's eyes narrowed in surprise. He thought, "Fabius? What is he doing here at this hour?" Thinking this, he chased after him and said, "Professor Selena, I have to go for a moment." Professor Ludger Chelsea. As he ran, he thought, "What the hell is this guy doing here?" In a deserted alley, a man was pinning a woman down. Fabius said hatefully, "Die." Then, he choked the girl. "You devil!" Suddenly, something was thrown at him. "Hey!" he shouted crazily. "Ugh, who are you to dare?" Ludger Chelsea said calmly, "You didn't care about my warning, did you?" "Crollo Fabius, I'm pretty sure you did everything I told you not to do," he said in a panic. "That," Fabius shouted, trying to justify his wrong actions. "From the beginning, I intended to live peacefully, but this devil kept following me and even threatened my life. But look, I caught her," Ludger Chelsea thought, startled. He actually caught her? He looked at the girl and thought, "But a harmless guy like Fabius shouldn't be able to catch her, right?" Fabius asked, "What do you think?" Ludger Chelsea approached and said, "We need to talk about this more specifically. But first, you haven't finished speaking yet." From behind came Selena's trembling voice. "Professor Ludger Chelsea?" she said fearfully. "What is all this?" Ludger Chelsea said, surprised, "Professor Selena, I." Before he could explain, she fainted. "Professor Selena!" Ludger Chelsea rushed over to catch her, thinking, thankfully, she just passed out. I guess this was quite a shock for her. This is actually better. I'll have a chance to cover this up. Ludger Chelsea looked at Fabius and said, "Take her somewhere else first." Suddenly, he pointed at Ludger Chelsea and screamed like a madman. "Ah!" Ludger Chelsea thought in surprise. "Why is he suddenly?" Selena touched her face and said, "Ah, seriously." Ludger Chelsea panicked. Selena said with a cruel expression, "I told you to stay put until the last day of the festival. Yet here you are. What kind of games are you playing?" Ludger Chelsea thought in horror. Her eyes, they changed? No, more importantly, this voice. Selena grabbed his shoulder and said, "The food is already served. No one is stupid enough to keep that promise." Fabius sat down, trembling in fear. He screamed, "Don't come near me." She laughed wickedly, making Fabius howl in terror. She smiled and said, "How have you been lately, Fabius?" "This is Esmeralda, first class." Selena showed her true face, looked at him, and said, "What's this? He passed out just by looking at my face? Nothing interesting, huh?" Ludger Chelsea looked at her and said, "You have 2 personalities. I didn't expect you to be working with the other one." She replied, "You're pretty sharp to realize that right away. Come to think of it, this is our first time meeting face to face, isn't it? Even for first-class mages, we have to hide our identities when we speak to each other." He asked cautiously, "What the hell are you planning? Why did you show up so suddenly?" Selena's second personality answered languidly, "Fine, since you've seen me, there's nothing left to hide. I'm going to kill this guy and end this revenge plan right here. You're not planning on waking him up, are you? Or are you?" He didn't answer, instead asking her, Don't your personalities share the same memories? She didn't answer but asked back, what do you think? Could poor Selena properly hide her true identity? That girl is pure and lovable because she doesn't know anything. That's right, Ludger Chelsea thought to himself. Just like I was in the past before I met this guy. He noticed she was off guard. He could take her down with a surprise attack. But if he killed her here, the other personality, Professor Selena, would also disappear. He needed to decide right now. Wait, what is that energy source? It was looking this way. Did it still remember the incident at the banquet hall? Ludger Chelsea thought anxiously. Damn it, I have to get out of here. Suddenly she said, I have to go now. I can't kill this man for nothing. Then she walked right up to him, touched his cheek, and said, take good care of Selena. You seem to be quite fond of her. With that, the other personality vanished. Ludger Chelsea caught Selena, thinking her energy levels had returned to normal. He still couldn't believe it even after seeing it with his own eyes. Then, he pressed a gem to send a signal. Professor Selena, it's me. Come to where I am, quickly. He left the two women together, then sat on a nearby wooden crate, thinking, this is bad. She was that close, and I didn't even realize it. Joanna Lovis was the girl who had saved both Pier and Esmeralda. She had joined the Black Dawn organization to plot her revenge. Naturally, Professor Selena was also a suspect. I've checked thoroughly, he thought. There's not a trace of Esmeralda's magic. So, Professor Selena was no longer a suspect. He remained deep in thought. However, even if I know the whole truth, Professor Selena, can I really kill her, just because she shares a body with that woman? Does she deserve to die, even though she doesn't know anything? Suddenly, a voice called out, Professor Ludger, Chelsea, did you call for me? She looked up at him, a bit speechless. You must have had a lot of fun, right? Well done, the girl quickly added. I'm sorry, Ludger Chelsea replied calmly. What is there to apologize for? Come here, let's get this handled. The two of them left. A while later, Selena slowly opened her eyes. She had come to. Selena sat up and asked, Professor Ludger Chelsea, where am I? You're lying, he thought. It seems like you've been under a lot of pressure lately. You fainted while on patrol, so I had to bring you to the infirmary. Selena felt embarrassed and thought, you idiot, how could you faint in front of him? Ludger Chelsea saw her reaction and thought to himself, she doesn't remember what happened before she fainted. Thank goodness. He stood up and said, since you're awake now, I'll be going. You should stay and get some rest. She said with a hint of regret. Professor Ludger Chelsea, thank you. I'm just doing what I need to do. I don't just mean for helping me when I fainted. You also gave me advice and helped me enjoy this festival. I'm also very grateful that you went with me, even though it seemed like you didn't really want to. I'm sorry for causing you trouble. Ludger Chelsea looked at her and said, Professor Selena, if I thought you were that annoying, I would have said so from the beginning. I haven't said anything until now because I didn't actually hate it. Thanks to you, I had a very enjoyable day. So you don't need to worry about it so much. After saying that, he turned to leave. She called out to him, Professor Ludger Chelsea, we'll go to the festival together next year too, right? Selena asked with a bright smile. Ludger Chelsea was silent for a moment, then replied, of course, this is an annual event. She immediately said happily, then let's enjoy next year's festival together too. Promise me, he answered heavily. Yes, I promise. Someone opened the door and said, so this is Ludger Chelsea's office? Doesn't look like there's any anti-intrusion magic. Security is really lax. Then the guy walked over to the desk and said, I found it. Magic pills. He laughed. I never thought the mighty Ludger Chelsea would be lacking in magical power. The second day of the Sorin Arena Magic Festival, many people at the arena were whispering to each other, look over there, Kuma and Shin Ma from the Magic Tower are here, and high-ranking nobles have come too. The crowd buzzed. I can't believe we have the chance to see them in real life. Is that the headmistress over there? The headmistress greeted them. Distinguished guests have come to visit, an old man replied with a smile. Headmistress Elisa, it's been a while, hasn't it? He looked to his side and said, old friend, long time no see. Was this old man the Duke of the Catatusan family? Or the Duke of the Lumos family? Ken Lumos replied with an annoyed expression. Who's your friend? Afterward, Headmistress Elisa asked warmly. It's been a very long time since we last met, right? Are you here to see your daughter? Ken Lumos said, I don't necessarily have to answer that question. Haibok sighed and said, come on, old friend, why do you get so grumpy whenever your daughter is mentioned? Is that any way to be a father? Ken Lumos replied irritably, worry about yourself. People around them whispered, oh my god, look at that guy. He has no sense of humor. It's better to act friendly with the fox from the Catatusan family. Headmistress Elisa smiled and replied, "The two of you are still as close as ever, but why don't I see Duke gone? I thought all three of you would come for all 3 days." Hybok asked in surprise. "You mean David? We must have arrived first. I haven't seen him here yet either." Suddenly, a laugh rang out. "Ho ho ho, who's this? Unbelievable, the pillars of the kingdom have gathered." Professor Hugo stepped out, laughing, and said loudly, "The faculty tournament event will certainly meet everyone's expectations. I put a lot of heart and soul into it." The atmosphere suddenly became a bit awkward. Headmistress Elisa looked disgusted. Ken Lumos closed his eyes and sighed. Hybok asked with a blank expression, "Oh, was this your idea?" The old man replied, "Exactly. I'm sure everyone has been waiting a long time. This is the event I specifically—" Elisa interrupted. "Right, I think the program is about to start." The MC said, "I'm Jesse Luna, a 4th-year student, in charge of being the commentator for the tournament. Beside me is Mr. Catlon, the instructor for 4th-year combat magic, who will be commentating with me. And now, coming to the first match, Professor of the first-year students, Matthew Samarit, and his opponent will be Omi God. To have such an exciting match right from the first round. The new professor everyone's been buzzing about, Professor Ludger Chelsea. Ludger Chelsea couldn't help but think the man was looking at him like he was some kind of mortal enemy. He's definitely a noble from the Hugo Borutak faction, Matthew Samarit thought, his face tightening. The festival's almost over. I can't waste any more time on these events. The announcer yelled, "The match begins!" Matthew Samarit frowned, pointing his wand straight at his opponent. "All right, let's do this. I'll just give it my all to speed this up and make it look like a natural loss." The crowd started whispering, "What's going on? What happened? It's been 5 minutes. Why hasn't anyone made a move?" Matthew Samarit was sweating, looking frustrated. "This guy's a tough nut to crack. Ludger Chelsea. Chelsea is clearly baiting me to attack first, so he can counter instantly." Ludger Chelsea felt a surge of irritation. What is this guy doing? Attack already. Why hesitate when you've left yourself so wide open? Having no other choice, Matthew Samarit finally made the first move. He muttered under his breath, "Fine. Instead of waiting for you, I'll show you exactly how outclassed you are." Ludger Chelsea. Chelsea's eyes sharpened as he nimbly countered the attack. The announcer looked stunned. "Whoa! He blocked that blow with a magic barrier. How is he that good? I couldn't even see the spell formation being cast." Matthew Samarit's jaw dropped. Damn it, he made that look effortless. Ludger Chelsea stood there, cold and collected, thinking, "Don't tell me that was his best effort. If I lose to a move this week, everyone's going to know I threw the match." Matthew Samarit looked worried. Now that I think about it, his complexion is looking worse. He probably doesn't have any stronger spells than that. Ludger Chelsea raised his wand, and flames surged toward his opponent, though he thought to himself, "It's so rude to have to lose this easily." Matthew Samarit kept attacking. He whispered to himself, "I'll definitely lose the next one." The announcer shouted excitedly, "We have our winner. Advancing to the finals is none other than Professor Ludger Chelsea." On the arena floor, Matthew Samarit had collapsed. Ludger Chelsea thought with frustration, "Are you serious? How is he this weak? I can't even intentionally lose." The announcer announced that the final match would start in 15 minutes. Only then did his expression soften. "That's fine, I guess. I burned through a bit too much mana. This body just drains magical power with every breath. I thought I'd be fine for a while, but did I calculate that wrong?" Ludger Chelsea opened his door and approached his desk, thinking, "If this keeps up, I'm going to run completely out of mana." Suddenly, he realized something. He looked confused. "Huh?" Ludger Chelsea checked his drawer, stunned to find his potion bottle missing. "But I was sure I left it right here." He looked down at the floor and spotted a footprint. There had been a thief. He scanned the room, thinking, but everything else is exactly where it should be. Damn it, I don't have time to brew more. Better get back to the arena. At the arena, the announcer spoke up. "Ladies and gentlemen, the final match you've all been waiting for. Let me introduce our contenders once more. Our combat magic professor for the second-year students, also known as Marquis Borutak, Professor Debian Borutak, and his opponent, the legendary, the invincible, Professor Ludger Chelsea. Ludger Chelsea thought, if he's a Borutak, he must be related to Hugo Borutak. The announcer shouted, "The match begins." Ludger Chelsea thought coldly, "I don't intend to win, but given the situation, I have to end this as quickly as possible." His opponent flashed a sinister grin. "Oh, wait. I've heard a lot about you. Professor Ludger Chelsea. I think this concerns you, so let's not be in such a hurry. Shall we?" he said confidently. I know your secret. Ludger, Chelsea's heart sank the potion. It turned out he was the one who broke into his office. But how did he find out about my condition? Someone must have seen me drinking the potion. All my opponents are nobles, so I think I know who it is. Ludger Chelsea looked at him with icy contempt. Now I see why all my previous opponents were just wasting my time. You're a professor, yet you resort to such petty tricks. Debian replied with a sneer. Only a fool would pass up an opportunity like this. You really should have hidden that potion better. Ludger Chelsea said, his voice laced with anger. Give it back to me now, and I'll forget this ever happened. The man laughed, ignoring him. Do you still not get what's going on? You're hilarious. You know that? Ludger Chelsea. Chelsea's eyes burned with murderous intent. I'm not joking. Do as I say. This is your last chance. Think carefully while I'm still offering it to you. The announcer chimed in. Oh, a psychological battle. Finally, they moved. Debian said smugly, all talk, no bite. You think I'm scared? Looks like I'll have to take care of you properly today. The announcer continued. Professor Debian Borutak has just cast a rank 4 defensive spell. Magic Shield. Quick, Ludger Chelsea thought. He prepared a memory resonance beforehand? Magic Shield is a specialized defense spell that can block all magic attacks. However, while it's active, the caster can't attack. Don't tell me I have to waste time with this nonsense. Debian used his wand to strike at Ludger Chelsea. Ludger Chelsea thought, he's attacking while maintaining a shield? Debian laughed. Ha, you dodged that? Your reflexes aren't bad. I guess the rumors about you being in the military are true, the announcer shouted. And there it is, the special skill of Professor Debian Borutak. Ludger Chelsea thought. A spell that can cast magic automatically on behalf of its master. A snake coiled around the man's neck, striking at Ludger Chelsea through the shield. Athenoctus drains too much mana. It's hard to counterattack, Ludger Chelsea realized. Damn it, at this rate. Ludger Chelsea cast a coordinate attachment spell, and a flame shot straight toward Debian's back, but the snake intercepted it. Debian laughed. I know every spell you use. Did you really think I couldn't handle this? This isn't just an offensive spell, he added. How does it feel to see none of your spells touching me? Ludger Chelsea was fuming. Damn it, I really have to use my mana. Ludger Chelsea clutched his head, and the audience began to murmur. What's wrong? Professor Ludger Chelsea? He's only been defending since the match started. Why isn't he using offensive magic like before? Headmistress Eliza said, looking worried. Professor Ludger, Chelsea's condition seems odd. I think we need to pause the match for a moment. Old man Hugo looked sinister and said calmly, What do you mean? This is the final. It's a balanced match. Such things are inevitable. Headmistress Elisa went silent, thinking, Professor Ludger, Chelsea, look at you. You used to be so proud, but now you can't even do anything. Ha, that's the limit for someone clutching their head in pain. Debian laughed mockingly. What's the matter? Attack more. Oh, run out of mana already? Ha ha. Ludger Chelsea lost his cool. This isn't good. Debian looked confused. How come I can't hear you? Suddenly, a vortex appeared, and a black hole opened behind Ludger Chelsea. A terrifying voice echoed out. So loud, he shouted. Quiet down. A massive burst of light flooded the arena. The commentator gasped in shock. Whoa, what on earth is happening here? Ah, it's too bright. I can't see anything, Ludger Chelsea thought to himself. Light magic? That shouldn't be part of the elements he uses. What is going on? He trembled as he stared at the giant black hole appearing before him. Ludger Chelsea wondered, what in the world is that? Grotesque, eerie sounds emanated non-stop from the dark abyss. Ludger Chelsea clutched his head and muttered, I told you. You should have surrendered while I was still willing to spare you. His gaze turned cold and ruthless as dark energy billowed endlessly from the hole. Debian Borutak screamed in terror. No! Stay away from me! Those sinister, ghostly vapors reached out like hands from hell, grabbing hold of him as harrowing screams echoed through the air. Stay away! Stop it! Ludger Chelsea still clutched his face, muttering, If I push the pressure any further on that mage, there's a good chance he won't be able to hold on. He stared coldly, warning, Every choice from here on out is on you. The crowd in the stand started whispering, Oh, look! The female commentator quickly shouted, Ah, everyone look! The sudden blinding light has vanished, and we have a final verdict. The person still standing in the arena is Ludger Chelsea. Yes, Professor Ludger Chelsea. What exactly happened inside that blinding flash of light? Professor Debian Borutak. Borutak wasn't looking too good. He had collapsed, his eyes rolled back in fear. Ludger Chelsea tightly gripped a potion bottle in his hand. Hugo, furious, jumped to his feet and roared, Get the medical team here, now. He and the medics rushed over, shouting at the top of their lungs. Ludger Chelsea stood in the corner, calmly drinking a potion, paying them no mind. Inside the infirmary, a scream rang out. What is going on? Why is Debian Borutok still in this unstable state? Hugo pointed at Debian Borutok, who lay on the hospital bed, shouting. The medical staff replied, We still haven't. Before the medic could finish, Hugo yelled again. Finding the cause is your job as doctors, isn't it? The medic explained. We haven't found any abnormalities yet. We need to run more detailed tests. Just then, Ludger Chelsea stepped in and said, That's because he's suffering from extreme, acute mental shock. He'll recover on his own once some time passes. Seeing him walk in, Hugo snapped, How dare you show your face here? Even if it was just a sparring match, there's a limit to how far you should go. Ludger Chelsea calmly replied, Are you talking to me about responsibility now? Someone standing next to Hugo quickly intervened. Vice Principal, let's just observe the situation for now. I'll go to the infirmary to see if there are any special restorative potions. Hugo calmed down and nodded. All right, thank you. The man glanced back at Ludger Chelsea before leaving. Immediately after, Hugo shouted again, In any case, I will definitely hold you accountable for this incident. Even in a match, don't think that injuring your opponent to this degree is something to be proud of. Suddenly, a voice chimed in. Oh my, if something happens during a match, what else can you do, right? Principal Elisa appeared, saying cheerfully, That's clearly what you told me earlier, isn't it? Hugo stammered. When did I say that? Really? I heard it pretty clearly, didn't I? Seeing the newcomer, Hugo looked intimidated. Duke Haibach. The two of them continued their playful back and forth. Maybe I'm just getting old and losing my mind, Hugo muttered, immediately panicked. No way! How could that be? It must be because I was so shocked that I forgot. Duke Haibach entered the room, smiling. All right then. That was truly an impressive match. I am Haibach Katatusen. Ludger Chelsea politely shook his hand. I am Ludger Chelsea. The three of them started talking excitedly. It's not good to be loud in a sick bay. Let's head outside to talk, Principal Elisa suggested. The Duke of Lumos has arrived as well, so I'll be heading out now. Ludger Chelsea agreed. Very well. Once outside, Haibach said, Thank you for coming out to talk with me so willingly. Honestly, I find it strange that I didn't know a talent like you until now, especially that display of magic at supersonic speeds. Ludger Chelsea looked around and thought, Wow, there are so many people out here already. Principal Elisa smiled and signaled to him. I see. Is she helping me deal with all these nobles coming to meet me? Seeing him silent, Haibach asked, A bit noisy, isn't it? They all want to meet you, so please be patient. Ludger Chelsea didn't mind, saying, It's fine. Ludger Chelsea continued, And thank you for helping the principal hold back that rowdy crowd. The Duke was surprised by his wit. You realize that? As expected, your observation skills are sharp. Suddenly, Haibach exclaimed, I almost forgot. I have other matters to attend to. I'm sorry for dragging you out here. To make it up to you, if you ever need help, come find me anytime. Ludger Chelsea looked at him and said seriously, Thank you. I look forward to our next meeting. As he watched Haibach leave, Ludger Chelsea thought, He's so good at spouting such obvious lies with a straight face. In reality, he only approached me for his own benefit. However, the moment I saw through his intentions, he realized he wouldn't easily get anything out of me and chose to back off. Is that really one of the three Duke families supporting the Zealand Empire? A superficial demeanor, pretending to be friendly, but every move is calculated to read the other person's mind. Regardless, my business here is done. It's time to meet up with Saradin and Han. He walked while deep in thought. As he reached the door, he ran into someone he knew. Ludger Chelsea called out, Flora, Lumos, what are you doing here? Lumos stammered, I was just passing by. Ludger Chelsea studied the girl, thinking, It doesn't seem like she's just passing by. Are you here to see your father? As soon as Ludger Chelsea asked, Flora jumped and said, Yes, the Duke of Lumos is talking to the principal right now. It might be better to go in later. Flora sighed. I told you, it's not like that. He looked at her suspiciously, thinking, Her reaction is strange, not like her at all. Is she having trouble with her father? Ludger Chelsea said casually. Whatever, I'll be going now. Thinking about it, I need to prepare for the next match. You're competing in this tournament too, right? Ludger Chelsea touched his chin and added, With your skills, there's nothing to worry about. Flora answered confidently, Of course, no matter who the opponent is, I have no intention of losing. If you want to watch, you're welcome to come. Well, if you're busy, it's fine if you don't show up. She turned and walked away. Come watch, huh? He mused. If I have some spare time later, maybe I'll go see her match. A moment later, by the fountain, a voice rang out. You're here early. Hearing the familiar sound, Han turned around. Ah, you're here? Saradin, sitting on the railing, waved happily when she saw him. Ludger Chelsea saw them and said, Why just stand around? Shall we go for a walk? Saradin was excited by the suggestion. Before that, there's a place I want to visit. Can we stop by there? Mian saw her excitement and replied, I've got a rough idea of where it is. Let's head back. Han said, No way, man. Didn't you say it was urgent? That's why you called us out here? Ludger Chelsea replied, Besides the festival. You usually, as Syrian exclaimed in excitement. Yeah. On stage, a man laughed and said, It's a pleasure to meet you all. I'm Bruno, the Golem Studies Professor for Terran's first-year students. Thank you all for coming to today's Golem launch event. Now, please take a look here. This new DT-300 Golem model was developed right here at Terran. Han asked, What is that? Did they just bring out some block of iron? Ludger Chelsea replied, Obviously, that's not the end of it. On stage, the professor explained, Everyone probably thinks this thing looks pretty strange. Right? The true form of this new Golem model hasn't even appeared yet. Once we attach the magic stone, the power source, it can transform into this configuration. The Golem, having been fitted with the magic stone, seemed to come alive, standing up on its legs and arms. Saradin stared intently and said, It's a specialized form for movement or demolishing heavy objects, acting as a power drive. It would be perfect for places like mines. Before it transforms, it rolls around to make moving easier. Professor Bruno continued, Seeing everyone's positive reaction makes me satisfied, but that's still not the end of it. It can even transform into a horse like this. Hearing that, Han's eyes sparkled. Ludger Chelsea thought to himself, Is this like those transforming robots from movies? Does it turn into a car too? Saradin said excitedly, Nari, can I get closer to get a better look? He agreed. Sure, just don't go too far. Obviously. Han sighed like an old mother and said, Anyone looking at us would think we just came here to goof off. Ludger Chelsea said calmly, Don't be so strict. Sometimes you need days like this to just relax. Otherwise, who knows what kind of trouble Saradin might stir up, Han said in a panic. Yeah, I guess that's true. Suddenly, a voice called out, grabbing Ludger Chelsea's attention. Excuse me. Could you point me in the right direction? Ludger Chelsea's face immediately tightened. The person he saw was none other than Sai. She was looking at a map and said, I'm looking for the Magic Tournament Arena. Do you know where it is? Sai looked at the map and asked, I'm searching for the Magic Tournament Arena. Do you know where it is? He panicked internally. Stay calm. It seems like she doesn't recognize me right now. In times like this, I need to make an impression with light magic. Thinking that, he used a bit of light magic and said, while looking at her, It's over that way. Ludger Chelsea was still anxious and thought, If I can change my vibe even a little, people won't realize it's the same person. However, since it was her, he wasn't sure if it would actually work. Sai looked in the direction he pointed, surprised, and said, Oh, I see it now, thank you. Just as she turned to leave, she immediately turned back to ask, Oh, right, by the way, have we met before? For some reason, you look very familiar. Ludger Chelsea quickly walked away and said, No, this is my first time meeting you. Now you know where the arena is. Goodbye. Han was confused and hurried after him. Hey, wait for me, Sai suddenly shouted. Wait a second. Ludger Chelsea thought in fear. Damn it, caught. But she said cheerfully, You're a professor here, right? As soon as I saw you, I knew it. Hearing that, Ludger Chelsea breathed a sigh of relief. He thought to himself, I want to ignore her and get out of here fast, but it would be way too suspicious if I blatantly blew her off, so I'll just give a standard reaction. He glanced at her and asked, Why do you think that? Sai smiled smugly and explained, First, the clothes you're wearing. The material is high-end, a bit beyond what a commoner would have. Since you aren't carrying a money pouch, you probably aren't a wealthy merchant, and you even look a bit like a noble. But I don't see any family crests on your clothes. So, you're likely a noble who prefers not to show your sigil. But would a low-ranking noble dress like that just to wander around a festival? Combining all those factors, the final answer is that you're a staff member here, which means you're the famous Ludger Chelsea, aren't you? As Ludger Chelsea stood there, stunned, she continued, I heard you were easy to spot, and it's true. He thought, I can't believe it. She deduced all that just by looking at my clothes. I have to bolt, he said. Your logic is sound. And took off running. She only had time to call out, Huh? Wait a second. Sai sighed. Was that all the reaction I got? Usually, people are astonished. Suddenly, a voice cut her off. Was it really that surprising? If you have nothing else to say, I'm leaving. Sai thought, annoyed. Who is this guy? How can he be so indifferent? I've never had someone treat me like this before. No, there's only one person who would treat me this way. Joriati. Thinking that, Sai turned serious. Meanwhile, Betty waved her over. Sai, what are you doing? The match is about to start. She replied. Oh, I was just a little distracted. Then, Sai used magic to send her business card to Ludger Chelsea, not far away, with a message. My apologies. Please contact me if you need anything in the future. I'm not someone who's easily forgotten. Han, standing next to him, was surprised and asked, I thought you were caught red-handed. What is that? A business card? Ludger Chelsea answered calmly. This is quite troublesome. If she had actually recognized me, she wouldn't have handed me a card. Is this her way of trying to build a connection? Either way, catching her eye is going to be a problem. He thought that although it was faint, he could feel magic coming from it. If he threw it away, she'd notice immediately. He turned to Han and said, Han, from now on, be more careful. If you can, get rid of those clothes you're wearing right now, Han said in a panic. Wait, but she only glanced at me for a second. These were expensive. Ludger Chelsea gave Han a sharp look and warned, if you heard her deduction, you should understand by now. That woman can figure out the truth in an instant just by looking at the smallest clue. Never underestimate her. Once they were done, they found a place to sit and rest. They saw Saradin chatting happily with everyone around her. Han turned to Ludger Chelsea. That girl over there is just chatting away. Before she knew it, other students had already gathered around her. Should I go get her? Ludger Chelsea replied. Leave it. Who knows when Saradin will get another chance to talk about her hobbies. Seeing that, Han said, looking at you up close, you really seem suited to be a professor. Even if it was just by chance, you look genuinely happy when you smile at those kids. To be honest, I feel a bit uncomfortable being here. Since I didn't grow up in such a nice environment, I found myself feeling a little jealous of them. Ludger Chelsea interrupted him. Han, for people like us, those students are like flowers blooming in a fertile field. However, those children are innocent. Children deserve to be able to laugh and play freely, right? Han sighed in relief. Fine, if that's what you say, I won't press the matter any further. But there isn't much of an age gap between them and me. Why is your attitude toward them so different? Ludger Chelsea asked, stunned. Han, just how old are you? Han replied, I'm 24 this year. Ludger Chelsea retorted, looking annoyed. Oh, so that's why you keep calling me brother? I'm sorry, Han responded. It's fine. I apologize for being a bit harsh with you earlier. Han sighed helplessly. Ah, I told you it's already fine. Ludger Chelsea cleared his throat and said, more importantly, how is the research into the addictive drug from the werewolf incident coming along? Han didn't hesitate to call him out. He was changing the subject. Faced with his silence, Han could only sigh. Good grief, never mind then. The two then spoke seriously. After analyzing the substance, they had discovered a hallucinogenic drug. It seems to be extracted from the Paruma plant. Here is the antidote. With that, Han handed the medicine to Ludger Chelsea. Ludger Chelsea replied, if it's Paruma, that's a strain only grown in Vatang, right? I'll look into it once the festival ends. Han continued. But was what you said earlier true? About the identity of the first-rank mage? Ludger Chelsea answered, that's right. Han turned to ask, are you all right? That was your close colleague, after all. Ludger Chelsea remained silent. Seeing this, Han sighed and said, forget it. There's no way you'd be fine. That was a foolish question to ask. Even so, don't feel guilty if things didn't end well or didn't go as planned. You've been through this before, haven't you? No matter how hard we try, there will always be innocent victims. Hearing those words, Ludger Chelsea looked at his own hands, recalling those blood-stained ones from that day, and the final plea, Professor Maven Venley, please, take care of my younger brother. He answered coldly, I know. Han continued, what I mean is, if it's something that must be done, don't hesitate. You know it if we don't eliminate our enemies, we'll be the ones who get killed. Ludger Chelsea clenched his fists and said, because we live in such a cruel world, the Grim Reaper is always waiting to welcome us. That is true. Han bowed his head. It's a harsh, inevitable law from the past. It's bitter, but it's our reality. The third day of the Soren Magic Festival's outdoor banquet, Ludger Chelsea was sitting with Duke Bach. The Duke laughed heartily. Ho ho ho. Hosting a banquet during the day is quite pleasant, isn't it? Wouldn't you agree, my friend? Ludger Chelsea said unhappily. Yes, I suppose so. He thought to himself, why does this old man keep following me around? he asked directly. What do you want from me? The Duke laughed in response. Haha, what do you mean? I don't want anything from you, Professor. Then, Haibok continued with a dangerous look in his eyes. If I truly find something I want, it must be something that genuinely captivates me. Ludger, Chelsea replied, it seems I am an interesting person to the Duke. Haha, feel free to just call me Haibok. The older I get, the less interest I have in those trivial things. But don't worry, I won't cross the line. Ludger Chelsea glanced at him, thinking, this guy is like an old fox. Suddenly, he noticed someone. Huh? That's Flora Lumos. What is she doing here? And she looks unusually nervous. The Duke also noticed and asked, oh, isn't that Flora of the Lumos family? Ludger Chelsea asked back. You know Flora? The Duke said, as far as I know, she was born with extraordinary talent, but she is also a pitiful child. How so? She was rejected by her own family for being the daughter of a concubine. What could be more regrettable than that? Ludger Chelsea was shocked to hear that. Flora was walking, trying to reassure herself. Stay calm. There's nothing to be afraid of. It's just a simple greeting. I'm different now from when I lived in that family. I will show that person that the child he once looked down upon is doing very well. I must not be afraid in this place. She just managed to call out, Father, but was interrupted. Well, look who it is. Isn't this the little half-breed Flora? The girl trembled as she looked at the two people in front of her, brother Katina Lumos. The girl continued with a sneer, please, can you stop calling us by our names so casually with that filthy blood of yours? Katina Lumos kept mocking her. You look fine now. You didn't even dare to look us in the eye before. Then they called out, Father, look who's here. Her father turned around and said coldly, what is it? Flora felt frozen. She panicked, thinking she couldn't get her voice out. I have to tell, Father, that I've changed my request and asked him to watch over me. But why on earth did I even come here? At that moment, Ludger Chelsea came up beside her and patted her shoulder. Flora looked at him in surprise. Ludger Chelsea appeared with a cool demeanor and said, does everyone here have a problem with my student? A group of missionaries had been suppressing demi-humans with the teachings of the Holy Light, a doctrine meant only for humanity, centered on a single God of the Light Church. However, their attacks didn't just target demi-humans, humanity, the upper class, the descendants of the gods, the demi-humans, the lower class, and the followers all were categorized. Haibok sighed and said, the foundation of the Light Church lies in dividing the upper and lower classes in everything. Because she was born into a family that follows the Light Church, Flora has been treated like this. If only she had been born into a different family, it would have been better. Ludger, Chelsea thought. Is that why she's so obsessed with exams? She thinks that if she becomes an honor student, she'll be recognized by her family. But will that wish ever come true? Haibok spoke up as he saw Ludger Chelsea walk away. Huh? Wait, Professor. Ludger Chelsea was lost in his own thoughts. I shouldn't get involved in this. Doing so won't help Flora anyway. I should just ignore it, and everything will end there. But even so, does everyone here have a problem with my student? Ludger Chelsea spoke up. Then he thought, after hearing her situation, how could I just ignore it? A voice rang out from behind him. That professor is actually daring to interfere? Contrary to his appearance, he's a teacher who really cares about his students. Haibok chuckled. Even so, I can't believe he's directly confronting the Duke Lumos family. But looking at it again, isn't this professor quite interesting? Flora called out in a panic. Professor, Flora's father said, this is just a family matter. I demand that you do not interfere. But Ludger Chelsea calmly replied, I find this to be much more serious than just a family matter. As a professor, I cannot just stand by and do nothing. Everyone went silent after Ludger Chelsea's remark. Katina Lumos spoke up. Professor Ludger Chelsea, right? You fought that match very well yesterday. Are you really Flora's professor? I'm truly surprised that she's being treated as an honor student here. In the Lumos family, she's famous for being treated like a demi-human. Flora thought in shame. Is she really saying that in front of everyone? Ludger Chelsea stepped closer and said, Forgive me, but you are forgive me, I haven't introduced myself. My name is Katina Lumos. I am also preparing to enter Soren next year. As the valedictorian, Katina said, showcasing her magic. What do you think, Professor? As a professor at Soren, how would you rate my magic? As a professor, Ludger Chelsea replied nonchalantly, I would say your casting speed isn't up to standard. -10 points. What? Katina was startled. Ludger Chelsea added, your technique lacks development. -10 points. Lack of focus on the magic itself. -10 points. Katina stammered. Wait, Wait a second. What the hell are you doing? This bullet spell is a construct gathered from 4 elements. Among them, which one actually boosts the caster's power? Katina panicked. That is, Professor Ludger, Chelsea continued. It seems you haven't even bothered to make an effort to understand the essence of the magic you're using. Do you just follow what you've been taught? Are you really that proud after showing me something like that? Ludger Chelsea sounded angry. Do you think Flora earned the title of honor student just like that? Katina Lumos. Flora felt touched that he stood up for her. The crowd around them exclaimed in outrage. How dare he speak to Lady Katina like that? Who let a guy like him become a professor? Has Soren lost its mind? A low-born noble acting so arrogant? Hybach spoke up. Let's stop here. I know arguments are inevitable. Professor Ludger Chelsea, you've gone a bit too far. Ludger Chelsea nodded. I will be more careful. Ludger Chelsea. Have you said enough? My daughter acted rudely because she didn't know any better. As her father, I sincerely apologize to you. Responding to his threatening gaze, Ludger Chelsea stared back and said, naturally, it was the young lady who was in the wrong first. The Duke turned away, saying, I'll see you later. Are you okay? Ludger Chelsea turned to ask Flora. The young girl gripped her hands, thinking to herself, should I thank him right here? But why would I need to thank him? If I do that here, he didn't let her finish. Ludger Chelsea spoke first. You go ahead. It looks like your friends are waiting. Flora was flustered. Arrow called out to her. Flora. She turned around, surprised. Cherry, are you all right? Let's go. Yeah. Flora tried to suppress her sadness. Katina Lumos and Katina shouted at their father. Father, are you really just going to let that arrogant professor get away with it? That's right. He dared to mock me right in front of Flora. We should report this to Soren and take Flora back. What would that achieve? Duke Lumos said. He turned to look at his foolish children. The only thing you'll get is a moment of fleeting satisfaction. Besides, that old fox Catatuson stepped in to defend him, and the headmaster of Soren is also watching nearby. So we're just going to let it all slide? No. We're leaving now. This isn't over yet. We, the Lumos, will never let this go. Hybach turned to Ludger Chelsea. You really care about your students, don't you? Ludger Chelsea replied, I'm just doing what needs to be done. I didn't think Duke Blackwood was also a member of the Light Church, he continued. He's not just a follower. He's obsessed with that faith to the point of madness. Do you know? The Light Church is known for rejecting the bodies of children born with impure blood from the moment they are born. In essence, that girl being ostracized was inevitable. But fortunately, because the child was marked, Duke Blackwood granted her some freedom. Ludger Chelsea asked, really? Her mother defended her daughter in desperation. Flora's mother? Unfortunately, she is no longer in this world. This is the first time I've heard of this, Ludger Chelsea said, surprised. Hybach replied, not many people know about the child being the daughter of a concubine. That family used their power to keep it quiet. Even so, you seem to know quite a lot, Your Grace. Hybach said seriously. Even if we are comrades in arms, we should at least know the weaknesses of others. Even I don't know when an enemy will put a blade to my throat. Is that so? Ludger Chelsea thought, I'm certain he didn't hide Flora's status for her own benefit. The Duke's intention was just to ignore that dog until he could find a use for her. Is that kind of person truly Flora's father? No, I can't consider that thing a father. Hybach continued, all right, since you're not the type to spread rumors, it's fine for you to know. I'll go greet the others now. Watching Hybach leave, Ludger Chelsea thought he should be cautious and get out of there. Suddenly, he saw a paper bee flying by. Huh? That's Selena's magic paper. Ludger Chelsea caught the piece of paper. The text written on it said, other mages are making suspicious moves toward second-year mage Joanna. Has Joanna Lovis already started acting? Ludger Chelsea pondered. The letter clearly stated that she would strike on the final day. She said she would lie low until the last day of the festival. Looking at Esmeranda's reaction when her identity was exposed, at the very least, the content of the letter isn't wrong. If so, there's a high possibility that Joanna is acting independently. I have to keep monitoring the situation. Fourth day of the festival, pharmacy laboratory. Ludger Chelsea put his hand to his chin, thinking, since I'm a professor, I have the right to use whatever materials I want. If Bella Luna saw these things, her eyes would definitely be rolling into the back of her head. All I have to do is register the necessary ingredients on the list. I should have come here sooner. Ludger Chelsea was suddenly caught by Chris Benamo. Ludger Chelsea. What a surprise. What are you doing here? Ludger Chelsea replied, brewing medicine, of course. Huh, you think you can brew medicine? Bemore sighed. If so, go to the beginner's area first. Ludger Chelsea saw this and said, you know how to do that, right? Professor Chris Benemo was furious. Pharmacy is my main profession, you know. Don't you know the Bemore family generations have contributed greatly to the field of pharmaceutical science? Ludger Chelsea said nonchalantly. Didn't know a thing about it, Chris thought angrily. He clearly knows, but is doing this on purpose. By the way, does this guy even have any experience in brewing medicine? What is he planning to do? Coming all the way here. Chris was bewildered and then shouted, "That pile of ingredients, are you trying to kill someone?" Chris B. listed the ingredients on the table. Pear leaves, kosen flower buds, and said that they were all highly toxic materials. He shouted, "Are you trying to kill someone? Furthermore, even if you manage to produce a high-potency result, even after the toxins are removed, that medicine will still cause side effects." Ludger Chelsea replied, "You know quite a lot, don't you? So why are you teaching magic expression instead of pharmacy?" Chris turned away with a frown. "You don't need to know." Ludger Chelsea said, "Fine, I won't ask anymore. You don't need to worry about how I handle these ingredients." "What did you say?" Chris shouted in alarm, causing everyone to look over. Then he thought to himself, he's definitely just good at bragging. Calm down. Even though he said that, he couldn't concentrate. Chris thought, even if I observe from beginning to end, I can't imagine how he'll do it. Despite saying that, he still couldn't focus. Chris thought that even after observing from beginning to end, she still couldn't wrap her head around it. He refined it perfectly without any failed reactions. Looking at those ingredients, "Is that mana recovery potion?" Chris asked seriously. "Hey, who are you planning to use that for?" Ludger Chelsea replied, "For myself, of course." He added, "It looks different from the pills you usually take. What kind of illness do you have that requires so much medicine?" Ludger Chelsea turned to him and said, "Professor Chris, you've discovered my secret. I didn't think you'd be asking me that after having used it in the match yourself." Chris clutched his head, saying, "I didn't think things would turn out like this, either. All I wanted was to see you humiliated. I never wanted anyone to get hurt. No, that's not it, come to think of it. That was just an excuse." He looked at Ludger Chelsea and said, "My actions back then truly didn't befitting a noble. At the very least, let me apologize this time. Regardless, the potion you're intending to make is a dangerous substance. It's willing to sacrifice everything just to recover mana. That thing can't even be called a potion." Ludger Chelsea remained silent and didn't respond. Chris stood up and said, "If you don't do it right, your magical nervous system might just flatline." Chris held out a bottle and said, "Take this, too. It's a special sedative from my family." Ludger Chelsea said with surprise, "You really want to give this to me?" Chris replied, "Even if it's a personal matter, I can't just abandon my patient. I am a member of the Benyor family, fully dedicated to the field of medicine." Ludger Chelsea said unexpectedly, "That's surprising. I never thought you were that kind of person." Before Ludger Chelsea could finish, Chris said angrily, "You looking for a punch? Anyway, since you gave it to me, I'll make good use of it." Chris was shocked and exclaimed, "Shouldn't you be throwing that powder away? What are you using that for?" Ludger Chelsea poured the medicine into a vial and replied, "It'd be a waste to throw it away, wouldn't it? Besides, this is actually the essential part." Ludger Chelsea contacted Han and asked, "Han, how is Krolofabius doing?" Han replied, "He has locked himself in his bedroom, sir." "Understood. Keep an eye on him." Ludger Chelsea walked and thought to himself, "I've prepared everything to prevent any unexpected incidents. All that's left is waiting for Joanna Lovis's reply. If Joanna Lovis actually acts recklessly, it means in reality, they are divided into two groups, taking turns acting out their play. On the final day, I need someone to block Joanna Lovis while I deal with Esmeralda. Sarita said she prioritizes my orders above all else, but I can't ask her to stop another member of the Black Dawn Society without a valid reason. There is only one suitable student who can stand up to Joanna." 30 minutes later, at the Soren student dormitory, Aiden was surprised to see a note in front of his room door. He muttered, "What is this?" Ludger Chelsea looked up at the dormitory, thinking about the final battle. "Okay, the note has been delivered. I don't want those kids to get involved in this. But Joanna Lovis won't easily notice if the target is just a student. It's definitely Aiden. He won't take the contents of the note lightly and will act immediately. Even if a fight breaks out, Aiden's steel resistance won't be lost. However, since he's quite reckless, I'll send a few more companions. If he goes with friends, he won't be able to take risks, even if he wanted to." Ludger Chelsea left and thought, "It doesn't matter if I defeat Joanna Lovis or get a professor to help." Now, the final thing he said, "Han, I need this too." Ludger Chelsea thought to himself, "With this, the preparations are complete. Within Soren, there are suspicious people hiding, plotting something. On the last day of the festival, find Joanna Lovis and stop her. That was the content of the note Ludger Chelsea wrote. Leo finished reading and thought, what the hell is this? This isn't something that side would send. This information is too specific to be a bad prank. Moreover, I've seen this information a few times already, but who is doing this? Has he discovered it already? Leo bit his fingernails, thinking that he was an intelligence agent for the Liberation Army. Right, he must know. And he's warning me that if I don't want my secret exposed, I must follow his orders. But for what purpose? Leo put the note down and sighed. I didn't even want to join the Liberation Army. No matter how I think about it, nothing will change. I have no choice but to find this person. He stood up, stepped out of the room, thinking that handling it himself would be better. Leo, we've got a problem. Aiden ran over in a panic. Who? All three held up the note and said, look at this. I found this note in my room. Turns out there's a suspicious person wanting to do something bad on the last day of the festival. I even brought Tassi and Iona Ovali along. Leo thought to himself, they all received the exact same letter? What the hell is going on? A woman clutched her head in pain. Voices wouldn't stop echoing. Grandmother, help me. I beg you, please, help me. It's all your fault. I wanted to help you. If you had just stayed in the village, none of this would have happened. Miranda. The woman sat up and shouted, stop! It's just a dream. I don't want to be blamed by the very person who raised me. This is the final time. After killing that guy Crollo tomorrow, the revenge will be over. But is it really okay? Once the revenge is done, what will happen? The desire for revenge has completely destroyed this soul. So, I can't go back to how I was before. Selena, another personality. I created out of sorrow and the wish to hold on to the past. In reality, I have always wanted to live like her, laughing and talking with everyone, happy and pure. What should I do if I give up the chance for revenge now? A voice echoed in her head. What are you thinking, huh? Esmeralda. Are you planning to let the man who killed everyone go free? No. You have to finish your mission because you're a good girl, right? Esmeralda smiled and said, yes, I must have my revenge. The 5th day of the Magic Festival. The final night. Selena quietly left the crowd. Her eyes turned red, and her body gradually reverted to her true personality. She entered the mansion saying, the day has finally come. Where is he? She walked into the house. The Duke trembled and thought, he didn't leave any contact information. I wasn't tricked, was I? Esmeralda stood in front of the room door. The door slowly opened, and he was clutching his head in fear. Esmeralda laughed. Is that you? Mr. Crollo Fabius. Opening the door before Esmeralda was. A room? Is someone's balcony open? Did someone just escape from the room? Esmeralda thought to herself. I felt a presence here. A moment earlier, Fabius looked at the mice rushing into the room, thinking, mice that know how to open doors? Wait, that person must have sent the mice to me. Crollo Fabius followed the mice. They will lead me to a safe place. I knew that person wouldn't abandon me. Esmeralda stood in the room, looking at the door, thinking, a person who rarely leaves his room. He finally gathered the courage to run away. Yeah, go ahead and do that. Watching the prey struggle is much more interesting. Try escaping from me now, Crollo Fabius, Ludger Chelsea said. Han, he's on the move, Han reported back. The rats I brought in are cornering Fabius. My special ability actually comes in handy at times like these. All right, Han Ludger, Chelsea replied. Time for us to make our move. I shouted loudly, Aiden. It's too dangerous to go like this. We should head back and report to the professor. She turned to Leo. Leo, say something to Aiden. You're always the one leading and guiding everyone. Why are you so quiet today? Leo replied, no, I think Aiden is doing the right thing. Think about it. How did we even find out about this? I retorted, it was written on a piece of paper in front of our room. We don't even know who left that note. Would the professor even believe us? Even if the professor believed us, it's already too late to turn back. Leo secretly thought that the person who sent the note wanted him to finish this personally. They even dragged their friends into this, just in case they tried to back out. Such a cautious person. I need to resolve this quickly and quietly. A voice suddenly echoed from somewhere. Is everyone here? Aiden asked. Roger. Everyone, get down. Following their gaze, a group of people were gathering. One of them spoke up. But should we really act on our own? I think we should wait for instructions from above if we're planning to eliminate someone. If we cause a scene, the leader won't be very pleased. The leader of the group spoke. Everyone is busy preparing for the festival. This is the best time. Don't worry, it's all for the Black Dawn. Aiden panicked. Glasses, round frames, black hair. All. That looks like Joanna. I was also surprised and exclaimed, what? Everything written in the note was true? Let's go, quickly. Fabius ran after the rats toward a warehouse. A voice rang out from behind him. Oh my. Giving up already? Fabius turned around in fear. The young woman said, What's wrong? Why stop running? You've always been good at running away, haven't you? Like when everyone in your clan was burned to death and only you survived? You have to keep running if you want to stay alive. Fabius said angrily. Damn it, why me? Stop it. This is enough. Esmeralda was startled. What? Fabius said furiously. How much more despair must I feel to satisfy you? The Fabius family line faded away long ago. Look at me. Is this not enough? So what if I killed those villagers? I was just punishing them for their crimes. They dared to defy a noble. If those peasants hadn't been shielding you, he screamed. That's right. It's all because of you. If it weren't for you, they wouldn't have had to suffer like that, Esmeralda said in shock. It's my fault? Is it because of me that everything turned out this way? Esmeralda screamed. Crollo Fabius, even now you're still denying your sins. Crollo Fabius replied, Yes, it's all your fault. Fabius pointed a finger at her face, insisting it was all her doing. They were living peacefully, but because of her, they died. That's right. If it weren't for you, the shadows appeared and whispered, Why did you come to our village? Don't try to argue. It's because of you that we died. Esmeralda was terrified by the haunting past. She cried out, No, no, I'm not. What is this? Fabius said manically. Who was the one who caused their deaths and burned them alive while you survived? Do you think they hate me more, or do they loathe you? Esmeralda clutched her face in fear. The one denying their sins isn't me, it's you. Esmeralda screamed. No! A fierce flame appeared, engulfing her. Ludger Chelsea looked at the pillar of fire and thought, a pillar of fire from the warehouse direction. Just then, Han reported, Boss, is it bad news? First of all, we successfully lured Fabius to the witch. They argued. But then suddenly the witch exploded. And now the warehouse is on fire. Thanks to the fire suppression equipment, the flames aren't spreading, but it'll only last for a while. The rats were blown away, so I can't see what's happening inside. Get here fast, Han reported anxiously. Ludger Chelsea said, All right, I'll be there soon. What's wrong, boss? Ludger Chelsea said, Saradin, how's the festival going? Did you notice anything strange? She replied, Strange? I don't see anything here. Based on your reaction, it seems you need my help. Ludger Chelsea said, Yeah, just in case. Can you divert everyone's attention at the festival? Heh, sure thing. She hid behind a tree and said, I've been waiting for my turn. Suddenly, a series of fireworks shot into the sky. People exclaimed in amazement, Wow, fireworks. Look, it's still 30 minutes until the show starts. Why are they firing them now? Saradin, hiding behind a nearby tree, said, Oh, fireworks aren't bad compared to bombs. Should I create something similar when I head back to base? Seeing the fireworks, Ludger Chelsea thought, Good, everyone will focus on that. But I can't reach them at my current speed. I have to conserve my mana if I can't use the Ain Rhapsody. Suddenly, Ludger Chelsea braked. He looked at the house in front of him and said, This is. Meanwhile, Han was still panicking. Oh no, at this rate, the fire will reach the festival grounds. When will the boss arrive? Suddenly, there was a sound from behind. Han knelt in surprise. It was the boss. Ludger Chelsea was charging in on a robot. Han yelled in horror. He's piloting the transforming golem we encountered before. But what does he think he's doing, heading into the fire? The transforming golem jumped, dashed through the flames, and landed on the ground. In front of him was the fire demon. The situation is worse than I thought. We've met before, haven't we? Quasimodo. Back then, because of the circumstances, I couldn't do anything. I don't intend to fight you, Esmeralda. She's my teammate. I'm here to help her. Ludger Chelsea looked at the demon and wondered if it could even understand him. Esmeralda doesn't look well at all. Neither does Fabius. There's something unnatural going on. This is actually good. It's the only chance to resolve this easily. Ludger Chelsea thought, when a spirit is summoned within a magic circle, you just need to destroy the circle. But when someone summons them directly, you have to capture the summoner. I just need to use a tranquilizer to capture Esmeralda. I have to get closer to aim accurately. Ludger Chelsea walked toward Esmeralda but was blocked by the fire demon. He shouted, An ambush? Of course, you never trusted me from the start. The monster roared in anger. C was walking around, thinking to herself, to be able to have some peace like this. I was just wandering, yet so many people keep coming up to talk to me. Betty must be having fun doing this, huh? I'm so jealous of her at times like this. Suddenly, C heard voices. She looked at the group in the woods and thought, Oh, people here too? She crouched behind a big tree to eavesdrop. Don't worry, it's all for the Black Dawn. Hearing that, she thought, Black Dawn? Don't tell me it's that organization. Better keep watching. Suddenly, C heard a voice. Glasses, round frames, and black hair? That could be Joanna. Aiden took the lead, saying, "They're moving. Let's go." Seeing Aiden's group move, C thought, "First off, should I follow them?" At the warehouse, the fire burned fiercely. Quasimodo laughed maniacally and said, "Ha ha ha, what a pity." It threw a punch and growled, "I could have killed you already." Ludger Chelsea dodged just in time, thinking to himself, "Is it trying to keep Esmeralda out of my line of sight? This is exactly why I can't use target-seeking magic. It can move freely without needing orders from its summoner. Is this the power of a rank 1 black soldier?" Quasimodo breathed fire toward Ludger Chelsea. He frowned in surprise and began chanting, "Nocturne of Ether." His attack flew straight toward the monster. Ludger Chelsea thought furiously, "Damn it, it's not giving me any room to cast magic." Quasimodo suddenly sneered, "You annoying little pest." With that, it unleashed a massive torrent of fire at him. Ludger Chelsea realized he didn't have time to overthink things. He prepared to charge, but before he could move, he was struck. He scrambled to recover, thinking, "This fight isn't going well. Is there really no other way than to borrow divine power? No, the risk isn't worth it." He shouted, "Phone 3000, defense mode, activate." The golem lunged forward, blocking the flames. It chimed, "Warning, overheating risk critical. Switching to maximum defense mode." Quasimodo laughed. "You think you can block that? I wonder how long you'll last." Ludger Chelsea thought, "It's right, this is only a temporary fix. Once the golem's defense is shattered, I'll have no choice but to push forward. Thankfully, I brought the poison I brewed. If it's come to this, I'll fight with everything I've got." He smirked, recalling that the mana density in this concoction was way off the charts. If you don't vent the excess mana after drinking this, your entire mana circulation system will be permanently damaged. "Don't worry, I can handle it," Ludger Chelsea replied. The other voice warned, "But the poison in this potion is incredibly potent. It's dangerous." He brushed it off. It doesn't matter. His poison resistance had been pushed to a whole new level. Ludger Chelsea gripped his smoking pipe and declared, "You looking for a real test of strength?" A rank 5 magic circle manifested beneath Quasimodo. Quasimodo thought in shock, "The air, it's changing." Wrath of the ocean. A massive vortex of water crashed directly into the monster. A voice echoed through the forest. "Who are you people?" "Damn, we've been spotted," Joanna shouted. "Who are you?" Aiden demanded, drawing his sword. "We heard everything. Why are you trying to hurt people?" he added sternly. "I don't know the specifics, but you can't just do this, especially during a festival." Joanna chuckled coldly. "Ha, I thought you'd say something cooler since you popped up out of nowhere. A happy festival? Please." She gritted her teeth. "Are you serious? You're using people as tools just to satisfy your own personal desires," someone retorted. "No, that's not the truth. Shut up," she snapped. "How dare you speak when you know nothing? Everything you say is just another reason for me to kill you. I'll start by killing all of you." She lunged at Aiden. He thought in panic. "Too fast, I can't react." Just then, C appeared, shielding everyone with a water barrier. She said, "I intended to just watch from the sidelines, but I can't just leave people in danger." Someone exclaimed in awe, "Are you the famous C? Why is a mage like you here?" She smiled. "Huh, thanks for recognizing me. I have plenty of questions too. But let's take care of this first. I have some business with these people as well," she said with a cruel grin. "You're members of the Black Dawn Society, aren't you?" Meanwhile, Ludger Chelsea was still struggling against Quasimodo. He thought, "Only wounded one of its arms with rank 5 magic? I really need to use higher tier spells." Before he could act, Quasimodo attacked again, roaring, "You pathetic human, I'm going to kill you." Ludger Chelsea felt a surge of frustration. Damn it, it regenerated its arm already? With the mana I have left, I can only cast high-level magic twice more. I need time to prepare before unleashing that move, but the golem can't hold out much longer. Ludger Chelsea pulled out the potion and muttered, "Guess I have to use this. I'm sorry, master." The golem wouldn't survive this support magic, but it would be enough to push Quasimodo back just long enough for him to prepare. The golem glowed, using its remaining strength to hold back the monster, to hold off Quasimodo's attack just long enough for him to get ready. The golem glowed, using its hands to block Quasimodo's strike. Quasimodo thought, stunned, "A nearly destroyed golem is pushing back my attack? Human, what did you just do? None of your tricks should be able to stop me." It struck the golem hard, but looking around, it realized Ludger Chelsea was gone. "Where did that human disappear to?" it roared. "Where are you hiding, human? Come out," a voice sounded from above. I'm right here. Try blocking this. Ludger Chelsea summoned a massive ship and shouted. Someone had fallen. Joanna clutched her arm and retreated to a tree. The girl spoke up. You're the only one left. Surrender now. Suddenly, the girl noticed something and said in surprise, Wait, look everyone, up in the sky. Is that a ship? Who could cast magic like that? Seeing the group distracted, Joanna bolted away. The girl spotted her and chased after her. Hey, stop right there. She ran in the direction the ship was headed. Why? Is the rest of the Black Dawn Society over there? The girl thought, while chasing Joanna and keeping an eye on the ship. Never mind them. That magic is headed for Theorn. This is dangerous. If I'm guessing right, I've read about that mage in books. Magic pioneered by Lexer, the explorer turned mage. Ice. Breaking ship. The ship plummeted from the sky toward the fire demon. Seeing the ice ship hurtling toward it, the demon roared in rage. Damn you! How dare you! Ludger, Chelsea, and Esmeralda landed. Smoke filled the air after the impact. Ludger Chelsea thought to himself, I had to use a sedative to keep her in a deep sleep. A spirit is linked to its summoner through the mind, so Quasimodo will keep being summoned. However, when Esmeralda wakes up, Quasimodo will regain its full strength. If I want to end this for good, I have to seal it. I need the soul of a living being to perform the sealing ritual. This is my only chance. Is this really the only way? Suddenly, Esmeralda grabbed Ludger Chelsea's shirt. He thought in surprise, the sedative wore off? Esmeralda woke up, trembling in fear. Run. If I lose consciousness, I won't be able to control it anymore. Ludger Chelsea asked, What? Behind him, the monster reached out with a massive hand. It slammed down, but he caught it just in time, forming a shield. What the? Ludger Chelsea muttered. You're pretty good, aren't you? Quasimodo laughed. It had taken a rank 6 magic spell head-on, and had already recovered. Ludger Chelsea stared in shock. More importantly, he realized her summoner had lost consciousness, so how was it still moving? Then, it dawned on him. A red thread. It connected Esmeralda to Quasimodo. A red thread? It linked them together. Memories began flooding back through that connection. It was a resonance of memories. A voice echoed from somewhere. Oh, what a surprise. A spirit that absorbs magic grows exponentially, based on the resentment and thirst for vengeance of the one who signed the contract with it. No, I suppose a mage with the traits of a spirit would be more fitting, though that doesn't really matter. The figure chuckled and asked, What do you think? Want to join our side? If you do, I'll help you achieve whatever you desire. Now I get it, Ludger Chelsea said. The reason you can still move without your summoner. Esmeralda was just a shell for you to drain magic and mental power. You're the one in control of her. In the end, Esmeralda was just a puppet, wasn't she? Quasimodo, a first-tier magic beast. The creature laughed. You saw right through me. However, it's too late. I can now use my full, ultimate power, since you've already defeated Esmeralda. Now, let's end this. Kay looked at the fire and cursed. Damn it, I'm sure she ran this way. What is this fire? I can feel the magic of the ice spirit trying to pierce through the flames. It looks like the fire is blocking it. What the hell is going on? Suddenly, a wave of flames attacked. She gasped. Oh no, the fire is getting more intense. She cast her magic to put out the fire, but to no avail. The students ran up, and Kay shouted, Don't come any closer. Hurry, get help. I can't hold out much longer, so just run. Aiden replied, Yes, ma'am. Ludger Chelsea was struggling against Quasimodo's attacks. He thought he couldn't hold on much longer. Damn it, if it keeps going like this, the sealing ritual is the only answer. Am I really this useless? Esmeralda's voice echoed. It's okay. It's because of me, right? I'm fine. So, please, just do whatever you need to do. Selena's personality spoke up. After I woke up, I realized the consequences of what I had done. I just wish this were all a nightmare. But for now, I'm truly glad you're here. Ludger Chelsea turned to look at Esmeralda, currently in Selena's form. He placed his hand on her forehead and said, When you wake up, it will all be over. Don't worry, Professor Ludger Chelsea. After the magic was cast, Selena fainted. It's not an easy thing to say, but thanks to you, Professor, I was able to do it. Nightmare or not, you need to wake up. Suddenly, Quasimodo attacked them both, roaring, Tesk, where are you hiding? Ludger Chelsea had teleported behind the monster. He said in surprise, Students, did you come all the way here because you felt your professor was in danger? What a coincidence. To protect her, I need your help. Please, distract it for me. The spirits rushed in to attack as the monster growled. Haha, these small fries? Looks like your plan is falling apart, isn't it? The monster shrugged off the spirit's attacks and barked. Stop wasting my time. Come out already. After speaking, its eyes widened in shock. Ludger Chelsea had finished his spell, the ninth path. Purity of devotion. A stable yet high-level magic. Una liberatio, et purificatio, O Almighty One with infinite power. Quasimodo panicked. No, I need to get out of here. Don't stand in my way. This wretched creature. The ninth branch of the tree of Sephiroth. A beam of light struck Quasimodo directly. It screamed in terror as Ludger Chelsea stood beneath the radiance. Is it over? Ludger Chelsea panted. Phew, that's an ultimate spell for you. So draining. I almost couldn't control that divine power. Ludger Chelsea. No. Wait, the girl asked. Why did you save me? Back to being Esmeralda. Ludger Chelsea turned away. Whatever happens to you is none of my concern. I was never satisfied with that guy's attitude from the start. Huh, are you really going to stick to that lie? The sound echoed throughout the world, yet he ignored all the trouble to perform the ritual. She was lifted by the beast's hand, and a sharp scream pierced the air. He turned back to look at Esmeralda. A human? Ludger Chelsea asked. You still have the strength to regenerate? There's a limit to how hard it is to kill someone. It shrieked. I will definitely kill you. Give me more power. Esmeralda watched Ludger Chelsea. He was